Thank you so much, Silent. All right, let's get this next person up here. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024, y'all. We are just looking for some debates. Holy fuck, we're at 3.7. Thank you for the duck. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
19.
Are you voting for Trump?
Yeah.
Why so?
Well, number one, I just think there's a lot of hypocrisy that the left gives the right that, like, I don't know. I mean, you say the right gives you guys a lot of shit, but you guys give it right back. Absolutely. I mean, one of the biggest things I think you guys always say, you and Dean always say that people, I don't know, negate the felonies that Trump has, but I don't know. In 2020, you guys negated the fact that George Floyd was also a felon, which I think is kind of crazy. He beat
Does
up a
that take
pregnant
away
lady.
from the fact that he quite literally, appreciate the corgi, thank you so much, got murdered?
Yeah, I don't think he was murdered.
You don't think he was murdered, even though the literal cause of death was asphyxiation? Thank you for the mustache. Thank you
Asphyxiation,
so
was
much.
that due to the fentanyl and meth that he was on as well?
You can't
That was
say that on the
also
live.
from
It's
the coroner's
TikTok.
report.
You can't say that drug. But again, no, that has nothing to do with causing asphyxiation. Asphyxiation is caused by another person. Thank you for the hearts. Thank you so much. All right, let's go to the next individual, y'all. All right, we have to get the next person up here. Yo, what's up? How old are you? How old are you? All right, let's get this next individual up here. Please, everyone, only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. We are just looking for some debates, y'all. Deanie coming up, man. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hello?
Yeah, how old are you?
I'm 21.
Are you voting Trump?
I am, yes.
Why so?
Proudly. I don't know. I think, well, I do know, but I think when we talk about, like, oh, are you voting Trump? A lot of your guys' reasons why you're not. I notice you, I mean, you have a little bit, but it's always to all these old things. Oh, Trump's a racist, or yeah, Trump's a racist, Trump's a rapist. You guys don't talk about, like, his actual presidency. Like, I'm voting
I
for
talk
him.
about that all
Like,
the time.
I mean, you can't
talk
you
about how
can't look
bad
past
both
it.
of it is.
Economic growth, trade deals, unemployment rate.
How was the economic growth caused by him?
What?
How was the economic growth caused by him?
I mean, you look at. I mean, I'm gonna be honest. I don't sit here and research everything, but you look at his presidency and then you look at Biden's presidency, and I mean, as a voter,
Wait, can you tell me one policy that Biden influenced to get passed that you disagree with?
what do you mean?
Can you give me one policy the Biden-Harris administration influenced to get passed that you disagree with?
I mean, I'm gonna be honest. Like,
No.
I mean, I can. I mean, I know why I'm not voting for Kamala Harris.
Wait, but you can't answer
I
that.
know
You can't give me
multiple-
one policy. You said you never talk about the policies, but you don't know a single policy. Thank you for that mustache. Thank you so much. Seems like you never researched any of the policies.
I mean, no, I didn't research before I came on here. I don't sit here and get paid by the Democratic Party
You
to
think I
sit
get
here
paid
and
by the
research.
Democratic Party?
I
Wait,
mean,
what makes you think I get paid by the Democratic Party?
that's my. I thought you actually did.
What reason do you have to believe that?
Oh,
He
Blake left.
left.
Wait,
Aw.
I was gonna tell him that I am paid by the DNC. Yeah, the conspiracy theories
definitely.
are true.
So real, definitely paid. You know.
Yeah,
Sherry,
I
thank
am.
you for that mustache. Thank you so much. Definitely. You know, the DNC hit up some random kid from Iowa, right, and some random kid from Colorado, and we're like, "Yep, you two, you're it." Thank you for the hand hearts. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
31.
Are you voting Trump?
No.
Baby, yo, good job. Good for you. We love you, man.
Yeah, I did.
Get the next person up here. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. We are just looking for some debates.
Told you I was gonna get some food. I just got some ice cream.
We had a pretty cracked raid. Did you see that?
Bro, I was
What's
not.
going on, brother?
Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 35.
Are you voting Trump?
I am.
Why so?
Well, I am 35. I have a lot of kids, and I'm married, and so I'm really not into the big, I don't know, all the extra issues and such like that. But basically, how it affects my life, my ability to provide for my family.
Yeah. So can you tell
la-
me any policy that
okay.
Biden-Harris administration passed that you disagree with? I think this thing got-
Well, okay, I don't know much about policies and stuff like that, but I can say that I work in the oil field, and that's how I make my living. And last time Trump was in office, we were like killing it with the hours. And I did very well for myself and
I
my
just got
family.
age restricted from that one guy, Dean.
Oh, dang.
What do you say?
I got 2 restrictions: visibility restricted. This live is not
That's
eligible
crazy.
for recommendation, and restricted in search results because your live does not comply with the For You feed eligibility standards.
That's a new one.
Discussing drugs or other related substances.
What did someone say like the name of a drug?
Yeah, they said F drug
Bro,
For sure the
how quickly
community,
did you
thank you.
kick him?
right away.
That's wild.
All right. Well, I'm gonna hit a restart. There's no point to keep going because
Yeah.
it said visibility, too. So that means when
I'll
people
come
search that,
back.
they won't even be able to find it.
So we can finish this. I want to talk about borders too. So
All right, for sure, for sure. Appreciate you. All right, yo, Holland, thank you so much for the $15 for Harris 2024. Thank you so much. I appreciate you. Thank you, thank you. That is very unfortunate. All right, I'll see you. I'll see you in a second.
Yep. See you guys.
Like went into like, oh, what the hell did I just do? Chat, what the fuck is wrong with me? Tap that screen, everyone's running up to 100,000 likes. Sometimes my brain short circuits. Short circuits. Holy crap. You know, they call me the young Biden, chat. They call me the young Biden, okay? President Putin. You know, I just have glitches sometimes, you know what I mean? I just glitch sometimes. Like I literally just say the wrong word. President Putin. He got a haircut? I did get a haircut. What's everyone joining in? Tap that screen, share the live, everyone. We're going to start getting some people up here in a second. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. We are just looking for some debates, y'all. We got an age restriction on the last one. Hopefully we can send out here now. But yeah, do tap that screen. Do share the live. We're going to get some people up here real quick. Audio sounds weird. Does it really? It's not showing your live. It should. Anyone else lagging? Is it lagging for people? Had to restart the app? Yeah, we love that. Where's Dean at? Dean's not going to be coming on. He's getting off for tonight. Audio's fine? Okay, perfect. All right. MAGA in the chat if you want to be brought up, y'all. MAGA in the chat if you want to be brought up. We're going to start getting some people up here in a second. Only send a guest request if you want to be, if you are MAGA and you want to be debating. All right, let's get this person up here. Yo, what's up?
Hey,
How old are you?
I'm 19.
Are you voting for Trump?
Yes.
Okay, why so?
So for one thing, I would like to talk a little bit about Ukraine and I think some potential misconceptions you have about the Budapest Memorandum. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I hear you.
Okay. So a common, I've seen your lives before, and I really enjoy them. They're very interesting and informative. But I think something that you might be missing about the Budapest Memorandum is that it specifies nuclear attacks. That is to say, if so basically, like if Ukraine came under a nuclear attack from another nation, then it would have to call upon the UN Security Council to, protect Ukraine and send aid. And
So you're saying that it doesn't specify that it would send aid in other circumstances other than a nuclear standpoint?
I don't believe so. That's what I remember.
Can you show me what particular part of it would indicate that it's only in reference to a nuclear attack?
Sure. Let me just pull up my other device really quickly.
Sure.
Um,
Because I would love to see this. But yeah. While you look that up, you find if I add another person up to talk to.
oh yeah,
While
sure.
you find it. Okay, for sure,
Yeah.
for sure. All right, we'll get another person add up in the meantime while they look this up. Yo, Connor, how old are you?
18.
Are you voting for Trump?
What's up?
Are you voting Trump?
Yep.
And why so?
Because I think Joe Biden is, or not Joe.
Huh? Connor?
You,
MAGA bubble? Hello? Your connection is completely fine.
Hi.
Why are you acting like you have bad connection?
I did find what I was looking for now.
Yeah, well, what is it?
All right, so basically it says so it says not to use nuclear weapons. So this is so I just pulled it up on
Yeah, they were.
Wiki.
It's because they were giving up their nuclear weapons.
Right. Okay.
Yeah, it's that Ukraine wouldn't be able to use nuclear.
Right.
Weapons.
So it says so it says hang on. So I'm just gonna read through the points over here. So I just pulled it up on Wiki, and I'm assuming there are sources behind it.
Assume. Okay. I mean, do you want to like look into it and then come back?
Yeah, actually,
Because
sure.
that'd probably be pretty relevant to this. But like, this is interesting because obviously, if there's like not a Budapest memorandum involved, well, then that changes the landscape of whether or not like the U.S. should be involved.
Right. Yeah, I'll request back once I do a little bit more digging.
Yeah, for sure.
Thank you for having
that
me.
mustache, of course. Yo, Callie, how old are you?
Hi, I'm 18.
Are you voting for Trump?
I'm sort of on the fence. I don't know if you're talking to people right now who are kind of like needing to be convinced.
Oh, are you driving, by the way?
I'm in the car, yeah.
Okay, all right. Yeah, I will get up the next person. But yeah, DVB, you could just send a guest request if you'd like to, or just let me know. Matt is in the guest box. He might want to bring something up.
Hey,
Or
sorry.
just stay up here if you'd like to.
Yeah, sure.
Oh wait, are you allowing me to stay up, or would you
Yeah,
like me to leave?
if you want to stay up, you can. I wasn't sure what you were planning on doing.
Oh yeah,
Like, if you wanted to just like research it and then come up another time, or you just
yeah, I'm just trying to make sense of the memorandum because, as far as I can see, it does specify nuclear weapons. I'm just trying to make sure that I have the
I think
information correct.
DVD, unfortunately, so I've read the entire memorandum, and what it is talking about, I think it's what you're mixing up, is talking about adding Ukraine to the non-proliferation nuclear treaty, and that they gave up the nuclear weapons. There's nothing in the treaty that specifies that this is in the case of a nuclear attack by Russia. It says that the states hereby signed have to will agree to respect the territorial independence of the new Ukraine, and that the United States, Great Britain, and them give assurances, not guarantees, for a military and security support should that territorial independence be violated. Russia violated the treaty back in 2014 when they invaded Crimea, and we have since been not been guaranteeing them support. We have been giving them assurances of that support. So the memorandum is not binding like a guarantee, but but we did give a assurance that we would try to help them should the one of the three pillars be violated, and it was violated in 2014.
I see. Right. Okay. Yeah. I think I did mix up those points, and I think you're right. And also, just for the record, so just to let the record show, I am in fact voting for Harris. I just wanted to because I've heard this talking point a bunch, and I just wanted to kind of clarify a little bit.
Yeah,
So,
sure. All right. Well,
yeah.
well, I do appreciate you coming up.
All right. Thanks for having me.
Thank you. But by the way, it's saying some people are saying that I'm not like showing up. It could be relative to the age restriction I just got. I'm gonna sit here and try to like get everything going.
You on my For You page?
Yeah, it's probably because you have such a close association with my account though.
Probably.
Another restart? I can do another restart, but I think we can try like a few more guests, and if nothing happens, I definitely will restart. Like if it just stays here at 2.6, I know it's like following glitched out of its mind. But Dylan, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much. But yeah, Will, how old are you?
I'm 26.
Are you voting for Trump?
I'm not voting, but I am voting for Trump, actually. Yeah, I am voting for Trump. I wasn't going to vote, but because I don't. You always say that. I've been following your page for a little bit, and you always say that you're not voting for Trump because of all of his criminal charges. Kamala Harris suppressed charges on somebody that was on death row, that was going to exonerate him. So why are you voting for her?
Yeah. So can you give me the source on that?
I cannot give you the exact source at this moment. No, but it is a proven fact.
What was his claim? Sorry, I kind of spaced out. What did you say the claim was?
That she suppressed evidence that would exonerate somebody that was on death row. It may have been whenever she was in college, but she still suppressed evidence.
Well, hold on. She can't be in college and suppress evidence. She would have to be a state attorney or the DA. So she was definitely out of college because
No,
she
I was
passed the
on
bar and everything.
somebody. She may not have been in college. I was on somebody's live like 30 minutes ago, and they said that it happened whenever she was in college, and that's
Yeah,
when she
that's
suppressed
incoherent.
evidence.
They were
I don't know
definitely
how
trolling,
you
bro.
can suppress evidence
They
from
were
one.
I don't.
I'm
know.
sorry to break it to you, Will, but they were definitely trolling
Yeah,
you, bro.
when she's in college, she doesn't even have a law degree yet. So how the hell can she even do anything related to the courts? Like, I don't get that. But
I don't get that either. But
I know what you're talking about. I think you're talking about the fact that she didn't want to do DNA testing for a death row convict because she believed that he was guilty and people were pushing her to do. And it turns out years later, they did the DNA testing, and lo and behold, the guy was guilty. But
and that may be the fact. But to be truthful with y'all, the only reason why I'm voting Republican is
Wait,
because
isn't Trump advocating for the death penalty?
I don't
dealers?
care. I don't care about the death penalty, honestly. Anybody that
okay.
deserves the death penalty should get the death penalty.
Okay, and apparently the guy who was guilty did deserve the death penalty under your view. If you believe the death penalty.
Now I'm a little bit. I kind of she
receive it.
should have
I'm against the
DNA
death
testing.
penalty.
I think she should have. She came
Yeah,
out
agree.
years
the
later and said that she
reason
made
why
a
I'm
mistake.
voting
Hold
for
on.
Trump-
She came out years later and said that she made a mistake and that she would do it. But it just turns out that in this one instance that people bring up, the guy was guilty. So I mean, so like no harm, no foul. But I think now her opinion has been for like the last 5-6 years that a DNA testing should commence when there is evidence that it may be a wrongful conviction.
That's cool and all. I'm good with that. The reason why I'm voting for Trump is for the Second Amendment, honestly. I'm voting Republican because the Democrats.
Are you pro-life?
I am pro-life, yes.
Okay, so let's just go through this real quick. If you knew it was the case that getting rid of a particular like set of guns or attachments
So
or
let
something
me
like
ask you
that led
this.
to less children.
No, let's actually
Can I
get
just
into
pose
the
the question?
statistics.
Can I just pose the question?
Yeah, you asked the question, but then I want to actually.
Yeah, we can do that.
Okay,
I'm not familiar. I'm just asking a hypothetical.
Okay, go ahead.
So yeah, if it is the case that it led to less child deaths to restrict a particular attachment or gun, would you be okay with restricting that attachment or gun, given that it limited how many people die who are children?
I would be okay with that because I don't personally need a bump stock. I don't need an AR-15. I want an AR-15, but I don't need one.
Oh, okay, wait. Okay, so obviously you'd be okay with them like getting rid of that, right?
No, I wouldn't be okay with that.
Okay.
I
So-
don't personally need one, but I want one. I would not be okay with them getting rid of.
So
the
I
ability
understand
to
you want one,
get
but
it.
if it leads to like children dying, do you think it should be restricted?
So what causes more? So actually, what you're saying, what causes more children to die?
No, I'm just saying if it does lead to more children dying, like would you be okay with restricting it? Because the reason why you're pro-life is because children die.
But you're talking about children pro-life. What guns do people use in school shootings? Because it's not the AR-15. That's not the most common gun in school shootings.
Are you sure about that?
No, I am 100%
Matt,
sure.
do you know
Look it
about
up.
the statistics on that?
I think it's
I think
school
it is, isn't it?
shootings. I think AR
It's
type
not.
rifles are pretty
AR
common,
type. AR
Yeah, like
type
in
rifles.
typical
handguns.
yeah, in typical shooting violence, it's mostly handguns, but for school shootings in particular, I'm pretty sure
Yes,
it's a
AR
lot more
style
shifted towards
rifles,
that.
yeah.
AR
Yeah.
style rifles, but there's 17 to 100 different AR style rifles.
Well, that's why whenever they
Yeah, and there's
propose
lots of handguns.
banning certain types of guns, they are not just banning one type; they're banning different styles, which is fine with
But
me.
they're also
I feel
talking
really
about
fine with that.
banning anything over a 10 round mag.
I'm okay with that too. I'm okay with limiting
Yeah.
mag size.
Appreciate the hint.
Half of my 30 guns is over 10 rounds.
Okay, and your point. I mean,
So am I just going to lose all that money because they're going to give me $100
no,
gift card
you
even
get
though
to
I
keep
paid
what you have. but you can
$1,000
no longer-
for one of those guns, or
No, you get to keep-
$3,000,
No, this
$5,000
isn't a
for one of
buyback.
those guns?
Oh, goddamn. Okay. No, there's no buyback. There's no like the cops want to come and confiscate it. You get to keep
but they
it,
will.
but
they
but
will
you don't.
come and
Why are you
confiscate
interrupting
that.
me?
Because they
Donovan,
will
think of the
come and
galaxy. Thank you so
confiscate
much.
that.
No, they don't. Never in the history of the United States, whenever a gun has been made illegal, even in the 1990s when it was illegal to own AR-style rifles, they never came and confiscated it. We did not have a
There's been
Australian-style
several instances
buyback
in the
program
past
that
2
has
years
never
where
happened.
ATF has come to people's homes to try and come and confiscate.
How can they do
guns.
that when there is no central database letting us know who has guns?
There is
Yeah,
a
who
central
doesn't?
database.
No, there's not. There's no federal database that says who has what guns.
I go through a
Republicans have
background check
hard to
every
make sure that
single
does not
time I
happen.
go through it. Every
cat
single
on.
time I go buy a gun. That lets the government know that I have.
The government only checks.
gun.
Yes, the government knows that this person is trying to buy a gun, but the government does not have a database where they keep a record of who owns what gun.
I'm not trying to insult you, but you are retarded if you think that.
Bro, what the fuck? Okay, all right. Well, we should
Yeah,
probably
it is.
restart the live there.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I knew it was coming.
Yeah, bro's just crazy. All right, well, I'll be right back.
Okay, all right, bye.
Appreciate you, Matt.
Yeah, see ya.
All right, everyone, be right back. Smitten. What's up, Grace? What's up, HRE? Showed up right away. Based. Let's go. Love that. Love showing up immediately. How's everyone doing? Do tap that screen. Do share the live. Hopefully we can get some push out on the stream. You already know the deal. Tap that screen. Comment in the comment section. Why do you have to restart when that happens? Because it fixes the glitch. Appreciate the superpower. Thank you so much, Donovan. I appreciate it. Good to see you. Pickle and Bean 2040. That's so crazy. Pickle and Bean. Pickle and Bean. That vegan teacher song will forever be like the anthem to Peen. Okay? Forever will be the anthem. Okay, we'll see. Let's get some people up here. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. We are just looking for some debates, y'all. Here, hey, a little bit of a co-host day.
Yeah,
Let's go.
I'll be on for a little less than an hour just to chill and everything.
Base, that sounds so fun.
Yeah,
Let's debate some MAGA.
W.
All right. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Hello? Someone just said in the chat I went from 10 to 1.4. I just started the live. Fuck. Give me a minute. Fuck. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
18.
Are you voting for Trump?
Yes.
The Garland. Why so?
Hello?
Hello? MAGA Mobile? Are you voting for Trump?
Hello?
Okay.
Yes.
Why so? Okay, he's
Hello?
got MAGA Mobile. He's got. Okay, I can't. Yeah, thank you for the sunglasses. Thank you so much. MAGA Mobile delay is crazy. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Did I still hear him? I still hear him. Yo, Jamie, how old are you?
48.
Are you voting for Trump?
Yes, Trump. Definitely Trump.
Why so?
Well, because I had a better life.
Hey, whoever's in the live, back out. I don't know if that
The person that I just had you on, we can't hear you, so you got to swipe out of the app, or not swipe out of the app. You have to like get out of the live. Okay, they did. What were you saying, Jamie?
I said because Trump gave me a better life. I don't want to kill kids. I don't want to have the border as it is. Kamala Harris is faking all her stuff because she was border czar. So it's time
what
for.
is she faking?
The border czar.
No, but what is she faking?
The fact that she was over the border. She's saying she wasn't. She
No,
was.
No,
she
she
was
wasn't.
at the border.
Can you name me what specific area of the border she was designated to?
Yeah, she didn't have
take
like
over?
control or anything, but she went and visited the border.
Boy, y'all are goofy, ain't you?
No, I mean,
How are we goofy?
No, I mean,
Jamie, you want to answer?
yeah. How about this?
How are we
She
goofy?
went to the border 0 times. Well, actually, she went one
I just
time.
told you she did go to the border. I can give you an
Yeah,
article.
she went to the border several miles away from where all the borders were having problems.
What? So she went to the border, but it wasn't good enough for you.
No, it wasn't where the big problem was at the border. She
So
chose.
she
She
needs
chose
to
to go
go-
away from the border.
Okay, so you said she didn't go to the border. Now you've changed to she didn't go to a particular part of the border that you wanted her to. Okay,
No,
wha-
not me. Where she should have went.
Well,
Like, toward
you're
the
claiming where
bad
you
part of
think
the
she
border
should have
was.
went. It's where you think she should have went. Why?
What's your problem, dude?
What do you mean? What's my problem?
Your problem is the fact that y'all cannot stand the fact that she has done nothing with the border and she wanted people to come in crossing.
No, I can literally
That
show you
was
an article
illegal.
that I can show you an article of her telling people
I can
not
show
to
you.
come to the
I can
United
show
States.
you an article where she said that she wanted these people to. She wanted to make laws where they could have health care and everything.
Yeah, people are given critical care. Yeah, if you're regardless of immigration status, people given critical care. That's what she's.
Yeah, they
referencing.
shouldn't. They shouldn't.
Oh, wait, okay.
If they're
So
illegal, they shouldn't.
I have a question. So if someone overstays a visa
You
in this
can't answer
country,
that question.
if someone overstays a visa in this country by like 30 minutes, do you think that if they got into a
that's
car
illegal.
accident,
You don't get that visa in 30 minutes.
No, if they overstayed a visa by 30 minutes, like it's 30 minutes past the time and they're trying to leave, and they get into a car accident,
I tell you what,
and they need to go to
you need to
critical
get
care.
You need to get out
do you
here
think
and
that they
get
should?
a
Do you
job,
think
dude.
they should get critical?
Get out
care?
of your basement. Get out of your basement, dude. Your eyes are like an owl.
Joshy, thank you for the galaxy. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Donovan, thank you for the $5. Trish, thank you for the confetti. The bags under my eyes are genetic.
Yeah, your bags are because you won't get out of your mama's basement.
I live by myself, bro.
Well, either way, this is bad, dude. Get a job. Get out of your house.
This is a job.
Get out of your house. Your bags look like you're pathetic, dude. You like a liberal. You like a true liberal.
I grew up in a conservative
Living in your
Christian
basement.
household.
Living in your basement.
I live in an apartment.
And that's sad.
They give you the hand art. Thank you. Well, how is
You
that
probably
sad?
can't afford anything else. With this
what are
administration.
we even debating? Like, goddamn,
Bro's
dude.
like, you don't have a job. You can't afford anything. Bro, I'm
He can't. Look
22
at
years
him.
old. I just got
Look
done with
at him.
I just got done with college.
He looks like a doofus.
Me? Turn
He
your
looks like a
camera
normal
on.
guy to me.
You look a doofus, dude.
Dude, you sound like a doofus.
That's the best you got.
You
You
just
sound like
said
a
you look like a doofus, so I sent it right
I
back
can
to you.
see you. You look a doofus.
Dude, yeah. Okay,
You look
so
a typical
do you want to give me like an
Democrat that
actual
can't figure
argument?
out what they're saying.
Do you want to give me like an actual argument?
Bring it
You're
on.
just insulting me at this point.
Yeah, because you look like a goofball.
I do.
You got pink eye.
I guarantee.
You look you got pink eye in both eyes.
It's called being elevated, okay, buddy? It's called being elevated, and you're still getting dunked on. Look at him.
Oh, that's what you say is a fake. You're getting dunked on. You're like a Democrat. You're getting dunked on.
Yeah,
Dude,
you are
I
getting
get
dunked
people
on.
telling me all the time that I just bring it to you,
Are
dude.
you? Wait, Jamie, are you pro Law and Order? Emma, think of the galaxy. Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Oh, thanks for the galaxy, dude.
Are you
Thanks
pro
for
Law and
paying me
Order?
to be in my basement.
Are you pro Law and Order? Are you pro Law and Order?
What's prolonged order, dude?
Are you pro Law and Order? Thank you for the hand heart.
I don't know what the hell you're talking about, dude.
Do you think Law and Order is really important?
Good TV show.
Yeah, like, do you think Law and Order is really important in a society?
Yeah, but y'all don't.
You do? Okay. Well, oh, we don't. So then why
No,
are
you
you
don't,
voting?
because
so
y'all
then-
love it. Y'all love to.
So then
black-
why are you
y'all
voting
love
for
to-
the criminal over the prosecutor?
Okay, let me tell you about the criminal. The criminal is what y'all put him in.
David, thank you for the
Okay, there's no
$20 on
facts.
Cash App. Thank you so much, David.
There's no facts that he was ever criminalized. Y'all
He
had
has
it was a
34
fake-
felonies he's
it
been
was a
convicted
fake
of.
Deal.
He has 34 felonies he's been convicted of.
That 34 felonies that y'all convict him of, not what he was truly
Me?
convicted of.
I didn't convict him of any felonies. Jamie got harassment and bullying. That's rough. Let's get the next person up here. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024, y'all. Darksided, thank you so much for the galaxy. I appreciate it. Thank you so much.
Howdy.
Yeah, what's up? How old are you? You seem
30.
old enough. Are you voting for Trump?
Yes, sir.
Oh, why so? Stevie, thank you so much for the $15 to decorate the basement. Thank you so much.
I'm pro-life and pro-gun.
Okay. Yeah, so are you pro-life?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so do you think that it's wrong because of life at conception?
Likely, yes.
Oh, okay. So Devin, thank you so much for the $5 for moving out of the basement fund. Oh my, that's crazy. So yeah, so you think a zygote is a person?
It's a complicated question, but it depends in what context, I guess. In a human, I would say if there's been connection of, I'm trying to use my words correctly here, sperm and egg. Am I allowed to say that on here?
Yeah.
That yes, yeah, I believe it has life.
Yeah, no, I'm not
Yeah, it
disputing
has
that.
life.
We agree there's cellular life at conception. What I'm asking you is, at that point, do you think it's a person?
Well,
Do you grant it moral consideration?
Yes.
Okay. So next question would be: do you think women who have IUDs are murderers?
You know, I've thought about that a lot. Because I know, doesn't it just stop it from embedding technically? But
Not only
there's
does
still
Less than 1%, yes.
Yeah, not only does it prevent fertilization, but it can also prevent implantation.
yeah.
So
Less
that
than
can
1%,
specifically,
yeah.
that can
So
specifically cause.
and it's complicated. Obviously, I don't have all the answers, but my answer is essentially yes. It's frustrating, but yeah. Do
Yeah,
I think they're murderers per se? That's a really rough thing to put on someone, just because I don't think a lot of people realize, you know, what's going on, the reality of what's happening. But in all essence, at the end of the day, that's what's happening. If you believe that life begins at conception, well, that child
So
was
all of these
conceived.
pro-life Republicans who are anti-abortion, but yet support IUDs and support backing birth control, they're all wrong, because an IUD has a less than 1% chance of stopping a sperm and egg coming together. So you're wanting to criminalize something that has less than 1% of a chance.
I've never thought about it necessarily being criminalized, but yeah, at the end
I
of the
mean,
day,
what else would you do?
can't,
I
you
mean,
can't be
you would ban
pro-life.
it, so,
You
like,
can't
what
be
else would you do?
pro-life, and you can't be pro-life and argue that it's okay technically to have
Actually, you
birth
can.
control.
Actually, you can, because there are millions of people who are pro-life who are very much against or not for banning different forms of.
I
Christina,
agree.
thank you for
I
the
agree
$5.
with
Thank you
you.
so much, Christina.
I don't disagree with you. I still think, just because I may be conservative doesn't mean I agree with all other conservatives.
I didn't say you did. I'm just saying that it is possible.
How do you feel about JD Vance saying that he doesn't think that there should be a grape exception for women?
I disagree with that.
Okay. And you want to vote him in still?
At the end of the day, when I compare the options, and I'll be honest, I don't know as much about Harris as I did Biden. But I never really gave Harris much thought when Biden was president, just like I probably wouldn't give Vance much thought if Trump were to be president.
Okay. So if you want to reference Trump, though, Trump wants to leave it up to the states. Did actually put multiple Supreme Court justices in office with the explicit reason of overturning Roe versus Wade that left it up to the states, which meant multiple states could remove the exception for abortion as it relates to instances of grape. So do you think that that's okay and that there are no federal protections for grape victims under Donald Trump's plan?
So let me try and dissect your question so I fully understand before I answer. Are there any cases in which grape has become not an exception, or are you just saying it leaves it open to that?
No, what I'm saying is that there are multiple states that right now do not have exceptions for abortion in situations of grape.
Yeah, that's not right.
Utah has probably the most strict abortion law in the entire U.S. It only allows it when the woman is actively dying. Unless you can show strong evidence that the woman is dying, like will die, then you can't perform it.
Yeah, I mean, it obviously it's a complicated ordeal. My family does foster care and adoption, and I sure it's unfair, and I don't think any woman should have to carry a child that's a result of grape if she doesn't want to. At the same time, I agree that the system for foster care is completely messed up after being involved in it myself, and there's lots of kids out there that needs homes. But as far as the side of like direct adoption, there are thousands and thousands of parents out there who are wanting kids.
Well, there are thousands of people out there who want new babies, but they don't want kids. There's a reason why our foster system has tons and tons.
That doesn't
of
mean
kids.
you should be forced to give them kids.
Yeah.
as well.
No, I agree with you. I agree, and I even said that in my point there. No
Yeah,
woman
so
should
then-
be forced to carry.
So then, should there be federal protections for grape victims?
Should there be federal protections for grape victims? Of course.
Okay, so that's not what happens with Donald Trump being president. So why
Not-
do you
not
want to support a
necessarily,
candidate
because
that
it's
does
left
that?
up to the states.
Yeah, which allows for those things to happen in multiple states around the United States.
But at the end of the day, would you say that you think each state should have its own ability to make its own choice?
In certain scenarios, not with fundamental rights. Like, I don't think a woman's right to vote should be able to be left up to the states. In the same way, I don't think a woman's right to abortion shouldn't be able to be left up to the states.
What defines a fundamental right in your mind? Like, is there a list of fundamental rights out there? That honest question.
No, like when I say fundamental rights, I mean like things like bodily autonomy.
Mm-hmm.
Like there are only going to be special circumstances when it is the case that we violate bodily autonomy. Very special circumstances. Now, this is not one I think
I
that
guess,
we're going to
I
set.
guess who determines what's a
Right?
fundamental
Is there
right?
one- Yeah, obviously that's going to be predicated off of your own view.
Yeah.
But again, it's a fundamental right within the sense that it's a right to do with something with one's body as it relates to the context of pregnancy. I think that's an important thing. Would you? I mean, you agree with me that's an important thing, right?
Could you ask the question one more time? I apologize.
Do you agree with me that that this is an important thing?
Yeah, I think it's an important thing to be delved deeper into because there's so much one side and the other, and our politicians need to do a better job at trying to find a better resolution.
Yeah, sure. I mean, we can say that, but like, what does that mean?
People don't spend enough time thinking about all the intricacies of it, and we only put out their black and white legislature, and we need to come up with better options that, why not put out something that has to do with federal protection for women that are, victims of rape while still blocking just by choice abortion just because they didn't
Yeah,
want
so
the
why
kid.
should you block by choice abortion in the first trimester?
Because I believe that it's life.
Yeah, just because something's life, why does that mean it's valuable?
Because everyone, if you're, in my opinion, if you're an American, you believe that everyone deserves a shot at,
I have a
life,
question.
liberty, and the pursuit of happiness.
I have a question. So, like,
Go for it.
let's say you were in a burning building,
Mhm.
and it is the case that, thank you, thank you so much for the gifts. You're in a burning building, and it is the case that on one side of the room, there is 2 zygotes. And on the other side of the room, there is 1 newborn baby. And you can either save from the burning building the 1 newborn baby, right, or the 2 zygotes. Now, which one would you pick?
Well, I think anyone would choose the newborn baby.
But 2 people is more than 1 person.
I agree.
Okay, so it seems like you don't consider them people. Thank you for the hang lights. Thank you so much, Trish. And Brian, thank you so much for the $20 on Cash App. Thank you so much, Brian. I really appreciate it.
I think I view it as the potential for which they have. Zygotes do have the potential of becoming, of making it to the end of their full development in life, where a child is already here and has a greater potential for a full life than the 2 zygotes.
So you're saying they have a greater potential for life? No, we can just assume that those zygotes are they're already life, right? And they're going to be newborn babies in the future. So would you rather save the 2 zygotes or the 1 newborn baby?
Well, at the point of zygote, I'm not sure if I don't know if they feel pain yet or not, but I would
They
probably...
don't. It's a zygote. It's a single cell organism.
If they don't, I'm probably going to go for the baby because of the pain portion of it.
Okay. So again,
And we're just speaking hypothetical here.
Yeah, of course. We can't conceptualize of pain until the point in which it's sentient. So do you care about it when it's sentient, or do you care about it when it's just cellular life? Because it sounds like you care about it when it's sentient, when it has a first-person subjective experience of pain.
Mm-hmm. Do we have full and understanding of truth of, is sentient just the feeling of pain, or is there more to sentience?
The first-person subjective experience, right? And then within a first-person subjective experience, you can feel things such as pain.
Mm-hmm. So ask the question one more time then.
So is it what you value, the first-person subjective experience, right? Or is it going to be the cellular life? Because you said it was the cellular life that you value.
If I have to choose, if I'm put in a corner and forced to choose, of course the first person is going to come first, but it doesn't make in
the
my
one that
mind-
is sentient, right? So obviously over the 2 that are non, but they're still
Yes.
life. So it doesn't seem like the point in which you value it is life. It seems like the point in which you value it is when it's sentient.
How about the level at which I value?
Sure,
They
sure,
both-
but
they
why
both-
why
they
is
both
it the
have
case?
value to me,
so
but
if you
one-
value
one has
sentient
more
beings,
value over the other.
Sure. So if you value sentient beings over non-sentient beings, why wouldn't it be the case that you would value the sentient woman's right to choose something over her body over the non-sentient embryo?
Because in the hypothetical we're speaking about, there's no like, how do I say this? In the
Again, but you told me that
there's
you value
there's no life repercussions for a woman in the hypothetical.
but they have to go through
Building.
they have to go through extraordinary inconvenience. They have to be like, a lot of people are sick, a lot of people risk their lives, right? Have negative impacts physiologically speaking from pregnancy, right? All of those things they are risking.
Yes.
Okay?
So those who are at adverse risk, and this is where I and other conservatives may disagree, but those who are at adverse
So
risk.
wait, no, why wouldn't you take into account the risks associated with the woman who's sentient over the non-sentient embryo?
Because in one scenario, you gave a life or death only option. In the case of pregnancy, billions and billions of women have had children over however many
That
years
doesn't mean
this
that
world
it's
has
that
existed.
That does not mean that it doesn't have issues.
Yeah, and what's the rate of complications and a potential for death during pregnancy? Because I'm pretty sure that hundreds of millions of women go through pregnancy, and a majority of them probably have some form of a complication or some form of care that they need. And you're saying, well, I mean, I hear this too. They say, well, I mean, pregnancy is just like an inconvenience. No, I'm sorry, it's not. This is a life-altering thing that like happens. And so, I mean, you've heard the story, I'm assuming, of the woman down in Texas who went to the hospital because I think she started to go into labor, but she was bleeding, and the hospital couldn't give her the care she needed because it might result in a abortion. And so she went to the bathroom, called 911 because she was bleeding out, and an ambulance had to come to the hospital that she was at and take her to another place that would do it because the hospital was too scared because under Texas law there was some ambiguity about whether or not they could provide the abortion that she would need. So these things have actual real life complications. That's the actual thing. And by the way, everybody in the comments who make fun of my stutter, y'all can go fuck yourselves. I really don't care about what you say. So I will block you. I will mute you. I have no time today for all your fuckery or anything. So keep saying it, and I'll just block you because I'm not in the mood. I'm explaining a story, and if you don't like it, then you can get the fuck out. So, okay, so that's it.
Okay, sorry, I didn't want to interrupt there.
No, you're good.
Was that the end of
Yes.
of your point there? Okay.
Yeah, that's
so I think obviously I'm not aware of that situation, so I have to be careful about exactly what I say because obviously I'd need to read and study up on it. But it sounds to me like some mistakes were made on the parts of the people handling the situation. I will go back and say that I would believe that the majority of pregnancies, just from visual experience, obviously that's not a fact. So if you want to pull something up, I'm more than willing to listen. I would believe that the majority of pregnancies go without serious complication. And I think when serious complication is involved, where it's putting the mother's life at real risk, obviously someone smarter.
When you say
than me,
real risk, I don't know what you're saying. Are you just not taking into account other risks associated with pregnancy that don't lead to like death of the mother?
well, I guess, could you give me some examples of what you would mean by what your opinion would be?
We were
would
just
be of real
mentioning
risk?
multiple, right? Like we were just mentioning multiple of things that were specifically not lethal, but they were
I mean,
detrimental to
it sounded
a
like
woman's
that
health.
woman was at real risk to me by the way the story was told.
I don't know what you mean by real risk, right? When
Risk
someone's
of death
physiological
or maybe making them paralyzed.
Thank you for the galaxy. Well, no, but not just that.
Something
though.
that's
There
going to
are-
be
There was a
completely,
woman, by
truly
the way-
life altering.
Well, there was a woman who testified before Congress about how she can no longer conceive a child because once again in Texas they would not perform the abortion because of the ambiguity of the Texas law, and she had to travel out of state to get the abortion, and now her uterus is so from the complications is now so problematic that she can no longer have children. So yeah, so I mean these and this is one of the problems with writing these laws is that they are making it so ambiguous. And by the way, you mentioned that like you want to have exceptions for rape and things like that. But the problem is that the Republicans that make those laws with those exceptions add stipulations to them. They say that a woman must do this and this and this and this to meet the qualifications. A woman who is just raped is not going to be able to know and follow the law and meet all 10 criteria that these Republican people have put into law and everything. That's why within Congress, you can't get uniformity because the Republicans say, okay, we'll grant you these grape exceptions, but they want to add stipulations to it. They want to say, okay, have the exception, but But first, you as the great victim must do this and this and this and this. And we're like, no, you were just raped. Why the hell should you have to fill out a form and have to go to the police and have to give this testimony and have to do this and this and this while you're waiting to get a medically necessary treatment? That's the whole point, and that's why we can't agree on it, because even the Republicans who want to have these exceptions, they want to add stipulations to them, which many pro-choicers and myself included will not accept because it makes it burdensome.
Would you be for I mean, once again, we're talking now in a very black and white, and you could say, so it's okay because the majority of abortions are just by choice. You know, mother doesn't feel like she can support a child. It's an inconvenience. She doesn't want to be pregnant because of what it'll do to her body, things like that. The majority of abortions are from that.
Prior to sentience, I don't care.
If it, and this is where it's going to be complicated because you guys probably don't believe that it's life.
No,
it's in
I believe
the
it's
womb.
life at conception. We just don't care about it until it's
I
sentient
don't
life.
grant it moral consideration until it's sentient.
What about like at later trimesters? Do you believe that it's life at that point, or do you think or do you believe it's sentient?
Yes.
Ever in the womb?
Yes.
Okay. Well, before I say anything, I just want to understand what you do and don't believe. So, so in this case, we're choosing the needs of the few over the needs of the many.
I don't know what you mean.
More babies will be aborted simply because women don't want them than women that necessarily need them for health reasons or rape.
Well, but also too.
When you say need them, right? Again, I don't think that someone should be able to get an abortion just based upon whether or not they need it. I think someone should be able to get it if they want it prior to sentience. Like I don't.
Well, that too, but I would say to you, Colin, also, what has the Republican Party put into policy that would try to prevent people from wanting to have abortions in the first place? They don't have a strong family policy. They don't have a child policy. They're not for granting a greater access to paternal and maternal leave. They don't want to have a free universal child care. They don't want to make sure that all children and babies have access to health care and to nutrition and everything. Why? Nothing that the Republican Party has stood for tells me that they actually want to try to prevent these abortions from happening, because the way that you prevent these abortions is not to just ban them outright, but it's to actually give parents the support they need to have the children in the first place. I mean, so I mean, nothing within the Republican Party platform actually tells me that they actually give a shit about it. They just want to ban people from having abortions.
Okay. I would say and this is just, once again, it's all personal experience, right? So I'm not going to have facts just ready and laid out for you, but I would say the majority of conservatives believe that anyone can choose to work hard, make right choices, and be able to provide a living for themselves, even in this complicated world that we live in post-COVID. And I would say most conservatives believe that we don't need as many freebies or handouts as there are. Now, are there people who need it? Absolutely. But I would say it would need to be the responsibility of conservatives or just us as humans to better lay out who deserves and doesn't deserve that help. If we just say free healthcare for all, we're going to have
there should be
people who
universal
take,
healthcare. Absolutely.
okay, but we're going to have people who take advantage of it. Sure.
When you say take advantage, what do you mean?
My contention was all children, I don't care if you come poor, middle class, I don't care. All children we should make sure that they have access to health care and food and nutrition, regardless of their family's money. I don't care how much money you make. I think if you want a strong family policy in the United States, you have to be willing to say that the government is going to make sure that all children, I don't care what background you come from, have a base level of nutrition and healthcare and all that. And it doesn't matter, because then people won't be scared to death to have children. They won't be scared to death about whether or not their child will get good healthcare or be able to eat or anything like that. That's the main point.
So ERs have to accept you regardless of what your background is. So there is some healthcare right there. Most schools.
Wait, hold on. You want to burden the ER system with children that have a cold or have something like that? You want to make it so that all people are just flooding to the ERs?
They already are burdened with it.
Well, then let's fix that. Then let's provide people with free preventative care, so that they can go to a GP doctor and actually get good preventative care before it gets bad enough that they have to go to the ER.
Do you think most children that are in the situation where their family may have issues providing are in a situation where their parents are going to be responsible enough to take them to the doctors when they need to go to the doctors?
Well, I'm not cynical enough to believe that most parents are going to just let their children suffer. I think if people knew that their preventative care was free and that they wouldn't get billed and that there was no penalty or anything, yes, they would go to their GP doctor. I don't see why they wouldn't.
So I lived in a third world country for a year and a half where healthcare was free, and I didn't see that occurring. I mean, I went to the doctor for free there. Gosh, and I understand your argument for it, but at the same time, it didn't prevent crappy parents from being crappy.
Well, hold on. There's always going to be crappy parents, but we're talking about the vast majority of people. I am not cynical enough to believe that the vast majority of parents are going to let their children suffer because they don't want to, go other.
Yeah,
That's
and also, I'm not. Why am I basing it on an anecdote? Let's expand out here for a little bit. Like, do you have evidence other than just I felt like this, like that universal healthcare systems lead to this negative outcome?
At this point, we've gone through hypotheticals, we've gone through all kinds of different comparisons. Like, I think anecdote is okay and a healthy part of a debate. Do I have hard numbers in front of me? Of course not.
Okay. All right. Well, is there anything else you want to talk about?
Actually, yes, Parker. One sec. People want a woman to come up, and I have somebody in the guest request who we can add in, and I'm going to drop down. And I'm going to drop down so that person can come up. So just give me 1 second while they just come up here, and I'll just add somebody.
Are you wanting me to drop out?
No, you stay.
No. Okay.
So
appreciate it, guys. This was a good conversation.
I'm just waiting for the person to pop in.
By the way, at some point I might hit another restart because I don't know if it.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah, it seemingly did the same thing this time.
Oh, okay. I found them. Okay, there we go. I got them. Hold on, I gotta find them in the list. Sorry. So many people in this in the list of requests.
Yeah, I don't know who you're referencing, so I can't add them.
Oh, it's my backup.
Oh, okay. I can add your.
Do you see them?
Yeah.
Okay, if you see my backup, okay, good. All right. I'll mute.
Hey Parker, are you cool if I add
what's up?
something real quick?
Yeah, go for it.
Just on the topic of abortions and stuff, with when Matt was talking about the woman who went to the ER and stuff, there are a lot of women right now in states like Texas and Utah and places like that where, because women are not able to get abortions, a lot of doctors are not wanting to practice in those states because of that. So one, there's a lot less doctors in those states, which then also increases the risk for women. But in these states as well, when a woman goes into the hospital, even if it's for something like a little bit more routine or vomiting or, things like that, if that woman leaves and has a miscarriage, there's no real way to prove that the doctor like didn't like give her something to like give her an abortion. So a lot of these doctors now are actually not seeing women who are pregnant because they don't want to risk their license, which is also like then causing further harm on these women and these babies that they want to have, that you want to have be born. And like, so it's not necessarily just the people that are getting the abortions itself, it's the mothers that want these children, that they are like losing the care that they need because of this.
I mean, if that's truth, that's a good point. I don't know. I know that Utah has a very healthy LDS population, Mormon population, for those of you who don't know what that means. And those people love to have babies. And I think my opinion is, if there was that big of an issue there would be a big uprising and you'd hear about it in the media, social media, things like that. I mean, I have a lot of friends from Utah and a lot of both
Currently
conservative
on
and
social
liberal
media
friends.
singing Uprising.
Yeah, I was gonna say.
Well, you know what I mean. People post about their feelings on
I
social
mean,
media.
the federal government did sue the state of Utah, and they won within the United States Supreme Court on it, because even for this radical right wing court, the state of Utah went too far. So I mean, they did lose.
Sorry, I'm not sure if I understand your point there.
I'm saying people were pissed off at the state of Utah because the federal government sued them, and because their law was so far fucking crazy that they sued them in
Hence
court.
this conversation.
Yeah, and I mean
that's crazy.
So, I mean, you pick the one state that has like one of that makes even Republican people go like, "What the fuck, Utah?" Because even in Utah, as I mentioned, they ban everything. Or was that Idaho? I don't know. One of those states has such a drastically draconian law that even some Republicans were like, "Whoa, that's way too far." And even the court, I think like 8-1 said that, yeah, they're kind of going a little bit too far there. So I mean, that's a problem.
Yeah, but if the people decide that it's something that they're not happy with, the people should have the right to change it.
But that's what we're trying to do. And another point that Matt had brought up was the woman, like women that are dying that need these abortions for actual medical care. And I mean, you said as a reasonable thing that they should, if their life is in danger, right, be able to get one. You said that, right?
Yep.
Yeah. So in states like Idaho, I know of stories, and Matt has the links to all of these things. So, I mean, if you guys want, I can get Matt to post these links in the Discord for the stats and like the stories of these women and stuff. But women, because again, it becomes how much does the woman's life have to be in danger? How many hours before that woman has to be on death's bed to be able to get seen? And what we're seeing now is that some of these states like Idaho are actually taking them by helicopter and flying them to another state or to another facility that is willing to care for these women, because these doctors don't want to lose their license. They don't want repercussions of this. And so women that, again, as you said, it's reasonable if a woman's life is in danger to then, have that person get the medical attention they need, but they're not able to, again, because of that.
Yeah, and so I would think that the majority of conservatives, and when I say conservatives, I mean boots on the ground conservatives, not necessarily politicians, would want to come up with some type of middle ground on that subject, but I'm not aware 100% of the politicians, but I would say probably both sides are messed up because they don't want to come up with middle ground.
But
It's
why?
all one.
But
It's
why
all
does the
one
woman
or all the
suffer?
other.
But why does the woman have to suffer because of that? Like, I don't get
All
why a
of us,
politician has to
it
be.
doesn't make it right, but all of us suffer due to a lot of the laws.
No,
and
no, no,
stuff
no,
that
no,
are
no, no,
put
no.
out there. No?
Women are dying because
Yeah.
some men, typically, I'm not going to say it's just men, but a lot of these politicians are men, are deciding to be in the doctor's room with the woman that needs medical care, basically. Like, this is why we had Roe.
But I guess my question is why we're focusing really hard on the obviously the more important side of it, of women who need medical care, but why are we not willing to focus on both sides of the issue? Because I would say that conservatives don't have an issue with women that need health care, but I would say we do have issues with abortions that are just 100% elective.
But
Are you willing? Okay, here's a direct question. Would you be willing to grant access to women, abortion to women who need an abortion versus women who just want abortion?
any woman who is going in for an abortion needs an abortion because
you're
that
not.
is why they're
You're saying
going
you're not,
to
is what you're
doctor.
saying. So
Do you know why? Do you know why women are getting abortions?
my whole set of values to meet yours, where I would say a lot of conservatives are willing to compromise and meet in the middle ground.
Okay, well, I mean, because you said that there should be a grape exception, right?
Of course.
So, but how do you prove that that woman?
You can't.
Exactly. So then how do you legislate that? How do you?
You don't. You just say, if a woman claims that they're raped, that they can get an abortion and let it be on their head and their conscience the rest of their life if they're lying.
Except that's not what happens, as I already said. In every piece of legislation, in every state, and even in Congress when it's proposed, they have stipulations. They say that a woman must do this, this, and this, and this to prove it because of that very point. Because Republicans don't trust women because they say, well, then that means that any woman can just claim to be raped and you'll have free abortions.
My question has been all along, and I'd like you guys to tackle this. Why does it have to be an all or nothing?
Because why? So what? Like, if we were to say, okay, to end abortion, we are going to, at the age that a man hits puberty and can have and has sperm to be able to make a baby, they all have to get, let's just say in this perfect world, they have to get a vasectomy that's 100% reversible. Do you think that that would be okay with you? For a government to say that you have to do this to your body, and then once, it's a two-sided agreement that there wants to be a baby, then you can get your vasectomy reversed. Do you think that's fair?
I think if we had 100% proof that they are 100% reversible, which at this point they're not 100% reversible in every case, I actually wouldn't have a problem with that.
Okay, so you would be cool with kids, they're basically kids at that point that, are going into puberty and they all have to go and get this vasectomy. You're cool with,
We circumcise children daily.
I mean,
we should.
I agree with you. It doesn't mean we should too. I actually agree with you on that point. But we can't sit there and bat a blind eye at circumcision then if we're going to use this hypothetical.
Actually, we can. We can. We can say that just because one thing's wrong doesn't mean that the other thing's going to be, right or something. Circumcision should be a choice, just as anything is. But I think her point is that you are okay with mandating that every boy in the United States or every male, when they hit puberty, must get an invasive procedure simply because you're afraid that they might get somebody pregnant because you don't want to have abortions.
But I'm not afraid. I'm not afraid of that.
becoming a reality, yeah,
You're using
because
the
because
hypothetical-
men
I'm
in Congress and
assuming you're
states
wanting
won't
them-
let it happen.
I guess my assumption was, and maybe I shouldn't have assumed, my assumption is the reason for that is to keep boys from raping women or girls and getting them pregnant.
No, this is like
No.
in a
Or just
consensual
because of
relationship. you can just-
But is that not what condoms are for? And like
And
schools, they give them out.
majority, the
like,
majority of abortions are due to failed contraception. And so that can be
But
on
is
the man side,
that
can be
failed contraception a claim? I mean,
no.
at the
This
same.
is no. This is actual research. Again,
No.
these are
I'm sorry. I phrased that wrong. The only way to say it's failed contraception is by self-reporting. Correct?
sure. I mean, that's what a lot of research in these type of situations are. Is it's going to have to be a self-reported thing.
Of course. And so, but there's also science that says that, like condoms are like 99% effective.
That is so. The 99% effective is in the research study when they have the person doing it like textbook every single time. They give a lot of wiggle room on the average person. It drops down into like the high 80%. So yes, still high, but it still drops down significantly because nobody's perfect. Things can slip, sizes wrong, holes, whatever, right? Like there's so many different things.
But that would be the exception to the majority.
That is the majority. Like that's what I'm telling you. Like,
No,
I mean,
the
sure, it could be
the
other.
exception of conception, I guess, is what I'm saying.
No, I'm saying that the majority of, okay, sure, but like the majority of abortions are because of this failed contraception.
But if you're choosing to have sex, should you not have to deal with the consequences of that? Because we went from great to now choice.
Wait. So are you saying that a child is a consequence? So you would go up to a child who wasn't like conceived on purpose and said, you're a consequence. You weren't wanted. You're just a consequence. And now you have
We're
to deal
all
with
consequence. Every human on this earth was born as a consequence to consummation.
No, like, so no, like that is not.
In order for a child to be conceived, there has to be conception.
Okay, so then how about this? So then you can walk up to a kid who, was born and say, your state outlawed abortion. Your parents didn't want you, but you're a consequence because they wanted to do this act. And
Whether
didn't
your
consent.
parents want
They
you or
didn't
not.
consent.
If your parents didn't want you, would you still want to live?
It depends. A lot of people, that is a huge thing that really messes with their mental health.
The majority of people in this world, the majority, want to live, right? That's why we're all here, is we want to live. That's what gets us up in the morning.
Okay, but
and so just whether the person is a consequence of a mistake or not doesn't take away their value.
so then you're just saying that these kids are mistakes. They're mistakes and consequences. Like women
Yeah,
are
I have
consenting-
family that have
but-
had kids
but
by
hold on,
mistake.
hold on.
But that doesn't mean the kid isn't valuable as a human being.
Hold on. So if you get into a car, there's a chance of getting into an accident, correct?
Of course.
Do you consent to getting into an accident? Like, are you consenting that you are?
Yes,
prepared
I
to
am
get hit?
taking, and every time I get in a car, I'm taking the risk of getting in an accident.
So
And
then-
by getting in that car, I give consent for that to happen. Just like when you go to a theme park and you go on a roller coaster, there is a chance, there's signs everywhere saying you could get hurt riding this ride, but you still consent and choose to get on the ride anyways.
Okay, great, sure. So then the next point is because of, okay, so sure, you consented to that. Well, now you want medical attention because you are in a situation that you need medical attention.
Of course, and we agree that
But now, hold on, but now, well, you consented to this, so you don't get help. You consented knowing that you could get hurt, very hurt at any, you could unalive, you could get hurt to any extent, but you consented to that. So now you have to live with that. And those are your consequences. You don't get medical attention now.
Yeah, people do jobs every day that put their life at risk. They lose fingers and they can't get their finger back.
No, but I'm saying you don't get to see a doctor. You don't get to go to the hospital if your life is.
If your life is in danger, yes.
No, because
Women
you
whose life are in
consented.
danger.
No, you consented. So you knew that this could be a possibility that, you know, it could leave you with lifelong disabilities, not being able to talk or not being able to walk or whatever, because you consented to it. So you don't get to see a doctor. That's my point.
No, because you've got two things going on here. You're saying life or death in one situation, but not life or death in another.
I'm saying that it can lead to lifelong things. Pregnancy can end up, you know, when a woman gives birth, there's a very high chance that she could hemorrhage out and unalive. Like there are things.
But that's not the majority.
But neither are the majority of car accidents or like driving.
How about this, Colin? How about this, Colin? You get into a vehicle accident. You're not seriously injured, but your car is totaled. Like, it's terrible. You are denied insurance. You have to pay for it your entire self because that's the consequence of you consenting to the accident. So you have to front that multi-$1,000 bill because you took that risk. Therefore, you don't get any insurance coverage, no matter what it is. No one's going to help you. You have to tow it back on your own. You have to do everything by yourself because you consented.
That's a good point, but you're talking about a car versus a human being, and the reality of it is
making it less. No, it's still you still consented. That's your property.
One of the beauties of
It's an analogy, though.
Okay, if a question's asked, I'd like to answer it. One of the beauties of life is that life is unfair. And yeah, I've been put in crappy situations like that before, and it sucks. But you just do it because it's a consequence of life. Nothing's promised to anyone.
Are you kidding me?
Bruh, that doesn't answer anything what we just mentioned. I mean, you're talking about consequences, and we grant people, even when they quote unquote consent to things, we still grant them help when they need it, such as when you're in a vehicle accident, whether or not it's body, it's vehicle, it's anything, we grant you help because we understand that you consented to driving. You did not consent to be T-boned by the guy who was going over the speed limit. That's, I mean, I'm sorry, but like you're not consenting to be T-boned here.
By getting in the vehicle and taking the risk of driving, in a sense, I am consenting to the risk of getting T-boned. Do I consent? Do I say, yeah, I want to be T-boned? No, but I'm consenting to the risk.
You're acknowledging the risk. You're like, yes, when I get in this vehicle, it's a possibility of an outcome. But it's not an outcome that I want to happen. I'm not saying I want this to happen.
When someone has schmecks, are they not then consenting to the risk of getting pregnant?
No, they know that that's a possible outcome, but doesn't mean that they want it to happen.
No, of course not. Just like you wouldn't want it to happen to your vehicle. I agree with you.
No, but Matt's point was that that's then saying like your car is totaled. You are no longer allowed to have insurance. You have to fund this by yourself because you knew that this was a consequence and you consented to this.
Yeah, and life sucks, and I would get off my butt and go work and make it happen and complain. I would complain about it the whole way.
That's such a, I mean, you're advocating for all society basically to just like shut down, that like all of our safety nets, insurance, everything that's about helping people. That's shut because then every single action that we take, we are consenting to the negative things that may happen. By your logic, we are consenting to the negative things that may happen, and therefore we can't get help for any of those negative things. Like whenever I go for a walk, I'm consenting that I may trip over myself and break my leg, right? Well, sorry, no medical care because you took a walk and you tripped, and that was part of your consent of going for a walk that day. Right? I mean, how many different scenarios?
A broken leg is very different from an abortion, or like.
No. This is your analogy, not mine. This is your analogy.
No, I have given no analogies other than the roller coaster.
No. This is your logic based on the analogies that you were given about how you were saying, well, that only applies in this and this. No. By your logic, every single action that we take may have a negative consequence, and because of that, You're saying that we shouldn't get help for any of those things because we quote unquote consented to those things. That's not true. When I go for a walk, I am not consenting to possibly tripping and breaking my leg. Like that's not
But
consent.
the situation where a woman needs an abortion because her life is actually at risk in the moment versus a woman who has an abortion and just doesn't want to just simply because she doesn't want to take the risk are two very different things.
But do you know why women are getting abortions? Like, do you know?
Because well, I'm not going to say I know in every case because obviously I'm a man and not a woman, but I will say
exactly
my viewpoint. Well, can't you just be thankful that I acknowledge that?
No, because
no, you can't be thankful that I acknowledge what you want me to acknowledge is that you're a female and I'm not.
Why am I grateful for you to say that?
Unless I 100% agree with you, you're going to be upset with me. I'm not upset here. Listen, in my opinion, a lot of women are wanting abortions because they fear the consequence of having a child. They fear not being able to pay for their bills. They fear not being able to give that kid. Okay, could you please, as a female, could you please explain to me then, so I can better understand?
So there's a lot of different reasons. There are things like people don't want kids. And if you force a kid into someone's life and there's no, they don't put them up for adoption and there's, nobody, it goes into the foster care system, whatever. But like, I know adults that were kids that grew up with parents that did not want them and they did not have a good life. They lived through trauma. That's one of them. But I mean, there are things like, as for me, like if I were to get pregnant right now, it probably wouldn't kill me, but I would be like severely disabled after, probably because I'm on medications because I have a chronic illness. And if I'd have to stop taking those medications for one, and I have a connective tissue disorder. And so this is something that like my ribs like pop out just from me living day to day. Like, so a baby would definitely not go well with my body. And I don't want to pass down what I have to a kid. Like, is that a valid reason?
So you think because a life has a risk of having a hard life, they don't deserve life?
Did you listen to the other example?
I did. I could answer that if you could say it one more time, just so I can better understand or better reply to it, because I did have a response, but then you brought two into it, so I got thinking about the second one.
Sure. So the other point I made was I live with a chronic illness. I have a connective tissue disorder. If I were to get pregnant right now, I may not die, but I would suffer, and I would suffer for the rest of my life, very likely. There's a good chance that my ribs pop out of place just from me living my normal day-to-day, just like walking around. So having something growing inside me would definitely not bode well for me, and I would suffer. I don't want to, one, pass down what I have, because I don't want to live with this. I don't want to be the one that gives this to somebody. But I could end up severely disabled.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so if I understand right, your 2 points are you don't want to pass this down because you don't want someone to have to go through the pain that you've gone through living with this, for lack of a better term, disability. And two, the other point you had was you don't want to risk your own health and safety or longevity due to your disability or sickness or whatever the correct term is there.
Correct, because it would also impact me raising this child, because I wouldn't be able to give them like as much as I would be able to if I were healthy or if I were able to adopt or whatever.
Okay, so I feel like I tackled the one part about not wanting to pass it down, about how just because like my question is just because someone's going to be born disabled or something like that, does that mean they don't deserve life or wouldn't want to live life? And I think in your case, you get up every day and you do what you have to do to make life happen, even if it does suck, because you still like life more than death.
Only because she has
kinda don't.
So I'm her boyfriend only because she has obligations. Because I know I just visited her for several weeks because we're a long distance relationship. And I get to see her day to day. Every waking moment that she's awake, even right now, she's in pain. There's not a moment in her life that she's not in pain.
Life is still chosen over death, right?
No, that's not true. Actually, she has told me multiple times, and she'll tell you this right now that.
I
don't know if we can say that online because it's.
Yeah, I'm 100% against.
TOS.
I'll be very careful about my words here. I'm 100% against anybody getting to the point where they make a mistake with their life. That's trying to be careful for life, right? We all understand what I'm trying to say there. But at the end of the day, life is still chosen over not life because you're still here. So it may not feel that way tomorrow, or it may not be that way tomorrow, but today you're here because.
Have you lived with a chronic illness?
Yes, I live with one.
A chronic pain illness?
Yes.
And do you have
I'm on medication for it, like painkillers and stuff. It sucks.
And it doesn't help me.
Yeah, no,
Anyways,
I
this
agree.
is because that's
Okay,
kind of
so that's my answer to the one side of the question. The other side of the question was you living with disability for the rest of your life or more debilitating illness due to having to grow a child inside of you.
Yeah, and then we'll move on because I know that this is getting kind of old, and I know that Parker wants to either restart or at least just move on.
Okay. Well, I appreciate your guys' time. I had an answer.
Go for it. Just say that quick, and then we'll move on.
Okay. No, I'm saying I had an answer. Now I'm trying to recall it because we've jumped around so much. I think
suffering, essentially.
Yeah, you suffering. Yes, I think it's unfair. I think that once again, that's where I would say, like, a lot of conservatives, boots on the ground conservatives, the day-to-day life people conservatives, not politicians, would want to reach across the aisle and try and find something to help you qualify if it truly puts you in danger.
I have nothing else, Parker.
I have an answer for it too. I mean, I'm paying for it. If she gets pregnant, the moment I find out, I'm paying for it. I'll fly her to fucking Great Britain if I have to get that abortion, and it'll be my child, and I got no problem with that because I'm making sure that she's staying healthy and that she's going to be okay. And if that means I got to fly her half around the world to get it done, then I'm going to do it. So, that's so I mean, so you can take your compromises, and I'll make sure that she gets it no matter what.
All right.
But anyways, everyone tap the screen real quick. If Parker's going to do a restart, then come back.
Probably going to do a restart.
Yeah,
Thanks,
so
guys.
come
I'll
back,
hop off.
everybody. Go watch Parker's most recent video somewhere. I'm sure he has one that's
You're
recent.
good. I appreciate you.
And he will be back soon, and make sure that you tap the screen lots so that he can send it back out. Also, Venmo and Cash App or whatever are in the bio for him.
All right. I appreciate you. Appreciate you.
Sorry that I took up your time. I had to
No,
give you
you're
a shout
fine.
out.
Don't worry.
Have a good one, guys.
I appreciate you, Parker. But
Peace out. Peace out.
W Parker, W Matt.
W.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
All right. I'm going to hit a restart.
Okay, sounds cool.
I'll see you in a second, Matt.
Yeah, bye.
Okay, everyone. Love y'all so much. I'll be right back, y'all. I'll be right back. Give me a second, y'all. Love y'all. And that, I love y'all so much. Love y'all so much. What's up, Emily? What's up, Mirna? What's up? What happened? I hit a restart on the live because for some reason, it just, like, some point it just stopped sending out. I do think it's related to the age restriction. So that is truly unfortunate, but we will test that. Let's give it a second, though. Tap that screen. Let's run it up to 100,000 likes. Share the live. Did you get a haircut? Yes, I did. I just got one today. What's up, Walker? You were on the For You page? Okay, for sure. Hopefully I send out. If you are voting for Trump, make sure to send a guest request right now. Only send a guest request if you are voting for Trump, y'all. Yo, what's up? Are you voting Trump?
I'm undecided.
Oh, okay, for sure. Well, I'm going to look for people who are voting for Trump. I appreciate you coming up. Thank you so much.
Can I ask you a question really
Go for
fast?
it.
Why? So one thing I've heard you say a few times is that Trump's tax cut has only benefited the 1%.
No, I don't say it only benefit. I said it benefit the 1% more than it benefit the middle class.
Okay. I saw an article that says it actually benefited the middle class and workers more on the Hill.
Yeah, that's just referencing 1 year, and it's also not taking into account the nominal amount of dollars overall. It's specifically taking into account percentage of income change in terms of from the taxes.
Okay.
So if you take $25 off of someone's taxes who makes less money, that's going to be a greater percent than if you take off $25 from someone who's richer.
Okay. All right. Thank you. I appreciate it.
Sure. All right. Appreciate you. All right, let's go on to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. Yo, it's a Paladin.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Hey, are you voting Trump?
Yes, sir.
Why so?
All right. Well, first off, man, I think Trump's agenda. You know, I see that you're bashing about he sexually abuses people and
You sexually
whatnot.
abused a woman, yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, but I think from that aside, do you think
I
that
don't know how you just set that aside, but okay.
Well, no. Okay, look. So, what I'm saying is, do you think that has anything to do with how he runs the country?
Yeah. Yeah,
Well, why so?
if you think
Why
it's
so?
okay to violate and assault women, what makes you think that you're going to be a good candidate for taking care of what women what women care about getting passed?
Okay. That's a good point.
Half the nation.
That's a good point. Okay, but first off, I'm not trying to come off in a bad way with this. This is just how I feel about it. I just don't see a woman doing good as president right now.
Why?
Well, I think women are unpredictable.
Women are unpredictable? That just sounds like misogyny to me, sir.
No, look, do you think that there's? I just don't think
women are
that there's going to be a women
unpredictable?
president right now.
Yeah, men are
man.
predictable. They're violent. So why would you want violent individuals?
I just think that you feed off false information, and
I feed off of false information?
Yes,
you just
you
said
do.
you think a woman wouldn't be good in president because she's unpredictable. Thank you for the duck. Thank you so much. Isn't one of the whole reasons you like Donald Trump and you think that he probably did some good things as it relates to foreign policy is because he's unpredictable?
Look, I like Trump because I think he's doing. I don't know. I just think he's doing the right things for this country, man. I know both sides. They have their pros, their cons, But I think Kamala? Is it Kamala? How you say it? My bad, man. All right, sorry about that. But I think that she's gonna.
Yo, Ken, I think of the dollar.
Bring
Thank
us
you so
to,
much.
I don't know.
Yes,
I think she's just gonna bring us to World War III, man. I don't know.
World War III? Why so?
Yes. All right. I might be wrong, but I think Trump does a really good job with meeting with other dictators and other what do you think about that though? When he meets with other people, do you think he represents that pretty
Why
good?
do you think that these dictators are scared of him?
Scared of him?
Yeah.
Okay, look. So have you ever heard? I'm just wondering, but there was an interview with Putin where he said he would much rather have Joe Biden in office than Trump. I don't know if you.
And why do you say that?
I think because he knows he can walk over
No,
Joe
what he said
Biden,
right after
man.
that
I
is
don't know.
because
I might be wrong. I
what he
might be
said
wrong,
right
buddy.
after that is because Joe Biden's more predictable. So Donald Trump is less predictable. So now are you saying that being unpredictable
I don't know.
is good or bad?
I like how Trump is ball. This might be wrong. You know, my.
So is it good or bad to be unpredictable?
I don't think it's a bad thing because you can be
Thank you so
unpredictable.
much.
in good
I
way. I don't
appreciate the
know.
dollar. Dude,
I know I'm all over the. I'm all over.
I can't. You can't make this shit up, dude. You can't make it up. You actually cannot make it up, Chad. Holy fuck, dude. So being unpredictable is good with Trump, but it's bad with
buddy.
women.
I like your cut. I love your cut, by the way, buddy. Nice
you,
haircut. Hey, bro, I was actually just chilling you, brother. I love you, man. Hope you have a great night. I support.
So crazy. I thought they were being serious, to be totally honest, chat. They sounded real. Yo, thank you for the happy weekend. Yo, it's a pal to you.
I am 27. I'm sorry.
Are you voting Trump?
I just wanted to ask one thing because
Go for it.
I get irritated. Whenever you get a pro-lifer, please, for the love of God, ask them what they feel about the foster care system and all of that crap. Because, you hear all these people say that the baby, it's a baby. But then once it's born, they don't give a crap about it.
Yeah.
It really frustrates me. And not once have I heard, I've been watching Dean and You for a little bit, maybe like 2 weeks. I'm invested now. Oh my God. My brain. But it really infuriates me. And as a person with mental health issues and disabilities of physical, I just cannot see why people don't praise you for wanting to make a right choice about not having a child and knowing you cannot support that child and give it exactly what it needs, but you would rather it go to a home that is fostered and run by the government. And I mean, if you don't know, some bad crap goes down in foster care systems. And I just really had to say that because, oh my God, please talk about foster care systems and all of that. Because if you want to do pro-life and no abortions, you have to fix that.
For sure. All right. Well, I appreciate
I'm
you
so
much.
sorry.
Thank you so
Bye.
much.
I'm sorry.
You're good. Don't worry. I appreciate you coming up. Thank you. Let's give the next person. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024, y'all. All right. Let's get the next individual up here. Do give it a second, y'all. All right. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 26.
Yeah, are you voting for Trump?
No, fuck Trump. And I want you to know that you're great at what you do.
I appreciate you. Thank you so much. I appreciate you. I'm going to try to get some MAGA supporters up here, but I really appreciate you. Thank you so much. I do. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 18.
Are you voting for Trump?
Yeah, probably.
Why so?
I think Kamala Harris is kind of like, 1 second. Not as smart. She kind of like reminds me of someone who's power hungry, and that's what she does to get to power.
She's not as smart. Did you know that Donald Trump recently just mistook Kamala Harris for Nikki Haley?
How many times has
that pretty
Biden
smart?
mistaken someone for someone else, calling the President Putin Zelensky or anything like that?
Okay, so if you think that means that Biden's dumb, well then it has to mean that Trump is dumb because he's done that with Nikki Haley, and Nancy Pelosi literally twice. Nikki Haley, Nancy Pelosi, Nikki Haley, Kamala Harris. For some reason, he just keeps mistaking Nikki Haley with people.
Well,
and he also mistook E. Jean Carroll, the person he was held legally responsible for sexually abusing, with his ex-wife. I don't know how he's so dumb that he did that.
Well, I also disagree with the thing about abortion and his stance on it.
What about it?
Like how it should just be allowed for anyone to get abortion. I also agree with
I do think someone should be able to get access to an abortion up to sentience. So tell me why the zygote is a person.
Because it's formed life. It's something that's going to be created into a person in the future.
Okay, so you understand that if I don't pull out, then there would also be a person there. So should it be wrong for me to pull out?
That's different because it's that's nothing started to form. There's no nothing's building.
Oh, okay, but like, why do you care about the? I mean, there are things that have formed, like there's a sperm and an egg, but like you don't care about those things. So why do you care about the zygote?
Well, wait. So, what's your stance on? So, you think from how long? Like, what's the time frame of you want?
I think people should be able to get access to abortions, electively speaking, prior to 18 through 26 weeks, and then after that, like through with grape or with self-defense.
I don't know, because most of the time when you go to abortion clinic, it takes a little bit longer for them to do all that stuff, and probably will go past that time.
What are you talking about?
Like, by the time you decide to get an abortion and then go to a clinic, it's not like you just go in there and then they abort the baby right then.
Okay, but that doesn't mean it's not going to be within the time slot. So do you want to engage with any of these points?
Which points?
Yeah. Are you gonna do it, or are we just gonna sit here? You know.
Wait, which points?
Are you going to acknowledge any of the points that I just acknowledged? Like, as it relates to the context of the pro-life, pro-choice arguments?
I don't know. I just think that it shouldn't be aborted unless it's the case of rape, incest, or something like that.
Okay. So, as it relates to abortion, right, you think that it's wrong because of human life at conception, right?
Yeah.
You think you should be able to pull the plug on an individual in your family who's brain dead?
Probably.
Yeah.
That's
Okay, but they're still alive.
No, nothing's happening like that.
Wait, but they're still alive.
Not
What do you mean
conscious.
nothing's happening? Oh, they're not conscious? Neither is the
That
zygote.
the baby will become
Neither is the
conscious.
zygote or the embryo. They're not conscious.
It will become conscious.
Okay, so just because something will become it doesn't mean it's valuable. Again, it will the sperm and the egg when it fertilizes, right, in the future will become like conscious, right, prior to the context in which it's fertilized. There will be a state that is in the future that is conscious. That doesn't mean it's wrong for me to pull out.
It's like so different because when talking about pulling out and something already being built.
No, because it will be there in the future. So there's nothing that you find valuable yet. You're just saying it will be there in the future. Same thing with me engaging with my girlfriend.
It already happening, the pregnancy starting is where it starts, not pulling out. It has nothing to do with it.
Okay, well, you're not listening. But I have a question. Do you think that violent offenders should be able to run for president?
Violent?
Yeah, do you think violent offenders should be able to run for president?
I don't think so, but it's not going to stop. It's been happening in the
Okay,
past.
so Fern, thank you for the galaxy. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. So you wouldn't vote for a violent offender?
Well, unless there's 100% proof that happened, then that's the only time I wouldn't vote.
Oh, okay. So you would vote for a violent offender?
Yeah, if it's not proven.
Wait, when you say proven, do you mean 100%?
Yeah.
So nothing in the court of law is 100%. It's just beyond a reasonable doubt or like preponderance of evidence. So
Well, 100% in my eyes to see like there's enough proof for that.
well, I don't know what you mean by 100% then.
Like it's obvious, basically.
It's obvious? Well, I think it's obvious based on preponderance of evidence.
Like which ones?
Like a civil court case based on an entire jury unanimously determining that he's like sexually abused a woman. You know, I would think that's pretty obvious that he has.
Can't
Or like,
really-
you know, like the 26 women that have said he's engaged in sexual misconduct.
Can't really do that when it's like these high placed people because it's all corrupt. So it's
You
mostly
say it's all, so you're just assuming all of these things are corrupt instead of acknowledging, right? Like what's specifically wrong about the case insofar as that it would indicate it to be corrupt. You're just assuming that it's corrupt.
Well, it is corrupt, but
Okay, so how do you know?
Because we've seen it throughout our entire government from any political leader that's like has gone through any trial or anything.
Oh, can you give me one example?
Bill Clinton. Probably
Bill
Hillary
Clinton? Bill Clinton, there wasn't an essay case.
There was a what's it called? I forgot what it was, but
Also, he was a Democrat, so like I don't understand what your argument is here.
What do you mean?
What's your argument here?
That it's all political leaders is corrupt.
Wait, what's your birth year?
2005.
How old are you?
18.
18. What month?
December.
December. So you would be 18. Yeah. So I don't know why people in the comment section are saying you're not old enough. So I have a question. If it was more likely than not that someone sexually abused a woman, would you vote for them?
No.
Okay, so that's what the civil courts are when he was held legally responsible for sexual abuse based upon preponderance of evidence. Preponderance of evidence means more likely than not. So it's more likely than not that he sexually abused a woman, so you're not going to vote for him, right?
So when it comes to that, it's like,
You're not going to vote for him, right?
you can't trust that, but everything
You're
else.
not going to vote for him, right?
I would rather have that than have Kamala Harris, who's like.
So you'd rather have someone who's more likely than not sexually abused a woman over Kamala Harris?
It's not most likely than not. It's not.
No, it's more likely than not. Yes, it is. That's what preponderance of evidence is.
Well, it's not 100% proven.
I said more likely than not. So, given that it's more likely
if
than
there's
not
still
that he
chances
that he
of not
that he
happening.
raped a woman, you're still saying that you would vote for him?
It was sexual assault, not rape.
It was grape. Forceful penetration of her female member against her will. Is that grape?
That was sexual assault.
Is that
but,
grape?
Yeah, I just said it was.
Okay, so then obviously, David, thank you so much for the $20. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. They said stop smacking. Thank you so much, David. So then obviously, if you consider it grape, and that's what happened, obviously you're going to say you wouldn't vote for a guy that's more likely than not raped a woman.
Well, it matters because it's multiple variables.
I don't see what.
Variables are that Kamala Harris and her views and Trump's views.
So I don't know. What about Kamala Harris is worse than like being more likely than not like a rapist?
Just because it's more likely than not doesn't mean it's true.
When it's more likely than not, right? Again, we would have good reason to accept it in other scenarios. Do you think someone who more likely than not should be able to get access to more likely than not raped a woman should be able to get access to a gun?
Yeah, if that person's not in jail, then yeah.
Okay, so if you think a guy more likely than not should be able to get, you think they should be able to get access to a gun?
Yeah, if that's more likely than not, and if they're not proven guilty, they're not in jail, then why would they not be taken away from them the gun?
So they should be able to get access to a gun even though they're more likely than not raped a woman. That's so fucking insane.
Well,
so if
what do you
someone
mean
more
most
likely than not,
You're saying
like
it's either
unalived
either
kids
they
at a
did or they
school.
didn't.
Wait.
Not most
If
likely
someone
than
more
not.
likely, if someone more likely than not unalived kids at a school, do you think they should be able to get access to a gun?
What does that mean? You can't most likely or not unalive kids at school. It's either
Yes,
you did
you
or
can. It could be most
How?
likely that it's you based upon the evidence.
What?
Yeah, it could be most likely you based upon evidence. So do you think someone who more likely than not, killed kids at a school, do you think that they should be able to get access to a gun?
That's not even like. There's no possibility of
You're
someone
just not engaging, dude.
No, you're just saying most likely or not. That's not like an argument.
More likely than not. More likely
I-
than not.
You keep saying that it's like impossible to answer because it's not like they did it or not. If someone did it, then no, they shouldn't. And if someone didn't,
Oh
then they
Lord,
shouldn't.
bro! Like you literally have better reason to believe that they did this, yet you still want them to have access to like an extraordinarily deadly weapon.
No, obviously not. But it's just like
You said obviously
I
not
don't know.
now, but you said you were okay with it before.
With when did I say about that shooting kids? I'm talking about Donald Trump's case.
Yeah, so you're okay. Wait, you're not okay with letting someone who's more likely than not unalived kids at a school get access to a gun? You don't think they should?
No.
Okay,
Obviously
so if
not,
you don't
but
think that they
just like-
should, why do you think that someone who more likely than not raped a woman should be able to get access to it?
Because there's what's most likely or not mean. It's not. You can't say most likely or not.
More likely than not. Is that not fucking obvious? Are you really unbelievable? Like, dude, that's not a difficult statement to understand what I'm saying. More likely than not. Is that
I'm trolling the whole time, bro? I'm voting for Biden.
okay? Fuck off. Can you all stop being so annoying, please? Get the if you're voting, Biden's not even able to run. You're so dumb. If you are not voting for Trump, please do not send a guest request. If you do, I'm gonna block you. Yosef, how old are you? Hello? Alright, let's go to the next individual.
Brother, you're a faggot.
What the fuck is wrong with you, bro? What the hell is wrong with people? Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Yo, what up, man? I'm 34.
Are you voting for Trump?
110%, buddy.
Why so?
Well, there's a lot of reasons why. I mean, I guess I can start with I want to be able to keep my guns. Harris don't want to keep our so-called ARs. So I want to be able to keep my guns.
So you think that the person who tried to unalive Trump should have been able to get access to a gun, like the AR-15?
Yes.
Okay. That he basically almost killed your guy with.
Yeah, he almost did, and that sucks. And he got a bullet right in the head back.
Okay. All right. Well, so here's my question. Are you pro-life?
Like, dude, I mean, here's the thing. I don't like abortion. So,
do you think it should be illegal?
I firmly think that it should be states' rights.
Okay, so you think that certain women in certain states should have restricted access to abortion even if they've been raped?
No. If that had happened,
well, that's what happens if you leave it up to the states.
Yeah, I understand, but I think like maybe like the federal government could like somehow make it to where that is acceptable.
To that, what is acceptable?
That if somebody gets raped, I think then maybe you should be able to have.
Yeah, so that's so many states. I think it's like 10 states, over 10 states, do not have grape exceptions for abortion. So
yeah, and
knowing that,
should.
Do you think it should be left up to the states?
I firmly still believe that the state you live in should represent the people that live in that state.
Okay, here, I'll ask you this. Why should it be left up to the states?
Because it should be up to the people in that state.
I understand you just restated the same claim. Why should it be up to the states?
Because the people of that state should be able to vote in the people.
I'm going to cry. You just restated the same claim. I'm asking you, why should it be up to the states?
Because that's state rights.
Okay. Do you think there should be, do you think that a woman's right to vote should be up to the states?
No, I mean, a woman and a man, anyone should be able to vote, no matter who you are.
Yeah, so why should a woman's right to be able to get access to abortion be left up to the states?
No, I'm saying if they get raped, then across the whole map, you should be able to.
Okay, but again, so as it relates to the context of elective, in order to be able to do that, you have to have Roe versus Wade or some type of document to do that.
Yeah.
Yeah, so what are you advocating for? What policy?
What policy? I mean, what I'm saying is it should be left up to the states. I'm saying that the state you live in should be able to vote for what you want.
Are you saying the state determines this because it's more representative of the person?
Yeah, I mean, essentially, yeah.
Yeah, so then why don't you leave it up to the individual person because that's most representative of the person?
That's a good point, but I mean, that is a good point. You got me on that. I'll give you that. That is a really good, valid point. But, okay, well, I don't even want to talk about that part because honestly, like, whatever, if someone wants to do that, that's on them. They got to live with that the rest of their life, you know?
Okay, but like, again, so if you want legal protected access to abortion, well, then you should vote for Kamala Harris over Donald Trump. Appreciate the boxing gloves. Thank you so much, Fern. Because Donald Trump actively put people in the Supreme Court with the explicit reason of overturning Roe versus Wade, which then made it be left up to the states, which then restricted women's access to abortion, even if they were raped in plenty of states.
That's been debunked. That was false. There's no proof, Satan, that Trump put people in there. Also, that is highly against the law to tell a judge what to do.
Wait,
you can't
sir.
tell a judge what to do.
Sir, you did not just tell me that that's been debunked and that there's no proof for that. He put 3 Supreme Court judges on the Supreme Court. Do you want me to like tell you? Remember Kavanaugh?
Yeah, but the thing is he
Kavanaugh one?
He cannot tell a judge what
answer the question. Is Kavanaugh one?
No.
Kavanaugh is not a judge that was put up there by Trump. Adrian, thank you so much for the $20. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Yes, it was.
Judge Kavanaugh, I thought was put up there by.
I don't know. I don't know the judges' names. So what? But I can say that.
Wait, you just said that he wasn't put there by Trump, but he actually was. So there's also Neil Gorsuch and Amy Coney Barrett. Those are all pro-life judges that he specifically put on the Supreme Court with the explicit reason of overturning Roe versus Wade. Hell, he even bragged about it. Reckless, I'm not trolling. He bragged about overturning Roe versus Wade and said it's because he put pro-life judges on the Supreme Court.
Yeah, but he still couldn't tell them what to do. Do you
Garen,
really
think of the galaxy. Thank you so much. Well, he knows that they're pro-life. He knows what they're going to do. So, like, come on, let's be a little bit rational here, you know?
Okay, how about this? How about Harris overseeing 1,900 cases as a DA?
Oh, by the way, you can't say the word, the drug name. By the way, one thing.
Flowers.
Yeah.
Flowers.
So actually, she didn't have the ability to sentence that, as she wasn't, like, at that time a district attorney.
What?
She was the attorney general at that time.
Yeah, so she overseen, as I said.
Yeah, so she doesn't
overseen-
determine whether or not they went to jail because of that, or they were continued to be admitted.
She was the
That's
boss.
that's specifically determined by the district attorneys.
She was definitely the boss over the DAs.
Okay,
You
you're
can't
not
say she
understanding.
wasn't. What? Okay.
She didn't have authority over that at the time.
With one of my companies, any of my employees represent me. My employees do what I tell them to do. They represent me. Same as that.
So then why did Mike Pence? Why does he not support Donald Trump, even though he was his vice president?
Because he's a globalist elite. He's part of the.
But that's part of his administration. That's his vice president.
Yeah, he clearly picked wrong.
Okay, so is he not responsible for that?
Who, Trump?
Yeah.
I mean, he got lied to by the.
So
deep state.
is he responsible?
Yeah, I mean, he made a mistake by picking him. We all make mistakes. We're human. We're not Jesus.
Okay, so clearly it would be the case that I don't know why you would make a point there. That doesn't really seem like a point at all, given that we just said that.
Well, I don't know, but can I tell you one thing though that Trump did that was amazing for this country?
Yeah, can you name one policy that Donald Trump influenced to get past the benefit the middle class more than to benefit rich people?
Yeah, okay, you ready for it? It's called the tariffs that he did.
Oh, that was the worst thing you could have mentioned. Holy shit!
Check this out. But
The tariffs hurt the middle class and hurt American business. What are you talking about?
Why it brought jobs back to America? Why, are you kidding me?
Very small amount. The vast economic research indicates that tariffs hurt this country.
No, I am a firsthand witness to it. So one of my companies I own.
Do you want me to explain to you why they're harmful?
No, let me explain to you why it wasn't harmful, because I seen it firsthand. So let me go ahead and explain to you, all right? So all the products that I buy for one of my companies, which is an excavation company, all right? All of the products say made in China. Under Barack Obama, they all said made in China. Everything that I bought, made in China, okay? So me being an entrepreneur and the guy I am, actually had one of my best friends go to China, and we ended up buying a bunch of stuff from there. But anyhow, so Donald Trump's tariffs actually hurt me in that aspect. But anyhow, all the products, no, it's for real. It did. It hurt me. But whatever. So all the products.
Bob, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you so much, Bob.
Yeah, he needs that money. So listen, y'all send him money. He needs it. Hey, you do. You know, you're out here doing your thing. So all these products went under Donald Trump, magically went from being made in China to guess where? Guess where they were being made at? USA.
Made in America.
Made in America, by God. And I can't tell you how happy and proud I was to be a Trump supporter and know that my brothers and sisters were getting to work in new warehouses that were opening up. One of them in Alabama that I made a good contact with. They had been closed down since the Bush administration. They had closed down. They reopened under the Trump administration and started selling bukus of products to me and to thousands of other people, only because Donald Trump did the tariffs. All right? Now, guess where all these boxes say?
I have a question.
Yeah.
If it is the case that his tariffs were so pro manufacturing, how come we have more manufacturing jobs in the United States now than we did in 2019?
Because of COVID, sir.
Wait, but we have more now than 2019. 2019 is prior to COVID.
I don't really think that's true. I don't know. Where are you looking
I'm looking at it right now from the Federal Reserve. Sarah, think of the $5. Thank you so much.
Y'all keep sending the money. He needs it.
And did you know American manufacturing is down from 1980s? Dude, I don't know why you're trying to hold on to American manufacturing when it's been down since literally the 90s and 80s.
Listen, you're reading stuff off the internet. I saw it firsthand. 110%. I witnessed it firsthand.
I'm looking at the economic data of the literal country.
Hey, that's cool, man. You believe whatever you want to see on the internet. I believe what I see in real life. That's the difference.
Yeah, so
between me and
you understand that the Federal Reserve is the best economic data in the country, right?
It says who?
Says any economics major, says any economist.
I'm not going to believe what somebody says that I don't know. I'm going to believe what I saw in real life.
Okay.
I know.
Do you go to the dentist?
Jobs.
Do you go to the dentist?
Do I go to the dentist? Yeah, of course I go to the dentist.
Why?
To, get my teeth cleaned, really. I haven't had a cavity since I was a young kid.
Do you trust their opinion more than you? Or, do you go to the doctor's office?
No, I don't trust their opinion a whole lot. They keep trying to get me to take my wisdom teeth out. And I'm like, why would I get my wisdom teeth taken out?
They give the $10 from the DNC. Thank you so much. Yeah, so wait. Well, you're not... Okay, I have a question. Do you go to the doctor's office ever?
Yeah, I do.
Do you take their advice?
No.
No?
Very rarely. Very rarely.
Intelligent.
When I was 7 years old, the doctor...
Aaron, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much.
When I was 7 years old, the doctors hopped me up on ADHD medicine, man. When I don't have ADHD. So they hopped me up on medicine.
Did you get diagnosed with ADHD?
They tried to say I had ADHD, but I didn't have ADHD.
So you got diagnosed by doctors with ADHD, and you're like, oh, I know more than these doctors.
No, not at an early age. I didn't. No, I didn't think that at all. I just took the medicine that is.
No, you're saying now you know more than those doctors.
I think that doctors are in it for the big pharma.
They don't even have an association with big pharma.
Oh, but they do.
What?
My best friend's wife is a RN. And she literally told me that each person that died from COVID, they got their hospital literally got a bonus check from it.
Okay, so you understand
I don't know if that's true. That's just what she said.
No. So what they would get is to be able to deal with being able to take care of people. They would get funding to pay the employees to take care of people who had COVID.
Well,
that was it. So obviously they're going to give subsidization for help with the pandemic, else these people wouldn't be able to be taken care of because there wouldn't be the necessary funds to take care of it.
I'm just saying I'm not going to trust big pharma.
You're not. You don't have to trust big pharma. You have to. We're talking about your doctors.
I don't really. Okay, so
secondly, wait. If you do you ever go to a mechanic? Thank you for the hand art.
No, I definitely do not go. Oh no.
Is there any professional? Is there any professional that you trust?
I'm trying to sit here and think. I don't really. Not really, man. No.
No, not a surgeon.
I would probably trust a surgeon. Yeah.
Okay. Why would you trust? Why would you trust a surgeon?
So I had a baby born a couple months ago, and unfortunately, unfortunately, my son didn't make it. But
I'm sorry to hear that.
Yeah. Thanks. So anyhow, I wanted to trust the surgeon, because at first they told me he had a 50-50 chance. And they did, they had surgery on him and everything, and it didn't work out. But I wanted to have faith and think that it was.
Okay, so the point that I was making is that you do find circumstances that because they know more than you trust the answers, right? Obviously, I'm relating to circumstances where we have individuals that know more than you, right? So obviously, you have best reason to accept that from people who know more.
Yeah. But Yeah, in the surgeon aspect of things, yeah.
Or like
But
say
on
say
top-
like how about this? Climate science. Do you think climate scientists are going to know the most about climate science?
Golly, my wife keeps calling me. Do I believe in climate scientists? No.
Oh, W wife. Honestly, W wife. W wife. Thankfully, thank the Lord. Keep tapping that screen. Let's get up to 500,000 likes, everyone.
Get them up there. Come on, guys. But anyhow.
Wait, actually, can I ask you about this? Do you think the election was stolen in 2020?
Yeah, oh God, yeah, 100%. Yeah, I've seen the proof. You see, that's the problem. Y'all get up here and say, oh, them videos have been debunked. No, they haven't. The video. People were bringing in boxes of ballots.
Reckless. I have a question.
Yes.
So all of those things were submitted to courts, right? How come none of them indicated sufficient evidence to overturn the election?
Do you really believe a court system? Do you think that the courts are going to do what's right?
I have a question. Do you think there's a border crisis right now?
Yes, I firmly
What
believe.
makes you think that?
Well, obviously, fentanyl's getting over here.
Oh, I have to kick you now. Fuck, dude. You said that
Aw.
word. God damn it. Yo, Elizabeth, thank you so much for the $50 on Venmo. Thank you so much, Elizabeth. I really appreciate you. Thank you so much. I appreciate you. Can we get some W's for Elizabeth in the comment section right now? Thank you so much. Yo, what's up? How old are you? How old are you? All right, if you're MAGA, type in the comment section right now and we will bring you up. If you're MAGA, type in the comment section right now and we will bring you up. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Yo, what's up? How old are you?
27.
Yeah, are you voting for Trump?
Am I on here? No, I cannot tell.
Yeah, you are. Are you voting Trump?
Yes.
Why so?
To be honest with you, because I don't really agree with the views of Kamala and Biden, and it looks like that's the only other nominee that we got.
Yeah, so it's Kamala Harris or it's Donald Trump. So why would you vote for the criminal over the prosecutor?
Like I said, I mean, I'm not necessarily I'm not one of these people that I'm trying to be careful what I say. I'm not one of these people that think Trump is the answer. Like I'm not just like solely for Trump. But I mean, my thing is like, how can one say, and I'm not hating on you. I mean, I'm obviously you're for Kamala and Biden, but what, can you answer why or how your life has gotten better, in the last, 3.5 years?
So I'll just tell you policies that I think were beneficial to the nation, right? The Bipartisan Infrastructure Bill, the CHIPS and Science Act, the PACT Act, and the Inflation Reduction Act. So specifically the Infrastructure Bill, thank you, Nicole. I appreciate the Galaxy. Thank you so much. That specifically expanded, I appreciate the Galaxy. Thank you so much, Nicole. Access to clean drinking water, specifically removing lead from all the water pipes. Appreciate the Galaxy. Thank you so much. I appreciate it all, like around the nation. Expanding access to high-speed broadband. Thank you for that mustache. Thank you so much. Building up our roads and bridges. Thank you, Nicole. Thank you so much for the Galaxies. I really appreciate that. Thank you so much, Nicole. Along with like building up jobs in the United States, the CHIPS and Science Act brings us up to 20% production of chips in the United States and bringing back manufacturing jobs to the U.S. Along with the PACT Act, which expanded veterans access to, or VA access to 1 million veterans. Appreciate the Galaxy. Thank you so much for specifically them being exposed to burn pits or toxic substances abroad. And then specifically the Inflation Reduction Act, the $35 cap on insulin for seniors, and the largest investment in renewable energy ever in the United States, which helps decrease energy costs.
So what do you not agree with Trump's policies?
Yeah, he added the most debt out of any president in the modern era, as it relates to a 4-year span, one term. Specifically, he added $8.4 trillion. Whereas under the Biden-Harris administration, there was $4.3 trillion. Danny, thank you so much for the Galaxy. I appreciate it. Thank you so much, Danny.
I didn't want to cut you off, but like, I'm just being honest. It looks like you're reading off of something.
I'm not. I'm playing 2K. Nicole, thank you so much for the galaxies. Thank you so much, Nicole. I'm playing 2K. Thank you, Nicole. Thank you so much. Holy shit, Nicole's going crazy. Thank you.
So do you not think that there's a border crisis going on? Do you not think that?
No, I don't think there's a border crisis right now.
Well, why is that?
Because then that would be indicating the end of Trump's administration. There was a border crisis. Danny, think of that mustache.
Well, say it again.
That would mean at the end of Trump's administration there was a border crisis.
I'm a little confused as to.
That would mean at the end of Trump's administration there would be a border crisis because there's the same level of border crossings now as the end of Trump's administration.
But the wall was not built.
Ali, thank you for the glowing jellyfish. Thank you so much. So the wall was only 23% built. So they built less than a fourth of the wall. And it is the case that Mexico didn't pay for it. So it seems like he didn't really get much done.
Can you explain to me, like I said, I want to know what, like, I guess from, I understand, like, you know, I'm not one of these people that's going to get on here and, like, if you're going to vote for Kamala, I'm not going to hate on you. Like, I would rather someone, like, vote for who they want based off of their views, as long as they've, you know, made some type of informed opinion. But I guess, you know, for me, like, when Trump was in office, you know, we had jobs. Gas was at, you know, one of the all-time lows. We were sufficient in energy. There was no new wars.
Okay, so let's talk about this. So you said gas prices were better under Trump's administration. Well, gas prices were even better under Obama's administration. So would you say that, like, Obama-Biden was better because gas prices were lower?
I'm not saying he's better. I'm just saying that since Biden has been in office, I mean, everything has went up.
Okay, do you think that Trump caused an increase in the gas prices because under his administration it was higher than under Obama's administration?
You cut out on me, and I'm sorry.
Yeah, do you think that because under Obama's administration gas prices were lower than under Trump's administration, do you think Trump is responsible for the gas prices going up?
I don't think so, no.
Okay, so because
and I'm not going to get on here and lie and say that, like, I'm the most, like, informed person. I actually, like, cannot stand politics. I mean, it's pissed me off ever since. Well, I guess kind of since Trump came in office, because like I said, I'm not, you know.
Maybe Trump is the
do what?
Maybe Trump is the issue there. But, like, yeah, the point that I'm making here is that there's a real effective policy that can benefit people, and Donald Trump isn't promoting that effective policy that benefits people. So what policy, can you name me one policy that he influenced to get passed that benefits the middle class more than it benefit rich people? Thank you for the hand arts. Do you know, Cameron? Hello? Jaren, thank you so much for the galaxy. I appreciate it. Thank you so much, Jaren. Hello? Cameron, are you there? All right, chat. I think he's gone. All right, let's get another person up. Only set a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024, y'all. If you want to support me, Venmo, Cash App in the bio, everyone. All right. Let's get this next individual. Yo, what's up? How old are you? How old are you? All right, let's get this next individual up here. Only set a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024, y'all. Yo, thank you for the little crown. Thank you so much, Alman. Thank you so much. Yo, Jasmine, thank you so much for the happy weekend. I appreciate it. I appreciate it. We're trying to get this next individual up here. Tap that screen, share the live. You can also check out the video I just posted. It's going crazy. It's like fucking 3.5 million views. 3.4 million. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, are you voting Trump?
Yeah, I'm 36 years old. I live in Atlanta.
Why are you voting Trump?
Honestly, I don't have a lot of information about him based off of how it's affected our family's business. I don't know the details of it, but it's kind of more or less, you know, Southern stuff is based off of what the parents go off of. Does that make sense?
Yeah, thank you for the galaxy. Thank you so much. Is that Dragon? Thank you so much. So you said you should go off the parents. I don't know what you're referencing. Thank you for the hand hearts. Are you voting Trump?
Yes.
Okay, why are you voting Trump?
Because when I started my business at the beginning of or the end of Obama's term, I noticed that I don't know how import tariff tax, I guess, went up because it cost me 3 times more now to get product from overseas than it did.
From Trump's administration, right?
Yes.
Okay, so why would you want to vote for Trump given that he increased your tariffs? Ashley, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much, Ashley.
Hey, can you hear me?
Yeah.
I pay more now on the Biden administration than
You're cutting out. Hello?
it costs me more to get product overseas.
Are you saying now? Okay, so inflation has gone up. Why do you think that's specifically because of Biden?
I don't know specifically. I kind of would like to be educated on why you think that Biden is better than Trump when it came to.
It's not Biden. It's Kamala Harris.
Airport taxes. Yes, as of what, a week ago.
Yeah, so Kamala Harris is better than Donald Trump because she hasn't been held legally responsible for sexual abuse, defamation, fraud. Sally, thank you for the little crown. She hasn't been undermining our American democracy for the past years with no sufficient evidence to indicate that she won. She didn't say that she would date a 10-year-old girl in 10 years. She didn't say that she had sex in common with her daughter. She didn't say it was okay for her to walk in and changing rooms of naked teenage girls because she quote-unquote owns the place. She's advocating for expanding access to the ACA. Appreciate the little crown. Thank you so much. She believes climate change is caused by humans. Basic things like that.
No, I understand. So I'm just telling you, the only thing that really affected my business was the import taxes. I thought that Trump would have been higher, but I actually pay more now under the Biden administration than I did under Trump. I don't know the details of that, but I can just tell you the difference in the numbers and my income have changed drastically over the years.
So what policy did the Biden-Harris administration influence get passed that made your life worse?
I don't know. I'm hoping that you can educate me on that since you know so
I don't
much
think
about
there's
him.
a policy that Biden-Harris administration passed that made you worse off. I think that everything was specifically related to things that were just happening in the economy, right? And then obviously you'd have to relate to a policy to say that they benefit or negatively impacted you.
Okay, so why do you think that I pay 3 times more now for product overseas than I did when Trump was in office?
Well,
Educate
because
me on that.
inflation has gone up worldwide. Yeah, it's gone up specifically in Africa. It's gone up in Asia. It's gone up in South America. It's gone up in Europe. So I don't know why we'd specifically say that this is just the United States.
Well, my cost has stayed the same over 7 years for the product, but shipping and import tariff taxes have gone up drastically since he became in office.
Okay,
If that
I mean,
makes sense.
I don't know why this means specifically like this was caused by the Biden-Harris administration.
Well, I mean, that's why I'm asking you. That's why I'm not.
I know you
voting
keep
for-
asking me, but like I don't think you're going to get an answer that you want. Like I think clearly it is the case that I don't think that the Biden-Harris administration caused it to be worse.
Let me ask you this: Do you own a business?
Technically, this is considered a business.
No, I'm talking about a real business.
Okay, if you don't consider this a real business, then no, I don't own a business.
No, I'm telling you, do you have a brick and mortar location and you deal with clients?
No.
Okay,
This is
then
the only
I'm
thing
good.
I do. Thank you for your sweet.
Okay, well that's why you're going to stay here forever. I appreciate it. Thank you for your input.
What do you mean that's why I'm going to stay here
You're a
forever?
loser.
What? You just got mad at
Because-
me for what reason?
Because, no, I'm not, bro. I promise you, I'm not mad. I'm just telling you that
just called me a
when Trump
loser.
was in office, because you're considering what you have a business. I'm sorry, but
By
you might
definition,
make
it's a
money at
business.
it.
Like legally, it's defined as a business, genius.
Yes, I understand that. But if you don't have a brick and mortar location, then I don't respect you. I'm sorry. I'm just telling you that under the
What? You, wait.
administration,
You don't think that there are online businesses?
there are online businesses. I have 3 of them.
Okay, so people who only do online businesses, you're saying that you don't respect them?
No,
Okay.
because
so,
it's very easy to make money in front of a computer. Do you understand that there's multiple businesses out there that won't do wholesale
okay, so
and
you
commercial
don't
accounts?
respect Donald
This
Trump because it's
won't
really
happen.
easy to make money whenever you get a $400 million inheritance from your daddy.
Donald Trump's never had to work a day in his life because he was born into money.
So you don't
That's-
respect him?
No, I don't. I think that he was 100% given a silver spoon his entire life.
Zig, you don't respect the guy that you're voting for is crazy, bro.
But you hear what I'm saying. I don't know a lot about either or, and I'm not saying that I'm 100% going to vote for him. So why would she be better for my business? Let me ask you that.
Well, I think she's better for the society overall, and I think that being better for the society then means it's going to be better for your business. Allie, thank you for fantastic.
So you think because she hasn't done any bad stuff personally, that she would be better for my business?
Well,
for me
and
to
I
vote
think
for her?
the economics are better on behalf of her. She wants to decrease taxes for people who are making under $400,000 a year to the same degree that the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act did specifically, but she wants to increase taxes on people who make over $400,000 a year to pay for things like the 2021 child tax credit, which reduced child poverty by 50%. Reducing child poverty would obviously make the country better off and would increase people's abilities to be able to pay for the products that you're selling.
I mean, that makes sense. Let me ask you this. If she wasn't running, would you have voted for Biden or no?
Yes, I would vote for Biden over Trump.
Okay. Because of his policies, or do you think that he's
yeah.
mentally fit to run again? Okay.
I
So
don't
it's
think
just a
that
policy.
I don't think Trump or Biden are mentally fit to run. But
Okay.
I think Kamala Harris is mentally fit to run, and I don't think Donald Trump is mentally fit to run. So if you want to reference whether or not they're fit to run, well, I think that's going to make Trump look really bad here.
I don't know much about her, so I can't really weigh in on my opinion on that. But originally, when it came down to it, I was going to vote for Donald Trump. You asked if I was going to vote for him in 2024. Yes, but I will do some research on her now that you've opened my eyes to certain things when it comes to this. So
for sure, all right,
I'll take
appreciate
into
you coming on.
consideration what you say. Yep, no problem.
All right, let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. We are just looking for some debates, y'all. All right, let's get this next individual up here. If you're MAGA, type in the comment section right now, and I will bring you up. Yo, what's up, how old are you?
Hi,
Thank you for that mustache, Danny.
I'm 24.
Are you voting Trump?
Actually, I've never voted, but yeah, I think I would. Yes.
Why so?
A couple reasons. I'm kind of in the middle, but I lean a little bit more towards the red side. Gas prices have increased since Biden has taken office, and that's like increased prices on everything.
Okay, so how was that caused by the Biden-Harris administration?
Well, whenever there's a Democrat in office, prices do increase. I don't really know.
Actually, did you know under the Obama administration there was lower gas prices than under Trump in 2016?
I mean, no, because I was 16.
Well, I'm just letting you know.
Oh. Well, and then
You
also...
were 16 or you are 16?
No, I was 16 in
Okay.
2016. But another reason, I think the blue side tends to hide things, and
What do we hide?
it's just the leader, not like common people, but like just leaders in general. When they
Don't you think that Donald Trump is hiding things? Like, for example, why didn't he give up his DNA in the E. Jean Carroll case?
not sure what that means, but
Oh, okay. So specifically, he was held legally responsible by a civil court of 9 and a jury of 9 people that indicated it was more likely than not that he sexually assaulted E. Jean Carroll. He was held legally responsible by a civil court and had to pay millions of dollars in damages.
well, I understand all of that, but I think he's a good businessman, and
Do you,
for
do you know
the
any good
country,
businessman that has 6 bankruptcies? Can you name one?
I mean, a lot of millionaires have failed, so
6 times?
I have some people in mind, but
Yeah. So can you name one person that has 6 bankruptcies that is a good businessman?
I don't have the facts in front of me. But another point I would like to make is that once the whole, I guess, overseas wars, Trump is considered a very, I guess, other countries look at him and we're not going to mess with, when he was in office, we're not going to mess with overseas wars.
There were
Biden
overseas
took the
wars and
office.
there were people messing with the United States.
Of course, there's always going to be conflict, but
So what makes you
There's
think that
less.
Trump reduced it?
because he, like, is a strong person. I don't know, like, he just,
He's a strong. So are you assuming that Kamala Harris is weak?
yes.
What makes you think that she is weak? Ms. Sharp, thank you so
she-
much. I appreciate the galaxy.
She seems to not know, like, what she talks about in speeches, and just, I just don't understand.
So
who-
Donald Trump just mistook Kamala Harris for Nikki Haley. So does he know what he's talking about?
I'm not sure. But another point,
Rich, thank you so much for the galaxy. Thank you.
what else? What else was I going to say? Well, I mean, with the whole debate, too, that was another point. Just looking at the two candidates on the TV and, like, hearing them speak, I'm going for the guy who can actually, you know, conjugate stuff. But, yeah.
So wait, it's not Donald Trump versus Joe Biden. It's Donald Trump versus Kamala Harris, and Kamala Harris is more cognitively fit than Donald Trump. Donald Trump mistook E. Jean Carroll, the person who's held legally responsible for sexually abusing, with his ex-wife after saying that he wouldn't have sexually abused E. Jean Carroll because she's quote-unquote not his type. So if you're going to talk about cognitive fitness, well, again, that's way better with Kamala Harris comparative to Donald Trump. I mean, Donald Trump's the oldest candidate in presidential history. He's in cognitive decline. He obviously can't tell where he is or what's going on. He's incoherent. He can't form sentences. He talks on incoherent rambles. Battery shark. Which one? Shark battery, electrocution shark.
I don't know. I just feel that financially, it would make more sense to go with him.
How so? Why would it make more sense?
Well, like, I don't know. It just, prices go down once.
Prices go down. If he was in office, prices actually would go up because he's advocating to increase tariffs, which tariffs are inflationary, which means that they cause prices to go up. It's a tax on goods coming into the country, which means the price on those goods would go up.
Right. But
So
that's,
he would literally cause inflation.
that's deterring other countries to, like, you know, for example, China, like, to sell stuff in the U.S. So it's
Well, he
deterring
wants a
other
60 to
countries.
100% tariff on China, which would decrease imports by 85%. So that would cause massive inflation in this country. And it would cause our products to be less valued on the global stage, right? It would be the case that our products would basically be isolated from going to China. Kevin, thank you for the $15 on Venmo. Thank you so much, Kevin. I really appreciate that. Thank you.
It's making other countries stop selling their products here, so that way we can make our own stuff and not have to rely on other countries.
Well, the reality is that we get most of our stuff from other countries, and we wouldn't be able to just like revert it back and we have all the manufacturing in the world. Like, that's just not how it works. We haven't been like as massive in manufacturing as what you're referencing since the 90s.
True.
So why would we, what's the point?
To be more dependent on ourselves, so that way, let's say,
Why shouldn't we depend on other countries? Like, if we want like particular types of fruit, we're okay with buying that fruit from other countries.
well, I mean, if you want that fruit, maybe move to that country. I don't know. I just feel
No,
that
we buy the fruit from those countries because they grow better of that type of fruit than what we grow here in the United States due to the differences in climate.
right. But I mean, like, we grow apples and stuff, but you're not going to get like
No, but you understand what I'm
tropical-
saying, though. Like, other countries can provide us goods and services, our goods specifically, and that's totally fine. There's no issue with other countries providing us goods. Now, if we're specifically referencing like semiconductors or like chips and stuff like that, I could understand the reason why you might want to have American production of these things, is that's like the basis for like the entire economy. That makes sense to me. But we're not talking about that here. We're specifically talking about just any specific aspect of the country, right? Which makes no sense to me. That's not some like hyper specific reason. That's just because you feel like it. Think of the hanging lights. Thank you so much. And increasing prices just because you fucking feel like it doesn't. That's not a good point to me. That's not a good. That's not a good reason to increase prices, especially if you were complaining about prices just beforehand.
It's prices on other, like all the Sheen and all that stuff. You know,
Think of the other
it's
kinds.
not.
Thank you.
Yeah, when you look at, I don't know, all the clothes that we own, that's all China, and so
No, not all clothes are China, but a lot of clothes come from China, sure. But like again,
And,
what would you rather be the case? Would you rather it be the case that we make all of our goods more expensive, so we make it even harder for American citizens to like afford their basic necessities? Thank you for the paper crane.
just processing that question. I think the idea of
Is that putting America first?
I think
Cassie,
so.
thank you so much for the
because
galaxy. Thank you so much. How is it putting America first to increase our goods prices? Chris, thank you so much for the galaxy. Thank you so much, Chris.
I think it's other countries' products, so we're deterring them to bring in their products to the U.S. That way, we're more dependent on ourselves. And let's say it were to go, we have all these.
Why is that a better thing? If it causes prices to go up significantly. Alexis, thank you so much for the $20 for Kamala 2024. Thank you so much.
If we have all of these countries and I don't know how to say it, alliances, the alliance things. If our main source of products at the moment is China,
No, it's
TikTok
not.
is-
It's not necessarily just China. Like, I don't know why we're assuming it's just China.
no,
And
I,
also,
I
if
those
China
countries,
if
but
China
the
relies
main-
on selling their products here, think of the confetti. Thank you so much. Don't we have more bargaining power because we're the ones buying the products? So if they make the products and we don't buy them, that is a drain on their economy.
well, no,
Thank you for the money
because
again. Thank you so much.
okay, if you're gonna go, okay, I need a T-shirt today for whatever. You go online. There's a $5 shirt off Shein or a $50 shirt made in the U.S. You're of course gonna go for the $5 shirt, right? So
Depends on the person, right? I might go for the $50 shirt depending on whether or not I like it. Someone else might go from Shein. I specifically haven't bought from Shein ever, so I don't know.
but the common person can't
Dom,
afford.
thank you so much for the $20 and 20. Wait, if the common person can't afford it, appreciate the handout. Thank you so much. Why do you want to make their prices higher? Wouldn't you just tell them to buy products that are not from China, right? Instead of just say, "Oh, I'm going to force you." Dom, thank you so much for the $20 and 24 cents. Thank you so much, and Erica, thank you for the $20. Thank you so much.
But if it was
Thank you,
to
Galaxy. Thank you, Cat.
be only okay, you can only buy. We only have these shirts, and they all were made in the U.S. That money would stay in the country, and that way we wouldn't be putting all this money out into like other countries. You know? Does that make
No,
sense?
so actually, they're benefiting us and we're benefiting them. So us engaging in trade with them is more efficient for our economy than if we weren't to engage in trade with them. That's why we engaged in the trade. So why do you want to restrict that trade, given that it's beneficial to the United States?
But it's not because you're being dependent on these other countries. And then also, if it was to go haywire and be like, okay, we're gonna stop sending all this stuff to you, and we're gonna start bombing you. Or something
Name
like
one
that.
country around the world that is totally dependent on just themselves.
Let me think.
That like does well. Pomegranate, thank you for the gem gun. You okay?
Yeah, I have no clue. I
Miss
really
Harp,
was
thank you for the galaxy. Okay. So obviously, doesn't that indicate that like probably we require the global economy to have like good conditions? If it is the case that there's no country around the world that's been totally isolated that has had like good quality of life. Thank you, Singing Bee. Thank you so much.
Yeah, I mean, I get that. I get that.
Okay. All right. So then why are these tariffs good if they're going to cause prices to go up? If we already just said here in the conversation that prices going up is bad. Fern, thank you so much for the galaxy. Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
It would keep money like moving, it's not like not.
You know what keeps money moving? Giving money to people in the middle class because they're more likely to spend that money. They're more likely to consume goods, like a greater proportion of the money that they get, rather than people who are rich. People who are rich are less likely to consume goods, therefore it's less likely to go back into the economy and help people. Thank you for the IC. Thank you so much. Like when you give it to people in the middle class, it goes from one person to another person to another person to another person. So ultimately, it does more. Does it make sense?
I get that point of view. I think the idea is in order to keep the U.S. the dream of like the American dream type thing.
Yeah, like the country is better off for our kids than it is for us. Well, in order to be able to do that, we have to acknowledge things like climate change, try to fight against it, which Donald Trump doesn't do. He denies climate change. He says that it's going to start cooling. Just we don't know it yet in terms of science. Like science just doesn't know it yet. That's insane. And that puts our children at risk. Him adding more money to the debt than under the Biden administration. 8.4 trillion under Trump, 4.3 trillion under the Biden-Harris administration. That also hurts the future generations in terms of the interest payment on the debt. So is he really looking out for our children and our grandchildren? Or is he kind of undermining that? Catty Girl, thank you so much for the galaxy. Thank you.
Well, I don't know. The world has gone in waves of like the heat, like, dinosaurs and like going back way back.
Yeah, but we're talking about the climate being in such a way in which it allows for the best conditions for human habitability. We're not talking about what's best for dinosaurs living. We're not talking about what's best for plants living. We're talking about what's best specifically for human beings to live on this planet.
Yeah, but the Earth has gone in waves of like the temperatures going up, going down.
Yeah, and the Earth was fine. And I'm not saying the Earth is not going to be fine. Thank you for the Forever Rose. Thank you. The Earth is going to be completely fine. I'm saying the conditions on Earth won't be fine for us. Does that make sense?
I get that.
Cassie, thank you so much for the hanging lights. And Veronica, thank you for the $47 for the 47th President Kamala Harris. Thank you so much. I appreciate it, Veronica. Thank you for the $47. Let's get some W's for Veronica in the comment section. Would you vote for someone who's more likely than not sexually assaulted a woman?
That's personally, I think, not part of the discussion because I'm just looking at, okay, what's gonna get me personally? What's gonna work for me?
So you would vote for someone who's more likely than not sexually assaulted a woman? Jessica, thank you for the $2.
There's two sides to this coin. There's, the blue side, right? And there's a lot of things that are different to me.
Yeah, I'm just asking you, would you vote for someone who's more likely than not sexually assaulted a woman?
I don't think that's part of the discussion.
Okay, would you vote for someone who's more likely than not sexually assaulted a child? Or is that also not just part of the discussion?
That's not part of, I don't think that is.
Why is it not part of the discussion?
It doesn't have to do with being, president.
Yeah, I don't know. Thinking it's okay to violently assault women probably puts into question whether or not you'd be able to care for a woman as a president of the United States. Right? Women being more than half of our society.
I get that, but I don't think that's even part of looking at this,
What do you mean?
I'm just looking at the candidates and their policies.
Yeah, so can you name me one policy that Donald Trump influenced to get passed that benefit the middle class more than it benefit rich people? Jonathan, give the 50 cents.
I'm just looking at like what's going on in the country and like
Yeah, can you name me one policy?
what policies.
Can you name me one policy that Donald Trump passed, like influenced to get passed?
Well, no.
So if you're saying it's only predicated off of policies, then you can't mention me a single policy that he passed. Why can't I question specifically his character, like whether or not he sexually assaulted a woman?
Not sure.
Okay, so now will you address that knowing that you don't know any policies we could talk about? Like, do you know a policy that the Biden-Harris administration has influenced to get passed that you disagree with?
No, I can't.
Okay, so would you vote for someone who's more likely than not sexually assaulted a woman?
All right. This was a good discussion. I'm gonna get off.
Okay, why? Oh, okay. That was brutal, chat. That one was really brutal. That was really brutal, chat. That was really bad. Oof. Yo, what's up, how old are you?
Hello?
Fern, thank you so much for the You're Amazing. Are you voting for Trump?
Well, I'm not. I'm undecided at this point.
All right. Only send a guest request if you are voting for Trump, y'all. We are just looking for some debates. I do appreciate every single one of you who are undecided, but you should absolutely vote for Kamala Harris. It's not even a question. Just think about this. He's literally said to a 10-year-old girl that he want to be dating her in 10 years. He's been held legally responsible for sexual abuse. That's all you need to know. Now, are you voting for Trump? Hello?
Hello?
How old are you?
I'm 24.
Are you voting for Trump?
Yes, I am.
Why so?
Because I want that guy, and because I will vote him because he's the best one for the country so far. You know that.
Yeah, so, okay, how is he the best for the country?
He kept the country safe with no wars around the world while Biden did allow this, and he put all this money to Ukraine, putting all the immigrants to this country, and giving them all free stuff and kicking kids out of school just for the immigrants.
So I have a question. Thank you for the handouts. Thank you so much. You're against immigration?
I am not.
Carly, thank you for the $10, and Zachary, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. Well, you brought up immigration like as if it were a bad
Right,
thing.
yeah, I am not, but obviously it's a problem going on right now. I'm an immigrant, obviously, but I got here legally. I got here through a process. And obviously the Biden administration is letting anybody get in here without even looking their background.
What policy did the Biden-Harris administration pass that just let anyone into the country?
They just opened the border.
What policy opened the border?
They opened the border. Do you even know how many times has she been at the border? She has never been at the border.
She's been to the border in 2021.
When
in
she did it?
2021.
What day was that?
Yeah, I can find it. I can tell you the date, but I'm just telling you she went in 2021.
And I'll let you know if that's true because she actually accepted in an interview. She has never been to the border.
That was literally prior to her being vice president.
Nah, she never did it. She
has.
did it
So,
once and for this, what else she can do now?
I appreciate. Thank you so much. So I have her visiting El Paso, specifically June 25th, 2021. Right. I have her visiting here June 25th, 2021 from BBC, from NBC, from the Texas Tribune, from...
They are all liberals. They will always tell what you
This is the Texas Wait, so you're not going to accept any of these? These are just describing events. I have it from NPR. I have it from CNBC, from Vox. I have it from factcheck.org. I have it from Axios.
That's all.
Anicia, thank you so much for the $30 on Cash App. Thank you so much. I have it from Fox News.
Did you saw her there? That's my question.
So again, she was there. There was documentation of her there in 2021.
Believe any news, it's all fake.
You think it's all fake?
Republicans or liberals news all fake all the time whenever it's convenient for them. But my question for you is,
So you think
do
it's all
saw her
fake?
there? Do you saw her there?
Have you been to Australia?
I have, for sure.
You have?
Definitely. That's where I got my English from.
Okay. Have you been to Antarctica?
I have not, for sure not.
Do you think Antarctica exists?
There is facts, there is photos, and of course it exists.
I'm asking you, do you believe Antarctica exists?
It does, yeah.
So if Antarctica exists and you've never been there, how do you know?
Because what question is that? Are you even asking real questions?
Bro, you literally said, have you been there? Did you see her do it? So again, I can know that she did it even without being there
Did
myself.
you saw her there? That was my question for you.
Yeah, did you see Trump get assassinated in person?
I did. I was there.
You were, where was it?
It was at the fucking, what's the fucking state?
I was there, but I don't remember what state it was in.
I don't remember his name. It's,
what state?
It's, hold on. It was, I literally can't remember the name of the states all the time, but
yeah, you know, you were in the state, but you can't remember the state.
No, because it was all creepy and we literally left. What was the state there?
Was it on the east or west coast?
It was east.
It was on the east coast? Yeah. North or south?
Right.
Did he actually just leave and go ask someone? He literally just left. He left to go ask someone. There's no fucking way. What?
What was that?
Okay, wait. So what state?
It was Pennsylvania. I know that.
Pennsylvania?
Yep.
What city?
I don't know Pennsylvania. I don't know the city.
You went there?
Huh?
You went there?
I was there. Yeah.
What state do you live in?
I live in Florida now.
So you live in Florida and you went all the way to Pennsylvania to go to a Trump rally?
It's Trump rally. Come on, who doesn't shop to Trump's rally?
Holy fuck, that's so cringe. Oh my god. You, instead of going to one that is more close to the south, you went all the way to Pennsylvania?
Yeah, my whole group of friends were going. I was going to Jordan. Of course I was going.
Dude, there's no fucking way. What time is it right now?
Right here?
Yeah, what time is it right now?
It's 10:29. 20:28 actually.
Okay. Dude, no fucking way you actually went all the way to Pennsylvania. Did you wear a bandage?
No,
after he got shot?
So to give you an idea, I'm actually going to Adele's concert at this place is coming up all the way there, out of the US.
What? Say that again?
Actually, just to give you an idea how crazy I am when I want to see something or like something is because I'm going to see Adele's concert out of the US all the way there. I could have gone to Vegas, and I didn't. That's an example.
Okay. All right. Interesting. I don't know why you would go from Florida to Pennsylvania just to go to a Trump rally. I think that's pretty cringe. I have a question.
Well, I think
was the
really
Trump
crashed
was the
on
Trump rally in the morning or at nighttime?
It wasn't not even at nighttime. It was about afternoon.
Okay. Dude, maybe you did. That's fucking crazy. I don't know, man.
So, okay, so I don't.
Wait. I have a question. Were you there on January 6th? Brandon, were you there on January 6th at the Capitol?
That's great.
Brandon, were you at the Capitol on January 6th?
Do you hear me? I say no.
No. Okay, so do you think that it happened?
It did happen. Yeah.
It did?
Yeah.
But you weren't there.
I wasn't there. I saw that.
Okay, so how do you know it happened?
Because there was news and my friends were there.
There was news. I thought you disputed all the news. I thought you didn't accept the news.
No, the thing is, when I ask you personally, the news will say anything, but did you actually had a proof by yourself? I did it by my friends. You did not.
Dude, what do you mean you did it by your friends? What, dude?
My friends were there.
Your friends were at January 6th?
Mm-hmm.
Did they go in the Capitol?
So why are you asking?
Wait. Did they go into the Capitol?
They lived there, and they actually went to the after this happened. They went to see if it was.
Did they go inside of the Capitol?
No, they did not. No, they're not.
Okay. So how did they know it happened inside?
Okay, can you listen to me? I will say this one more time so you can kind of understand me, because they live there, and when I saw this happen, I couldn't believe it. So I asked them if they were around there to go check around, and they actually went walk around the White House, and it was there at the Capitol. It was all the mess.
So they were at the Capitol and they went in?
What language do you speak? I clearly say they were not in. They were.
Okay, so how did they know that people were inside of there?
Okay, so my other question, I clearly hold on one second.
How do they know that they were inside of there?
Actually, give me 1 second. My Uber is just here. Hold on. Just hold
You said
on a
what
second.
is here? Hello? Hello? All right, let's just go to the next person, y'all. I'm just gonna go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump. Bro literally said he had friends. He said he had friends at January 6th. That's so crazy. And that he went from Florida to Pennsylvania just to go to a Trump rally. That's so crazy, chat. I can't believe that he said that. I still can't believe it. That was crazy, bro. Can you imagine going across like half of the United States just to go to a Trump rally for no other reason but just to see Trump? I can't, dude. I actually can't, man. Imagine going on like a fucking 12-hour drive just to go see Trump. Dude, I can't imagine. I can't do it, dude. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Hello? Thank you for the duck. Thank you so much. Yo, what's up? How old are you? All right, let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024, y'all. Yeah, thank you for that mustache. Thank you so much, Anchor. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I am 21. Just turned 21.
Are you voting for Trump?
I am, yes.
What's up?
So I'm up in North Dakota. North Dakota's big on oil, as you imagine. So, everything that has happened did happen under Trump, and that we were doing pretty good. And now, the oil field kind of went dead under this
So did you know
administration.
we have more
I don't
oil
know.
production now than any point in American history?
Right now?
Yeah.
I
Than any
mean-
point in American history.
Personally, I haven't seen all the business that was passed in the history. I'm just saying North Dakota as a whole, not United States, just North Dakota. North
okay,
Dakota is
so-
really big in oil.
So can you name me one policy that Donald Trump influenced to get passed that made the middle class better off than it made rich people?
I'm just gonna say right now, I don't read every policy. I just personally, everything that happened under that, and then fracking, and then energy independent. That was the first time in many years that we are energy independent, and then
So actually, we're more energy independent now than we were under Trump's administration. Because again, we have more production
under
of
all
oil
the
now.
green deals.
We have more production
Under
of
all the
oil now
green
than any
deals.
point in American history. Not only that, but it is the case specifically that we have more investment in renewable energy now than any point in American history as well.
Green energy is not safe energy.
It is more safe than fossil fuels long term.
Well, long term, maybe so, but it's not better, and it's more expensive, and
It
it's
is better
definitely
long term,
not.
and it's becoming cheaper. Solar specifically has decreased in cost by 3 times in the past 10 years, according to the
By
Department of Energy.
What cost are you saying for the people?
I'm talking in terms
or
of
for
per
government?
kilowatt development or production. Tasha, thank you so much for the $20 on Cash App. Thank you so much, Tasha.
Again, are you saying for people or by government?
I said 4 people.
Maybe so. Solar is, yes. Solar is, by far. But we cannot just keep going in these green deals, $1 trillion green deals, when we don't even know.
Wait, you
in the
understand that
future-
we spent less under the Biden-Harris administration in terms of debt-related spending than under Trump's administration? So
We're not
4
even
point-
talking about debt. We're talking about green deals.
You understand that the reason why you'd say that a Green New Deal would be bad is because it adds debt, right? Otherwise, how would you say it's bad?
No. Not just debt. I'm saying, in a whole, the Green Deal.
Why is having investment in renewable energy bad?
I don't think renewable energy is bad. I just think we don't need to be
No,
spending
why is investment in
trillions on
renewable energy
trillions of
bad?
dollars into it when it doesn't even come back that it's even worth it.
It does. It does.
Maybe not.
You're just denying it.
No, I'm not. If there's actual evidence of it
Yeah,
actually,
it helps decrease energy costs because it is the case that it brings down pricing.
maybe so. Maybe so.
All right, yo, thank you for the glowing jellyfish. Thank you,
NATO
Jakey.
thing.
Thank you for the cap as well.
So are
Tara,
you
thank you so much
under
for the $4. Thank you, Tara.
understanding that Trump wanted to completely abandon NATO?
No, so
Because
he didn't
that's
want to
not
completely
what
abandon
he was trying
NATO,
to
but
do.
he doesn't want to defend countries from Russia invading them who didn't meet the 2% GDP military expenditure.
The Ukraine thing is wild that thing is even going on. But the whole NATO thing, he wanted other countries to chip in because we are primarily
Yeah, I think
the
this guy's
only
lagging. So he has MAGA mobile. I'm going to go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024, y'all. Because he didn't pick up my question at all. And it was like lagging on my behalf, and he had one bar as well. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Oh, they're not here as well. Let's get the next person up here. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024, y'all. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
36.
Are you voting for Trump?
Probably.
Oh, why so? Think of the cap, Diane.
Well, I just like his policy of not supporting all the extracurricular wars. You know, we didn't have any new wars under Trump.
So, yeah, when you say new wars, what do you mean? Thank you for the handout. Thank you.
So I would reference Ukraine and Israel.
Okay,
Not
so
that they could have been avoided, but I think Ukraine may have been able to be avoided if we
did you
just
know
had
that we had
a
proxy
stronger
wars under?
president.
Did you know that we had proxy wars under Trump's administration? There was a proxy war between the United States and Russia and Syria. There was a 450% increase in military drone strikes in the Middle East. Trump literally, quote unquote, launched a war against ISIS. So you can't tell me that there were no new wars, but then at the same time he launched a war against ISIS. Fern, thank you so much for the fireworks. Thank you so much.
Sure, but that was an ongoing problem, I guess. Well,
Okay, so you
I
know
don't
that
wanna
was
say
also it was
ongoing, but
also
yeah.
wait. In that same sense, it was also ongoing for the Israel-Palestine conflict and for specifically the Russia-Ukraine conflict.
So you're saying the Russia-Ukraine conflict was ongoing, as in Russia
You understand
had
that 2014
invaded
2014
under
they
Trump,
annexed
or-
Crimea.
Exactly. So we have a Democrat in office in 2014.
Why?
They
Okay,
annexed
so I have a
Crimea.
question. Did Woodrow Wilson cause World War One?
Did Woodrow Wilson cause World War One? I wouldn't say that.
Yeah, but it
I would
happened under his
disagree with that.
administration. He was president.
Sure. So I think
So
the
so
problem
just because
with
they were
Ukraine-
president doesn't mean that they
Yeah.
caused that
No,
conflict.
I'm not saying that Obama caused the annexation of Crimea. What I'm saying is that if we had a stronger president in office, maybe they could have stopped it. I'm not saying he caused it.
What
But,
makes you think that Trump is stronger?
well, they didn't annex Crimea when Trump was president. As soon as
Just
Biden
because it didn't
became
happen doesn't mean that
president,
he's
yeah.
responsible for that.
I didn't say he was responsible. I said he
But
could
you're
have
trying to
stopped
give
it.
him like props for that.
Props for like the other countries thinking that he
No,
would
you're trying to
actually do something militarily
Give that mustache.
instead
You're
of
trying to give him
having
props
another
for like
proxy
it
war.
not happening under his administration.
Oh, well, that's a good thing, right? That other
Wait, but that
countries-
doesn't mean it's because of him, dude. What are you not understanding?
Yeah, I can't say that it's directly because of him. I can't say that. You're right.
Exactly. Thank you for the handout. Thank you so much. That's my point. So,
So
then,
do-
what?
do
How is
you
that a good
think-
reason to vote for him?
that I don't think he would join any more wars, I think that's a good reason to vote for him. I don't think he would participate in this. You know what I'm
So
saying?
he said that he wants Israel to finish the job, and he supports Israel more. So can you explain to me how you're saying he wouldn't get involved in these things while he's also at the same time saying he would get involved?
Well, we're already involved in the Israel Ukraine.
Wait,
thing,
but
right?
he would have involved himself either way. He said that he supports Israel more.
He said that he supports Israel more. Than
So you're telling me if he was
previously did?
president,
What does that even mean?
are you telling me if he was president we would have never supported them?
Absolutely, I don't think that's true. Yeah, we would have supported him with any president. I don't think there's any president.
Oh,
that
so what
wouldn't
you're
have
not
supported
understanding?
Israel.
What you're not understanding is that then it's not caused by the Biden and Harris administration. So I don't know why.
So
you're blaming
Biden
them.
did give Iran, who everyone says, at least a lot of government officials say, sponsored this attack that caused Israel to
No,
go
give
to
me
war,
any
right?
source. Give me any source that indicates that funding that Iran had access to, because again, it was froze, and then it's already froze again already, by the way, but it was unfroze so that they would engage in a deal.
So when did they freeze it again? After or before the attack?
So that would be I would have to check back at the date. I just know that there's been a freezing and unfreezing. I can check that though. But specifically as it relates to the assets that they had, those were not like given to from the United States. It was specifically from them. And can you give me any source that indicates specifically that they that funding was necessary for H Group to engage in October 7th? Like it wouldn't have happened if they didn't if that funding wasn't there.
So do you think that Iran is just providing sources for where they funnel money to terrorist groups? Do you think that that's just public information?
I think that I think that if you have no evidence for a source, though, you don't have any reason to believe it. So how do you have any reason to believe that that was the main cause of it if you have no source? That sounds like a trust me, bro.
It's not really a trust me. It's look at the facts.
It
of the matter.
no, it literally is a trust me, bro.
Literally a logical step into the
I don't
next,
think it's logical. I think that that's
you know.
I don't think that's logical. You're just assuming it.
It's just an assumption that Iran is the largest state sponsor of terrorists.
No, but you're saying that that funding was necessary for H Group to do what they did in terms of October 7th. So you're
I'm not
basically
saying
assuming
it
that
was
this wouldn't have
necessary.
happened
I'm
if
saying it
you're basically
enabled
assuming that
them.
this wouldn't have happened if Trump were president, which is crazy.
I doubt Trump would have unfroze $6 billion for Iran. Yeah, I seriously doubt
No,
that.
but you're saying that that's what caused specifically the October 7th attacks.
I don't want to pinpoint that as the only thing that I could say caused it. I'd say that that's definitely probably a factor in that.
Okay, so again, no evidence indicating that specifically this. Okay, well,
So let me ask you this as a Kamala voter, right? You're voting for Kamala, right?
Kamala.
Do you think she was complicit in covering up the fact that Joe Biden had dementia for the last 2 to 3 years?
He doesn't have dementia.
You can say that with a straight face after you saw the
absolutely, I
debate.
can say that with a straight face. Yeah, you have no evidence he has dementia.
No, there's video evidence that he
There's
has
not
dementia.
video evidence
You
of
can
him
watch the
having
debate.
dementia, dude.
You can watch the debate. He almost fell asleep in mid-sentence.
That's not video evidence of him specifically
That's
having
not
dementia.
video evidence?
No, I watched the debates. I know what you're referencing. That's not video evidence of him having dementia.
So
there are
after
neurological
seeing
there are
him-
neurological tests that he's taken that have indicated he doesn't have it.
So how do you feel after seeing him in so
Obviously,
many
I don't want him to be the
performances?
candidate, but it is the case that very clearly he doesn't have dementia. Like you're
Okay.
taking it too far. Also, again, when you're saying that like, oh, they hid his cognitive state, there's no hiding of the cognitive state from Kamala, right? She was specifically addressing like just specifically what her interpretation was of how like attentive he was specifically.
Well, I
And the
think
same
she
thing is
said-
true for Chris and Harry and other people that have also met the president.
Well, she said he's one of. I can't remember the exact quote.
Do you think
but
Chris
something
and
to the
Harry
effect
also-
that
wait.
he's one of the most effective people in the White House, and he's always on.
Wait,
point.
do you think Chris and Harry also undermined the story?
Who
because,
are you
because they
referencing as Chris
met
and Harry? I don't
you
know who they are.
Oh, okay, never mind. I can't. Well, I'm just saying people I know, my friends, they've met Joe Biden. Okay, and they say he specifically was attentive, that he was like mentally there. Now, do I think that there's cognitive decline? Absolutely, but to say he has dementia is, I think, ridiculous.
Yeah, I can't say that. I'm not a doctor, but looking at him, And looking at my grandfather, who does have dementia, we
My
have a
grandma
lot
had
of
dementia
similarities.
and
Yeah.
died.
So you would know there's a lot of
Yeah,
similarities.
no,
I can't
I don't
say
think
that.
there's a lot of similarities. I think that's pretty insane.
And you think Kamala Harris was telling the truth when she said Joe Biden was perfectly capable and fit for the job. And now he has dropped out of the race.
Wait, I think
appointed
he can
Kamala
be
as the candidate.
capable. He can be capable for the job under their view, and at the same time, 65% of the Democratic Party could think that he isn't, which would mean that it's best for him to step down if he wants Donald Trump out of office.
So if it's best for him to step down now, he is still the president currently, correct?
Yeah, but it's still best for him to step down in terms of running for president because it's totally about re-election.
So are we saying that he will be effective now but not later? Is that
No, what
the
I'm
idea?
saying, no, what I'm saying is that he's not effective for beating Donald Trump, but he's effective in doing the tasks of being president. That's
See,
what
I
their
don't
view
think
is.
he is. I think that other people
You
are
can say
acting
that,
on
but
his
I'm just
behalf.
telling you what their view
Yeah.
is. And you're saying that she somehow is like complicit in hiding this information about him being in cognitive decline. Again, she has not done that. You have no evidence of that. And again, at that same time, even if you were to say that she's lying about it, Donald Trump's been undermining our American democracy for the past years with no sufficient evidence. Him lying about that, you don't even care about it? So this is just like virtue signaling.
Well, I guess I could say the same thing for you. You don't care about the democratic process of Joe Biden just saying I'm not the
This
president
is such
anymore.
a cringe take. So if it is the case that the president steps down, what happens?
He hasn't stepped down.
What happens?
He's still the president.
Yo, dude, for the presidential race, what happens?
What you have a primary.
No, not close to the election. You would just have the vice president step up.
So shouldn't the vice president step up now? Shouldn't he just step down from
She
being the
did
president?
step up. No, not step down from being president, step down for running, right? Because again, he's still able to do the job. It's just the case that he is not best fit to beat Donald Trump. So again,
this
given
is the
that
guy we picked, and
gi-
he's going to
given-
lose.
Wait,
so we're
I have a
gonna swap
question.
him.
Nixon. You remember Nixon dropping out? What happened?
Yeah, Nixon dropped out because he was going to prison.
I
didn't
understand,
go to
but
prison,
but what
yeah, he
happened?
was-
What happened?
I'm pretty sure Nixon was actually impeached.
The vice president, he still resigned. The vice president specifically stepped up.
Yeah, and Nixon was not the president during that term, correct? Like he actually stepped down from being the president.
Yeah, he stepped down from being president. I'm talking about in terms of running for the race, though. If you're close enough to, like, for example, right? Let's say 1 day before the election, it was determined that Joe Biden is not cognitive to be president, and he needed to step down specifically. Would it have made sense that he stepped down for running for president, and that the vice president stepped up, and that was the one on the ballot box?
No, I get that point.
Okay, so then that's
What
not
I'm saying
undemocratic.
is-
So it's like obviously close enough to the election. It is the case that we are going to determine that the vice president is just going to step up because again, there's not enough time for us to run like a full-on primary.
Right, but I guess my point is, if he's going to step down because he's not cognitively fit to
It's
be
not
the
big,
president,
dude. You're not understanding. I that was a hypothetical. I'm talking in real life. Again, his view is that he's cognitively fit enough. He's stepping down because he thinks that Kamala Harris, the person who would step up in that circumstance, has a better chance at beating Donald Trump.
So what kind of
Because as they're
precedent does that
perceived.
set for the future? Like if
that sets
we
the
have
precedent.
a
That sets the
nominee
precedent. That sets the precedent
is
that if
losing
a
in the
nominee
polls, he
that
just
yeah,
steps
they
down
can
and they replace him with whoever they want.
with a vice president. They can replace him with a vice president. Yes, I think
No,
that's a totally
say this
legitimate
in
precedent.
A theoretical
Yes, in a
sense,
theoretical
right?
world.
Say that
Listen,
there's a
right now.
Republican president,
Oh my
right?
God, for
He's
example.
not stepped down. Say that
Can I give you an
the
example?
Democrat challenger is not winning in the polls like Joe Biden.
Okay, so
is it okay for him to step down after the primary and they just put in whoever his VP pick is or her
Oh my
VP pick
God.
is?
Yes, totally fucking legitimate. Listen, if it is the case that right now Trump got assassinated, right? Who would fucking run for president? It would be JD Vance. Okay? That's the reality. The Republicans wouldn't be like, oh, let's get back to the chopping block. Let's have a primary fucking 2 months before election time. No, what they're going to do is they're going to have JD Vance step up and they're going to unite behind JD Vance. That's quite literally what would happen. Okay? So this is not an undemocratic process. It's what happens when a president steps down or something happens to the president. Okay?
Exactly. What I'm saying is the president has not stepped down. The
Yeah. So,
president has
so
just
for
said, "I'm not
example,
running."
if there was like a cognitive test that determined that Donald Trump was not cognitively fit to be running for president, right? He would step down and JD Vance would step up.
I would still not agree with that. Like, even if the Republicans did that, I wouldn't be in agreement with that. I don't think
Well,
that's
that's
a good
the
idea.
reality of what would happen, and that's not undemocratic. That's just the reality of what happens.
That's the definition of undemocratic.
No, it's not.
This
Having
person
a
has
vice
0
president is
votes.
not
That's
having
the
a vice
definition.
having a vice president is not undemocratic, because the reason why the vice president was in that position is because of the candidate that you elected. Okay? So when we voted for Biden, in terms of the nomination for primary, it was the case that we were voting for Biden Harris. So if any events happened where Joe Biden steps down, Kamala Harris would step up. That's what we voted for. Okay, so you just don't know how vice presidency works in the United States, and you're getting mad. Okay.
Well, I'm not getting mad. We
that's the
used to
reality.
elect the vice president, right? You understand that.
You
It used
understand
to
that
be
we elect
also
the
an
president.
elected position.
Appreciate the handout. Thank you so much. We elect the president, and they appoint the vice president.
Currently, yes, but originally we also elected the vice president.
Okay. Static. Thank you for the $1. Thank you so much. Okay. All right. Well, is there anything else you want to talk about, Arad?
No, I appreciate the time, bud. Thank you for your opinions. I appreciate it.
Sure. If you want to support me, Venmo, Cash App in the bio, everyone. Let's get the next person up here. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024, y'all. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. Let's get this next person up here real quick. All right. Take a break. It's been all day. I have not been on all day. I got on later in the day. What are you talking about? Yeah, thank you for the handout. Thank you so much. Anyone can contest it at the DNC. Yeah, that's exactly the point. All right, let's get this next person up here real quick. Yeah, thank you for the hand mustache. Thank you so much. Oh, I literally kicked them at the same time. Yeah, thank you for the hand mustache. Thank you. All right, let's get this next person up here, y'all. All right, it's not accepting this person either. I do apologize, everyone. Sometimes it takes a second for people to get up here. All right, you tap that screen. Let's get to 1 million likes. Share the live as well, everyone. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Hello? All right, let's get the next individual, y'all. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. Can you vote? Yeah. All right. It's not accepting this person either. Chat, I don't know what's going on. If you're MAGA, type in the comment section right now and I will bring you up. I think that might be the only way I can bring people up right now. Yo, David, thank you for the superpower. Thank you so much. If you want to support me, Venmo, Cash App in the bio, everyone. That's the best place to support me. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 36.
Are you voting for Trump?
Yes.
Why so?
Because I don't like Kamala.
What do you not like about her?
I don't like what she stands for. I don't agree with making a Green Deal mandatory. I don't agree with stance on...
So she's not advocating right now for a Green New Deal?
Well, no, but in our state, which is Arizona, we are pretty much the only state that doesn't have a Green Deal, and they're pushing for Green Deal legislation in Arizona.
Okay, so that's your state policy. I'm specifically asking, like, why do you not like Kamala Harris?
Oh, as an individual, I don't think she stands for what is best for the country.
Okay, how so? Like, what does she stand for that you think you're against?
Yeah. Sure. Sorry, that was my wife. I just, there's so many things. There's, I don't know, being in the spotlight though, it's hard to like come up with stuff in the spotlight when I'm on with you. You know what I mean?
Sherry, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Thank you. I have a question. How many branches of government are there?
3.
And what are they?
The judicial, the
Kayla, think of the $1.
Gosh, you're putting me on the spot, Parker. The judicial, the legislative, and the My gosh, why can't I think of the last one? I'm drawing a blank. I apologize.
Can you name me one policy that Donald Trump influenced to get passed that benefit the middle class more than it benefit rich people?
I don't know the specific name of it, but it was
Christopher, thank you for the $5.
cutting. It was the tax breaks that he gave for certain parts of the country to influence production and business.
Yeah, the Tax Cut and Jobs Act. So the Tax Cut and Jobs Act, actually, most of those taxes went to rich people. They didn't go to mostly, Selena, thank you for the $5. I did get a haircut. They didn't mostly go to people in the middle class.
Well, no, you're right. And
Ms.
you
Sharp,
know,
thank you so much for the Galaxy. Thank you.
people would argue that it was the trickle down effect, which I don't know how.
Yeah, so that actually that's been proven not to be effective throughout history. Actually, if you look at it, the adoption of trickle-down economics in the 80s led to wages not increasing with productivity when prior they did. So we would have seen well higher increases in wages if it is the case that we didn't specifically adopt trickle-down economics.
Yeah, well, that's why I said it's not my argument. That's what other people would argue, but I still think that
Boopy, think of the corgi. Thank you.
that creating tax cuts in like hard areas that are not doing well, like drives businesses to that area to help support the area.
So yeah, you're saying that lowering taxes drives businesses into the area. What you're not acknowledging specifically is that we've adopted this tax policy and it's actually led to workers having worse conditions.
I mean, I guess that makes sense,
Yeah, so why would you want to vote for Donald Trump given that this tax policy increased the debt by $1.9 trillion? It only increased GDP by 0.02% a year, and it is the case that most of the taxes went to the top 1%. If you specifically want to relate to the tax policy, right, the Harris administration wants to keep all the tax cuts applicable to people who make under $400,000 a year and wants to get rid of those for people who make over $400,000 a year and actually increase taxes on them to pay for a child tax credit that existed in 2021 that decreased child poverty by 50%. Thank you for the Garland. Thank you so much. Because for kids under the age of 5 years old, you specifically could get up to $3,600 a year in a child tax credit.
That sounds like a good plan, but I don't have any children, so that doesn't affect me. But it sounds like
Okay, but it benefits children, right? And you think that's good, right?
I do, yeah.
Okay, so obviously that would be like a reason to vote for Harris because the tax policy seems better there. All the tax cuts that affect the middle class and the lower class, the people that need that, are going to stay, but all the ones that specifically help rich people are going to go bye-bye.
I like how you have all the answers. It really bodes for your knowledge of the system, but I don't really like how sometimes callers get on and you're like, oh yeah, hey, let's do this, and you don't necessarily attack them, but you make them feel uncomfortable because
I do think that being in front of a lot of people and hearing when you're wrong is a bit uncomfortable, and I think that's totally fine to bring up. Ashley, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. And Michaela, thank you so much for the $20 from the DNC money. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Along with Roberta, thank you for the $5 for Kamala 2020. Yeah, so again, saying someone's wrong, saying someone has a silly argument is always going to be uncomfortable, right? But these types of things have to be brought up in order for us to have productive change in our society. And there are many points where I feel uncomfortable when I'm wrong sometimes. You know what I mean? But it's still good that people call out when I'm wrong. It's good that we hold each other accountable so that we can unify on truth. You know what I mean? That's the only way that we can have unity.
So what things do you not like within the Harris administration, or what things do you think that they could improve on in your opinion?
Thank you so much. Oh, yeah, I disagree with their support for Israel. Thank you for the hand art. Thank you.
Why?
Well, because I think that Israel's committing war crimes.
They probably are. I don't know.
Oh, according to the ICJ, they are.
Yeah. But I think that in the past, Israel has needed our support, and we vowed to support them. But then, they were like, oh, crap, this is what we've done. Can you still support us? They're like asking for forgiveness rather than permission in what they've done.
Wait, I'm confused what you're trying to say. Say that again?
Oh, I said Israel is asking for forgiveness rather than permission. And we've agreed to in the past support Israel. And now it's like, oh, we're going to do this, but you guys are still supporting us, right? Because you agreed to in the past.
I wouldn't. I would any country that commits war crimes. I don't think that I would uphold treaties specifically with them.
Well, probably not, but we agreed to, and that's what they're standing.
Even if we agree to it, if it is the case that that they've committed war crimes, I personally speaking would be against upholding that.
And then on the flip side, you know, what things of the Trump administration do you think are good, if there are any?
Specifically the Operation Warp Speed. Jaron, thank you so much for the $15 on Cash App. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. But I think there's significantly better stuff coming from the Harris administration than the Trump administration. But although there are certain things I would agree with from the Trump administration.
Do you think that if that were not the case and it flipped, would you be voting for a Republican president if they had better overall standards?
Yeah, if they had better policy, if they weren't held legally responsible for sexual abuse, defamation, fraud, had 34 felonies, were undermining the American democracy for the past few years with no sufficient evidence to indicate that they won, yeah, I'd consider voting for them, yeah.
You're funny. I don't like you for your things, but I like the way you interact.
All right, well, I appreciate you.
It's like a backhanded compliment, I guess.
Yeah, I guess. Well, I mean, you're just saying you disagree with me, right?
You're right.
Okay, well, I mean, I don't know why you disagree with me, and I give argumentation as to why I think I'm right, so.
Oh, I would agree with you. Know, you do give argumentation. And I feel like you are more politically versed than a lot of the people that call in and or that, you know, get on and talk to you. And I think a lot of people are intimidated, and they get to the point where they're like talking with you and they're like, you know, like the spotlight. And
yeah, I mean, I have like I'm used to it because I'm on here all the time. It's not typical for like people who are joining in to be on a live in front of 8,000 people, so I get it. But yeah, I mean, is there any other thing that you want to talk about or add before I go on to the next person?
Well, I want to touch base with, you know, I think that there's good legislation. I see things on the horizon coming, and I've heard things about 100% electric vehicles.
Yeah, those are just going to be like, it's just going to be like more manufacturing of those things, more use of these things in the future. It's not like you're necessarily going to be forced to use it. It's more going to be like the production side is dealt with.
Well, and, you know, I think there's a place for electric vehicles, but I also like the ability
Thank you so much for the Galaxy. Thank you so much. I can still hear you. About
throw a range extender or a generator or something on the electric vehicle to give you, you know, outside of your, you know, roaming grounds and that kind of thing if you need to travel. But I specifically think that, you know, the solar panels and all the energy stuff that they're pushing is because members of Congress have stocks and financial interests in these solar companies.
Yeah, so you could say that they have interest in these solar companies. I'm okay with getting rid of the ability for them to have control over those particular things. Right? I think they should only be able to invest in index funds.
Well, I would agree with that because I feel like they're making decisions based on how much they're going to benefit from those decisions, and
they could. So I'm okay with getting rid of the ability to do that. But yeah, is there anything else you'd like to go and talk about before going to the next?
I don't think so. I think you've given me a fair shot, and I think you should give the next person a fair shot. Thanks for taking me on.
Appreciate you.
Have a good day.
You as well. Let's get the next person up here. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. Do tap that screen to get to 1 million likes, everyone. If you want to support me, as always, Venmo, Cash App in the bio, everyone. Yo, what's up? How old are you? How old are you? Thank you for the cap, Jaron. Thank you. All right, let's get this next person up here. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024, y'all. Yo, Annette, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you so much, Annette. All right. Let's get this next person up here. I do apologize, everyone. Sometimes it takes a second to get people up here in the meantime. But do give it a second, y'all. All right. Oh, we didn't add this person. Let me try the next. All right. Do apologize, everyone. All right. Let's get to 1.5 million likes. I like the ASMR. Oh, I apologize. Sorry. I've been trying to mute. You know what's up? How old are you? How old are you?
Hello.
Yeah, are you voting Trump?
56.
Are you voting Trump?
No.
Nice. Yo, Lemarius, thank you so much for the $1. I appreciate it, Lemarius. Let's get this next person up here, y'all. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 20.
Are you voting for Trump?
If I do, it's in the question, yeah.
Ian, think of the money gun. So, you are going to vote for Trump or you're not?
I mean, I'm split between not voting entirely or voting for Trump, but obviously there's the logic that if you don't vote, that it's going to go to the majority. But I just saw in the news this morning that Kamala already is pushing for the popular vote, so I don't think it would make too much of a difference. But I don't know if I necessarily agree that she'd be the best runner-up. I would debate that.
What would you? So you'd rather vote for Trump over Harris?
I'd say Harris should drop out and endorse Michelle Obama over herself, in my own opinion.
Okay. So I don't know what this person's view is. We're gonna go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. We are just looking for some debates. Sounds like they're not gonna vote. Like Michelle doesn't want to run. Like what? Why would Kamala drop out after just starting her campaign? Like that's just incoherent as fuck. Especially after they literally ran up the funds. They ran up the funds. All right. It's not accepting this person either. If you're MAGA, type in the comment section right now and I'll bring you up. Also, comment in the comment section if you want to, boost the live everyone. It helps send it out to more people. So I always appreciate everyone doing that. Okay. It's not accepting this person. Let me try the next. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 47.
Are you voting for Trump?
Yeah.
Why so?
Because he supports cryptocurrency.
So how does the Harris administration not support cryptocurrency?
They're against it. They're under the same party.
What do you mean?
Well, Elizabeth Warren wants to start or already started an anti-crypto army.
That's Elizabeth Warren.
Yeah, Elizabeth Warren. She's under the Democratic Party, right? She represents the Democratic Party, right? Well,
Felicia, thank you for the $15 on Venmo. Thank you so much, Felicia.
Let me speak, bro.
Wait, no. Oh, I want to respond.
Let me speak, bro.
Can I respond?
Kamala Harris is a Democrat, right?
Yeah. So would you say that? Would you say that?
Same line. The finish line is Democrat.
So JD Vance is a Republican, and he specifically advocates that there should be no grave exceptions.
JD Vance is a multimillionaire in crypto. What are you talking about?
Can you listen? Can you listen real quick? So just because JD Vance holds the position that there should be no exceptions for grape as it relates to abortion, does that mean that you hold the view because he's a Republican?
Look, we ain't changing the subject from crypto, bro. Stay on subject.
No, but you're saying that someone, if they're a part of the Democratic Party,
let me ask you a question.
Say Kamala,
how old are you?
You're saying Kamala's responsible.
How old are you?
Because
Peach Fuzz. You got Peach Fuzz. You still live with mommy and daddy? How many kids you and Dean having? Stay on subject, man. Don't change the subject on me. Stay on crypto.
Did you
Let's
wear
talk
a bandage?
about crypto.
Did you wear a bandage?
When are you gonna get some Peach Fuzz, bro? When are you gonna hit puberty? Have you even graduated high school yet?
When are you gonna make a woman finish?
Dude, I edge every time.
That's crazy, bro. That's crazy. That's crazy, bro. How does it feel just to take the L right there?
Why do you have a problem with felons?
Thank you so much.
Why do you have a problem with felons, bro?
I don't have a problem with a felon. I just say that it's not like a good quality to be, a felon, a proven sexual abuse.
So how in the hell do you know what a felon's all about when you ain't never been a felon? A felon? Yeah, you goddamn right I'm a felon.
Okay. Cool, good for you.
Always
Rich, think of the $5.
Like you got a problem with us felons.
I don't think it's a good quality to be a felon.
Oh, yeah. Well, I mean, how do you know? You've never been.
Okay, so do you think it's a good quality to be a rapist?
Do you think it's a good quality to be a punk-ass little bitch?
Why are you so mad? Are you a little snowflake?
Nah, you're a punk.
Kim, thank you so much for the $20.24 from the DNC. Thank you so much, Kim. And you're such a little snowflake.
Fucking ass of yours because you
little snowflake.
Your goddamn mouth.
Oh, you're a little snowflake. The snowflake's so mad. He's so mad. The snowflake needs some baby bottles. This man-child needs some baby bottles in the comment section. We need to nurture him. Appreciate the hearts. Thank you so much. Do you need to be burped? Do you need to be burped?
Get some fucking puberty.
Hey, do you need to be burped?
Go fuck some.
Yo, Miranda, thank you for the $50 on Cash App. Thank you so much, Miranda, for the $50. W Miranda in the chat right now. G, thank you for the money gun. Thank you so much for the $50. LB, thank you for the dollar. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Thank you for the galaxy. Thank you so much as well. I appreciate it, Mags. Thank you so much. LB, thank you for the dollar. I appreciate y'all. Thank you for the sunglasses. Thank you so much, Coco. We've got a man-child on our hands. We need some baby bottles in the comment section right now. Again, Jake, thank you for the $4. Now you can unmute if you just need to chill out, bro. Thank you for the hand art. Thank you. Just chill out. Friend, thank you so much for the you're amazing. Thank you so much. You know how to unmute? There you go.
You ain't never been broke, bro. You ain't never had to struggle and strive. You're still living with mommy and daddy.
I live by myself, and also Trump has never been broke.
I just heard your mommy in the background, dude, asking about fucking laundry or some shit.
Thank you for the dollar.
Get the fuck out of here, you bottle sipper.
What are you
man.
talking about?
Where's your sippy glass at?
Victoria, thank you for the dollar. Deborah, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much.
Sippy glass.
Thank you for the hearts. Thank you so
Get
much.
your fucking sippy glass, homie.
What are you talking about?
You clown. The fuck
You're so mad. Who made you mad? Who hurt you? Thank you for the money gun. Thank you so much. I made you mad. I made you erupt.
You want to drop fucking questions. You don't stay on subject.
Yo, Miss Sharp, thank you so much. I appreciate it. Thank you.
I start mentioning Kamala Harris is a Democrat.
Carly, thank you for the dollar.
Same thing as freaking Warren, Elizabeth Warren, who wants to take.
And
crypto
you're a
away from
Republican
the
just
American
like Nick
people.
Fuentes.
This is when the American people starts bringing in any type of capital. The Democratic Party is always the one that wants to strip it away from the American people and take it away from the
Dana,
American
thank you for the dollar. Dog sauce, thank you for the hand art. No, they want to make sure that people have healthcare, childcare, education, housing.
Healthcare, childcare, yeah. That whole healthcare thing. Barack Obama came out with the whole healthcare thing. Told me and everybody else up underneath the hood saying that if we don't get healthcare, we get penalized for that shit. It used to be a choice, bro. It used to be a fucking choice. I used to have a choice in that matter if I wanted healthcare or not. You know what I'm saying? Not to get penalized for it.
Lola,
That's slavery, homie. That's more slavery than anything else in the world, man. That's putting bondage on me.
Okay, so that was not only taken down by the courts, but it was also
don't you ever mute me.
It was also something added specifically by Republicans.
Nah, fuck you, dude.
Yo, Joanne, thank you so much for the $15 on Venmo for the baby bottle fee. Thank you so much. And Anthony, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Thank you for all the gifts, everyone. Are you mad? Are you mad?
Fuck out of here.
Are you mad?
Now you are. You got triggered just the last live, man. You got so mad at dude, and he triggered you so bad that you cussed in your fucking live.
I swear all the time.
No, you don't.
Yeah, I do.
No, you're not. No, you don't.
I swear all the time. You're the one that's triggered. You're literally just yelling at me, bro.
You're not a sinner, dude.
What?
You're not a sinner.
What? I don't believe in sin.
You're not a sinner.
Cool.
It's one single drop of dew below the thought off the wind your mind sits, isn't it?
Huh?
Huh? I got you asking questions now? Damn.
Yeah. Do you think I'm paid by the DNC?
Where are you at? Where are you at in this market, man?
Thank you for the chasing the dream. Thank you so much, T Money. What do you mean? Aaron, thank you for the $20. Thank you so much, Aaron. I appreciate it. Thank you so much.
How much capital have
Brooke,
you
thank you for the dollar.
How much
Ash, thank you
capital?
for the hand
How
art.
much is the Democratic Party paying you for this, man?
Krista, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much.
Democratic Party paying
Maria, thank you for the $5.
You seem to be an intelligent young, bright individual that knows what he's talking about. I mean, you decimate
Thank you for the hand art. Thank you so much.
person that comes on here.
I decimate everyone?
Just about.
You're not damn right. Yeah, so I get paid so much, dude.
How much are they paying you?
They're paying me tens of millions of dollars a day, bro.
I guarantee it that CJ Pearson,
hand art, thank you,
bro. CJ Pearson, I'd put you up against CJ Pearson and Outlaw Morgan any day. Any day.
David, thank you for the $20 from the
Outlaw
DNC.
Morgan,
Thank you so much, David, for my DNC money. Thank you for the $20.
You and Parker.
Elizabeth, thank you for the $25 from the DNC stipend. Thank you so much, Laura. Thank you for the confetti. W Elizabeth in the comment section. Thank you so much for the DNC stipend. So, like, yeah, I actually get my check specifically from Taylor Swift. Did you know that?
Get the fuck out of here. Are you serious?
Wendy, thank you for the Galaxy. And Jake, thank you for the $4.20, the 70 cents. Yari, thank you for the hanging lights. Yeah, directly from Taylor Swift.
Fuck out of here.
DeAndre, thank you for the $5 from the DNC. Thank you so much.
Yeah. You do decimate, man. Because, I don't know. You just decimate.
Marcelo, thank you for the $2. Thank you for the hand art. Thank you so much, Laura. I have a question.
I'm not going to vote for Trump. I mean, I'm not going to vote for
Thank you for the duck. Thank you so much.
Trump.
Listen, I have a question.
Just for crypto. It's just for crypto.
Do you think violent offenders should be able to get access to a gun?
After they've already served their time, yeah.
So given that they haven't served any jail time, a violent offender should not be able to get access to a gun? Think if they had a mustache.
Once they've served their time, and if they come out,
If they haven't served their time, think of the confetti.
You're talking about before.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, it's available and accessed.
Or how about this? A child rapist, right, serves their time, gets out. Should they be able to legally get access to a gun? Think of the confetti. Should they be able to legally get access to a gun?
Yeah.
A child rapist should be legally be able to get access to a gun?
Have a gun. Everybody.
Elizabeth, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. Echo, thank you for the $10 from Taylor Swift in the DNC. And Sarah, thank you for the $30 from Taylor Swift. Thank you so much, Sarah, for the $30. That's crazy, bro. G, thank you for the $2. You literally think a child rapist should be able to get access to a gun. Do you think a child rapist, after they specifically have finished their...
I think everybody should have a gun.
Listen.
All honesty.
Listen. Wait, so do you think
it's
Jeffrey...
the best security there is.
Courtney,
If
thank you for the
everybody had a
$10. Thank you so
gun,
much.
there would be zero crime. I mean, look at what country.
Saying there would be zero crime if everyone had a gun is so crazy. That's not backed by any data.
Yeah. Does everybody get afraid to get a cap in their ass?
No, dude, Tamia, thank you for the $2. Did you know that if you have a gun, you're more likely...
You telling me.
Did you know that having a gun increases aggression?
In all honesty, I think we should go all the way back to the Old West where we're gun toting. We had,
Oh my God, dude!
Straight up.
Wait. Do you know there are higher rates of violent crime then? Not only were there higher rates of violent crime then, but you know that having a gun increases.
I was going the business of.
Did you know that having a gun increases aggression? It makes it more likely that you're going to.
I'll tell you what increases aggression,
engage
man.
violently.
Dude,
what?
I actually love the music band Pantera. Now that's aggression. That's hardcore. I like that shit.
Thank you for the sunglasses. Thank you so much, bro. What are you saying, man?
Huh?
What are you saying? So again, you just said a child rapist should be able to get access to a gun. Now I'll ask you this question: Do you think a child rapist should be able to get within 50 feet of an elementary school?
No.
Even if they've served their time?
Depends. Do they have children there?
Yes, they have children there. I said an elementary school.
Well, do they have children there? I mean,
at an elementary school,
do you have
yes.
Children? Do you own children?
Let's say I have 10 children.
Up and out of the blue, you fell in love.
I have 10 children.
Check this out. No, you don't. You don't pay 10 children.
I do have 10 children.
Get the fuck out of here.
I do. I have 10 children.
Get the fuck out of here. Anyways, listen. Let's say you had kids yourself. I don't see that happening, but let's say that
I have 10 children, man. I don't know why you're denying my children.
You don't have 10. What are they? What are they? Your cousins?
No, I have 10 biological children.
Breed within yourselves? Are you from Arkansas?
I have 10 biological children.
Where are you from? You come from one of those inbreed states?
I live in California.
And shit?
I live in California.
Yeah, that's where it happens. That's where that shit happens.
No, it's not.
Don't believe in incest.
Wait. What state do you believe? What state do you live in?
What state do you live in?
I live in California. What state do you live in?
I live in the state of insanity.
No, tell me what state do you live in?
I live in a state of insanity.
No, what state in the United States do you believe in?
In the United States. If you're, let me ask you a question. If you're flying
what state in the United States do you live in?
Let me ask you a question. If you're flying in an aircraft and you're above the United States and you're looking down, is there a state line?
No.
Well, you got common sense, bro.
What state do you live in?
Ohio.
Oh, only in Ohio.
Only in Ohio.
Sweet home Ohio.
Ohio, yeah.
Yep. Devin, thank you so much for the $20 from the DNC. Thank you so much support for Parker's Kids. Thank you so much.
You feel me?
What's up?
That's where Bone Thugs and Harmony came from, man. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I'm not surprised you're from Ohio. Like only in, like I'm actually not trolling. Only in Ohio.
Why?
I just get like Ohio vibes from you.
Really?
Uh huh.
Nah, I lied about it.
Well, I get Ohio vibes from you.
Oh, really? Okay.
Or no, you're from the South. Hot dog, thank you for $5.
Yeah, definitely from the South.
Yeah, you live in Alabama.
I'm mostly in Alabama a lot. Yeah, I am. Birmingham, to be precise. 2300 Neighbors Road, Southwest.
You just dox yourself?
Yeah. I mean, there's nobody badass to come up here and do something about it.
Okay, so what's your social security number? Because there's no one badass.
You ever
that will
watch
do something
Street
about it.
Beefs?
Yeah, so what's your social security number?
That's docking yourself. I just gave people an address.
Doxing.
Yeah, doxing. Yeah. Doxing, whatever.
Jimena, thank you so much. I appreciate the $10 for Parker's Children. Thank you so much.
Dude, you're getting so much. How much money are you going to send me, bro? You owe me for giving you
Dude,
this.
I told you, I get DNC
for
money.
making you this much
Michaela,
money.
thank you for the $2. Thank you so much.
Putting the tax on
Thank you
your
for the hand art. Thank you.
I done.
You think, wait, sir. Sir, you think you're the one? Wait, sir. You think you're the one making me money?
Hell yeah! I'm
No, you're
giving you
not.
an audience that. You know what I'm saying?
Dude, we've lost people since you've joined the live.
Get the fuck out of here! Yeah, they're
We've
coming to
reduced
my
in
page.
viewers.
They're coming to my page. So
No,
yeah,
we
I should
literally
be thanking
reduced in
you.
viewers.
I should be thanking you.
Yeah, you should be thanking me, but also.
Oh yeah. So send me a check. Pay me, motherfucker.
Are you really this dumb? Dude, like I'm surprised that like they make drones, the RNC droids like this dumb. I thought they would like make the intelligence level a little bit higher if they're gonna spend some money making droids. Hot dog, thank you for the $2. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Jake, thank you for the $1. I
just
appreciate
compliment
it.
me, man?
AK, thank you for the $1.
Did you just compliment me?
If you think that's a compliment, then okay, go for it, man.
I'm gonna show up at your 15th year old birthday.
You're gonna what?
How old are you?
I'm 22.
Oh, so you're still wet behind the ears.
Jennifer, thank you so much for the $8. Thank you so much. I'm still wet behind the ear. What?
You're still wet behind the ears.
What does that even mean? No.
You don't know what that means? So you never had pussy before?
Devin, thank you so much for the
Fuck outta
$10.
here.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Wet behind the ears? I don't know what you're talking
Yeah,
about.
you're wet
bro.
behind the ears, homie.
Nicole,
You're still
thank you for the
fresh.
$5.
Get the fuck out of here, fresh meat.
That doesn't make any.
What's
any-
up, fresh
any
meat?
sense.
That's your name from now on. We're gonna call you fresh meat.
Appreciate
You're
the
still
$1. Thank
wet
you so much.
behind the ears. You ain't got no nookie yet. Your balls ain't dropped.
Dude, no one's wet when they're
What
talking
about
to you.
you? What
No,
about you?
Not a single
What about
person
you?
on the.
What ab-
Not a single
what about
person on
your
this
boyfriend?
planet. Not a single person on
about
this
your
planet would be.
boyfriend, Dean?
Not a single person on this planet would be wet around you.
What about your?
Hey,
what about
thank
your
you for the
boyfriend,
$50
Dean?
from George Clooney. Thank you so much, A, for the $50.
What about
Thank
your-
you
what
so
about
much,
your-
A. I really appreciate it. Thank you.
What about your boyfriend, Dean?
I
How
have
many
a
kids you
girlfriend.
gonna have together?
I have a girlfriend, by the way, and we also have 10 children.
Get the fuck out of here.
Dude, I told you, I literally have 10 kids. I'm not trolling.
What's the names?
I'm not doxing my children. What?
Yeah.
Why would I dox my children? That's like so dumb.
You ain't got Riz, bro.
I don't have. What do you mean by res?
You don't have any Riz, bro.
Tyler, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. Yes, he is a GTA NPC. Like,
You have zero Riz, bro.
dude, you think you have res?
I know I got Riz. I got kids. I pay child support.
Dude, I have 10 children.
You don't have 10 children.
Dude, you've got Ohio res?
Get the fuck
Skibbity
out.
toilet.
Skibbity toilet.
Jaqueline, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much.
Skibbity Riz.
Only in Ohio?
Only in Ohio. Skibbity toilet. What is that? What is that fingers? What does that fingers do that reels children into freaking?
Devin, thank you for the $50. Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
What is that?
$10 for each of your children. Oh, thank you so much. I appreciate it. What's up?
Sticky fingers. Do you know what I'm talking about? Sticky fingers.
Wait, I have a question. Jimmy,
Yeah, what's up?
Are you pro-life?
Am I pro-life?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Where does pregnancy occur in the body? Like where?
In the womb.
What is that called?
It's like there's a pocket there that's below the stomach.
No, what is it called? What is it called? Carl, thank you for the $2.
I don't know, man. You stick your dick in, you fucking bust a nut, and then your seed goes to the egg, and that's where it happens at.
It's called the uterus.
The uterus. There it is. There it is.
Where does conception occur?
I dropped out of high school, bro.
Okay, how many continents are there?
50.
Oh, Jesus.
Well, there's 48. There's 48. Then there's Alaska. Oh, continents. Sorry, my bad. I thought you was talking about.
Oh, God.
Okay, continents. I would say 7.
And what are they?
Asia, America, South America. That's 3. Come on. And you got. Get the fuck out of here. This ain't school, man. Anyway, go on.
Wait, so you don't got anything else?
Nah, that's it.
America, South America.
Well, you got America. Well, it's been the question's like old school. Man. Like I haven't.
Anthony, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
But there's 7 continents. There's 7 continents.
Okay, how many branches of government are there?
5 branches.
5? Yeah. What are the 5 branches?
Well, actually, there's 3 branches.
Oh, what are the 3 branches?
There's 3 branches.
Yeah. What are the 3 branches?
Okay, legislation. Right, you got the legislation, and you got the executive. Is that right?
Mm-hmm.
Shit, I don't fucking know. I ain't into politics, man.
Can you name me one policy that Donald Trump influenced to get passed?
Can I name one policy that Donald Trump influenced to get passed?
Yep.
No.
Nope, not a single one. Can you name one policy that the Biden-Harris administration influenced to get passed that you disagree with?
No.
No?
No. So why am I voting
thank you for the $2. Thank you so much. Would you
Why
vote?
am I voting for Donald Trump?
No, here, I'll ask you this. Would you vote for someone who's more likely than not, like, sexually assaulted a woman?
Would I what?
Would you vote for someone who more likely than not sexually assaulted a woman?
I don't understand the question.
Would you vote for someone who more likely than not sexually assaulted a woman?
I'm actually still on that thing where you degraded me about my common sense.
Okay, but I'm asking, would you vote for
my bro?
Would you vote for?
You done affected my brain, bro. You understand that?
Would you vote for someone who more likely than not sexually assaulted a woman?
I'm just as slow as Trump, don't you know?
Would you vote for someone who more likely than not sexually assaulted a woman? Thank you for the hand heart.
Are you a simpleton?
Dude, are you actually like not able to answer the question?
Are you a simp?
Dude, you want to engage in conversation? Like, would you vote for someone who more likely than not sexually assaulted a woman?
Bro, you're a simp. I get that from you. Yeah, because you like hooked me up, man. And I appreciate what you gave me, man.
Can you give me again? I'm just asking you. Can you give me, like, dude? What are you saying, bro?
Oh, now I done affected you.
Wait, what state are you in?
Now.
What state are you in?
What? I'm in a state of insanity. I already told you that.
No, what state in the United States are you in?
I'm in a state of insanity, actually.
I can tell.
So, are you going to give me some help?
Asia, thank you so much. I appreciate the. Hey, Joe, I appreciate. Thank you so much. I appreciate the $10.
Guide me to liberalism, man. Turn me into the liberal, bro.
Yeah. Would you vote for someone who more likely than not
I want
sexually?
you to turn me into a liberal, bro.
Would you vote for someone who more likely than not sexually assaulted a woman?
I personally don't care if an individual did something. Listen, check this out. Whatever people do, they just do. You understand? The less I know, the less I'm concerned.
Would you vote for someone who more likely?
The less I know, the less I'm concerned, bro.
Would you vote for someone who's sexually
So why
assaulted
should
a
I
woman?
be concerned? Why should I be concerned what he's
Dude,
saying?
I'm asking you a very basic question. Would you vote for someone who more likely than not sexually assaulted a woman?
I personally, in all honesty, you want to be real about it. I'm really debating on whether or not voting at all. I figure what
So
I
you're not going to vote? So you're not going to vote?
I'm voting. I'm voting for. I'm rooting. I'm rooting and voting for Trump.
Push the dollar. So would you vote for someone who more likely than not sexually assaulted a woman?
Trump didn't assault a woman.
Would you vote for someone who more likely than not
Trump
sexually
didn't
assaulted a woman?
Trump never assaulted a woman.
Would you vote for someone who more likely than not sexually assaulted a woman? Danielle,
Trump
thank you so much for
never
pushing the hand
assaulted
art.
a woman.
Would you? I'm not talking about Trump right now. Would you vote for someone who more likely than not?
I'm voting for blah blah blah. Why are you voting for Trump?
I'm gonna cry. Would you vote for someone who more likely than not sexually assaulted a
I'm
woman?
not going to answer that, but I will answer that Trump never assaulted a woman.
Okay, so again, do you know what a civil court is?
Would you pay 25 cents for a gumball?
Jimmy, do you know what? Okay,
Would you pay 25 cents for a gumball?
Thank you for the good evening. Thank you so much. All right, let's go on to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. What the fuck just happened? What the fuck, dude? Was that guy even engaged? What, dude?
Hey, good night, big man.
Yeah, what's up? Are you voting for Trump?
Yes, sir.
Why so?
Because I'm living in the real world.
Okay, so you said you're living in the real world. What makes you think that
Yes.
you're living in the real world and that's the reason why you're voting for
Because-
Trump? Good evening. Thank you.
Okay. Not everything that you're saying is wrong. Okay? Politicians exist to make policy for us. Right?
Yeah, thank you for the good
Just
evening.
like-
Thank you so much.
Right. It's just like a bus driver exists to pick a passenger. Politicians like Democrats exist to make legislation for us, right?
So yes,
nothing that they
politicians
do-
exist for legislation purposes. Appreciate the good evening. Thank you so much.
Right.
So are you? So why are you voting for Trump?
Because Trump is not like them.
Steph, thank you for the glowing jellyfish.
He's
Thank you
not-
so much. He's quite literally a
He's
politician.
not like the establishment.
Thank you for the hat mustache. Thank you for the confetti. Thank you for the money gun.
Right.
So what is different with
He's
him and
not
the
like
establishment?
That's what we need. We need to wake up and look what's going on in the real
No,
world.
listen. What's different with
Not
him and
just in the
the
country.
What's different with him and the establishment?
The establishment want to keep it just the way it is.
Thank you, little crown. Thank you for the confetti.
Right.
Well, doesn't he want to keep
And he
things
wants to change
the
that.
same way? Thank you for that mustache. Thank you. so
Yeah.
much. Wait, so then he wants to do
And
the
he-
exact same thing as the establishment. He wants to keep it the same. Isn't conservatism
he
about
wants to change
conserving? Isn't conservatism about conserving like what currently exists?
Just let me explain something. Okay. Why do we have a war in Ukraine?
Because Russia invaded and committed a war crime.
Why
War
did
crimes?
Russia invade Ukraine?
Thank you for the singing mic. Well, they invaded
Why
Ukraine
did Russia-
specifically. They invaded Ukraine specifically because Putin wants to bring back the Soviet Union. Thank you for the hand heart. Thank you.
No, sir. No. Did you know that Obama promised Putin that they would never go into Ukraine? Did you know that?
Yeah,
Obama promised.
that the
Right.
Ukraine Ukraine did not join NATO. So thank you for that. Thank
Okay,
you so
so
much
what?
for
What?
ICF.
Just look what's going in the real world. But when you're voting for a president, you got to look what's going in the world. Okay, so why do NATO exists to keep peace in the world, right?
So
Right?
NATO does
I'm
exist to
just
keep
asking-
peace. Yes.
Okay, so why do they want to go into Ukraine to put bombs into Ukraine to point to Russia if you exist to keep peace?
Yeah, because they're engaging.
Does that make sense?
They're engaging in self-defense.
What kind of self-defense if Russia is living in peace? Russia didn't want to invade Ukraine until
the hand heart. Thank you for
until the Biden administration
Not true.
came in.
So
there
again,
was no war. There was no war.
They
Sir,
annexed
sir,
Crimea in
just watch what's going on in the
2014.
real world.
Sir, they
There was
annexed.
no war when.
Sir, they annexed
There was
Crimea.
no war.
Sir, they
There was
annexed.
no war. Yes, they annexed.
They annexed Crimea in 2014. So you saying that there was no war, right, is not an actual argument here? You can unmute. I gave you the ability to unmute. Hello? Hello? Okay, we're just gonna go to the next person, everyone. He's just still muted. All right, let's go to the next individual. Only set a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024, y'all. Yo, what's up? Are you voting Trump?
Yep.
Why so?
Let's talk abortion.
Are you voting for him because of abortion?
That's one of the reasons. One of the main reasons.
Okay. So, do you think a zygote is a person?
Yes.
Okay. So I have a question. Right. Do you consider this a person? Give me 1 second. All right. Give me 1 second. All right. Do you consider like this right here a person?
Yes.
So that's a microorganism. So that's not a human.
It's a living thing.
I literally searched up microorganism. Right. I'm asking for a question like in real life, do you typically like mistake like human beings with microorganisms? Does that typically happen?
I don't understand what you're getting at.
Yeah, like in real life, do you typically like mistake a microorganism for a person? Is that something you could easily mistake?
No, but I
No,
think
so then I'm confused. Why do you consider that a person if you don't even know how to distinguish a person as a zygote from a person? I mean, not a person, a literal microorganism.
Are you talking about looks?
Yeah, no, you just couldn't tell the difference between a microorganism and a zygote.
But it's not about the looks.
It's a little bit more than just the looks. Like there was a very clear difference between what I just showed you and a person.
Have you seen a fetus?
Yes.
How early on?
I've seen fetuses in the 20-week stage and earlier.
How much earlier?
Are you talking like in real life? Jen, I think of the $2.
I'm not, or pictures or
yeah, I've 12 weeks. I've seen 18 weeks. I've seen all of those. I don't find it to be valuable until 18 weeks.
Why 18 weeks?
Sentience. First person subjective experience.
Explain.
First person subjective experience means like the conceptualized, like you know how you're experiencing things right now?
I know what that means. I'm asking you to explain.
What are you asking me to explain?
Why that was an experience for you.
What? Why that was an experience for me? I don't know what you're trying to say.
How did you experience it? Tell me.
Experience what?
You said 18 weeks.
Yes, subjective experience. I'm just saying like a conceptualization of an experience. I'm not saying you remember your experiences. People who have dementia, they are sentient. They have subjective experiences, but they might not remember it.
I will tell you, my wife had a miscarriage at 12 weeks.
Okay.
And I saw the fetus.
Okay.
And changed my whole opinion on it.
Okay. All right, cool. So are you saying based upon the look?
Not necessarily, because after doing more research after that moment, it really, I learned a lot more about it.
I have a question. Do you think that there should be federal protections for GRAPE victims to be able to get access to abortion?
For what victims? I'm sorry.
Do you think victims of GRAPE should be able to get access to abortion legally, federally?
So I'm going to say what everyone says is less than 1%, right?
Jen, I think of the $2. Regardless, do you think that they should be able to get access to abortion federally protected?
No.
No?
No.
So you think a GRAPE victim should be forced to go through a pregnancy? So I'll give you an example. Like if your daughter was graped, and she was like 10 years old and she became pregnant, do you think she should be forced to go through that pregnancy?
I understand the moral complications with that specific situation.
Do you think she should be forced to go through that pregnancy against her will?
I mean, I understand. I understand where you're coming from. I understand what you're saying, but if you put yourself in my shoes and understand why I believe what I believe, do you understand why that makes it complicated, right?
No.
You don't.
Mm-mm. Thank you for thinking lights. Thank you so much. It's a non-sentient embryo, and we're talking about a 10-year-old girl that got raped.
So, are you talking? Those would be the only situations that it would be allowed.
I'm asking, do you think that there should be an exception in that circumstance?
Maybe in that very, very, very specific circumstance, that's less than 1%. But if we're talking
Okay,
Roe
what
v.
about a
Wade,
30-year-old woman who got raped? Should she be able to get access to abortion?
still less than 1%. I mean, I'm talking rape in general. Okay.
Okay, so you think that they should be able to get access to abortion if they're raped?
Less than 1%, but yes.
Okay, so I'll ask you this question then. Why should they be able to get access to an abortion?
Because it was unconsensual.
But if you consider it murder, do you think that that makes it okay?
I mean, I'm not thrilled with any of it, but I can understand the very, very specific situation that this...
Do you still consider it murder?
Yeah.
So you're okay with legal murder in some circumstances?
I'm okay with the death penalty.
No, but like legal murder, you think that's not murder, right? Because again, you don't see it to be, because you see it to be justified. And also, I think the death penalty is a crazy view.
Well, that's what I believe.
Okay, so you're risking innocent civilians for your satisfaction?
For my satisfaction, no.
Mm-hmm. Well, the death penalty, there's vast research on this, does not serve as a deterrence for crime. So it doesn't reduce the likelihood of someone committing a crime. And it also like costs more. And it kills innocent people. 4% of people on death row are innocent. So we only lose from the death penalty being in existence. Oh, he left. Okay. Let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. If you want to support me, as always, Venmo, Cash App in the bio, everyone. Yo, Jordan, thank you so much for the $20. Thank you so much, Jordan. I really appreciate that. Thank you so much. Yo, W Jordan in the comment section. Thank you so much, Jordan. I really appreciate that. All right, let's get this next individual up here. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Yo, what?
Yeah, how
I'm
old are you?
fat finger. My bad. Get me out of here.
Oh, you're good. All right, only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. We are just looking for some debates, y'all. Again, everyone, please only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Hello? Hello? Okay. Let's get this next person up. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. We are just looking for some debates, y'all. Again, everyone, please only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Oh, they're not here. All right, let's get this next individual. By the way, follow me here if you have not already, y'all. I go live literally every single day. I should get my main account or my second account back like tomorrow, I think. I'll let you know what time I get it back tomorrow, everyone. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Okay, let's get this next person. Again, everyone, only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024, y'all. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
20.
Are you voting Trump?
Yeah.
What's your birth year?
What?
What's your birth year?
2004.
What month?
March.
Okay. Okay, why are you voting Trump?
Well, I have a question for you first. Do you live on your own?
Yes.
Okay, so I'm personally voting for Trump because the prices when he was president were a lot better. I'm personally struggling working a full-time job right now. So,
So what is he going to do to lower prices?
well, you can see that from when he was president.
Okay, so actually his tax policy is inflationary. He's advocating for tariffs, a 10% tariff on every good coming into the country, which would cause inflation. It's a tax on imports coming into the country. Along with, you would advocate for a 60 to 100% tariff on China. So a lot of our goods come from China. That would cause inflation with the goods that you buy, and it would be more expensive for you. So why do you want to vote for Trump, who would make your prices higher?
Have you not seen inflation recently? Like gas
I have,
is
but
literally
how
so
did Biden Harris?
expensive,
How did the Biden Harris
and,
administration cause that?
Okay, okay, this is stupid.
Wait, how did the Biden Harris administration? She left. So you're calling it stupid, but you had no argument. What the hell? Yo, what's up? How old are you? Hello?
Hello?
You're an infant. All right, let's get the next person up here. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump, y'all, in 2024. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
41.
Are you voting for Trump?
I think there's a lot of reasons I'm voting for Trump. But I would say, to start it off, maybe securing of the border. Inflation would be one of them.
Do you think there's a border crisis right now? Cassandra, thank you for the $2.
Yeah.
So did you know there's the same amount of border crossings right now as there was at the end of Trump's administration?
That's not what I read in here.
I can show you a source. Would you like to see it?
Sure.
Yeah, so look up the title. It says, guess how much border crossing numbers plummeted since Biden put in a new policy. And it says specifically that the daily crossings are below 2,400, which is the same level as...
when did he put it in?
What?
When did he put the policy in?
This was a few weeks ago. And it
so he put a policy in.
It caused a decrease.
He put a policy in. Hold up.
It caused a decrease in the... Hold up, man.
Just before the election, but there's 4 years of the policy not being in. Is that accurate or no?
Not 4 years. They've been trying to pass a border bill for the past year and a half or so, which specifically Republicans were not voting for, even though it was a Republican border bill that was actually supported by the Border Patrol. So Trump specifically got Republicans in Congress to not vote for it because he didn't want Democrats to look good as it relates to the border.
So let me ask you this. Do you think there's a border crisis?
No, I do not think that currently there's a border crisis.
No. Let's go back over.
I wouldn't call it a crisis, but I would say that there are problems that exist at our southern border.
Do you think they're worse during Biden's presidency or Trump's?
I would say that the problems associated with the border right now, the past few years, were worse. But in certain respects, I don't think it was specifically caused by the Biden-Harris administration, but I do think that in certain respects, some things related to the border were worse under Biden's administration.
Why was it not caused by their administration when it happened during their administration?
I can't indicate any specific policy that would have led to that specifically. Like, for example, do you think do you think Woodrow Wilson caused World War I?
I have no idea.
Okay, so no, just because a president was in office that particular time does not mean that he caused that to happen. Do you think that the 14.8% unemployment under the Trump?
But it does.
Do you think that the 14? Do you think the 14?
One second.
No, I will make you again. I'm not rapid fire. I'm asking you another clarifying question because you didn't know.
We got to be able to ask questions back and forth, though. That's a debate.
Go for it, dumbass.
Okay. Well, now I forgot what it was.
Yeah. So do you think?
So let's just be cordial.
Sure. The 14.8% unemployment that happened under Trump's administration, do you think that specifically was cause of Trump?
No.
Okay. So if that wasn't caused by Trump specifically,
that doesn't mean that's a unilateral statement though against any situation.
No. The point I'm making is that just because it happens under the administration doesn't mean it was caused specifically by him.
It indicates that it definitely could have been, and it should be researched.
Okay, you should research it. I'm not disputing that, but that does not mean that it was because of the Biden administration, the Biden-Harris administration. So to associate responsibility to them just because it happened under their administration.
So hold on, did they not change policies? I think they changed policies when they came in. I don't know this for sure. I don't know if you do either.
No,
but I think that the border policy changed whenever they came into office.
Not relevantly, because everything that they specifically took off were things that also didn't exist under the Obama administration, and yet there were significantly less people coming to the country under the Obama administration. So it couldn't possibly be the policy that caused it, as it is the case that, again, given when the policy didn't exist, that problem also didn't exist.
All right, so let's ask this then. Could it be that the people coming in illegally viewed the president as weak and took advantage of a situation? Kind of similar to
Did
how
you know in
Russia did
2022?
Ukraine.
Did you know in 2022 the undocumented immigrant population was lower than that of 2019? Sharp, thank you for the galaxy. Thank you so much.
Hold on, let me process that. In 2022, what?
In 2022, there was a lower undocumented immigrant population, based upon estimates, than from the Department of Homeland Security, than under 2019. That's from the Department of Homeland Security. Thank you for the confetti. Thank you.
So wouldn't that be a result of 4 years of Trump being in office? Because I mean, you don't just snap your fingers and it happens, right? There's a lagging effect on everything. So 19 to 2022.
So again, the point I'm making is that you could say it's associated.
Goes down. 2 years in the office, getting some things passed, building a wall, whatever it might be, and then all of a sudden you go out 2022. He got out of office in 2020. That might be trailwinds of what he put into place.
So sure, yeah. So you could say that it's related specifically to the policy, but what you're not understanding is that if you just look at the administration and what's happening under their specific administration, it is the case that it was specifically, you would say that it was that the conditions that are worse off, specifically in 2019, were caused specifically by Trump, which you see as ridiculous. So again, you'd have to indicate a specific policy that would have caused this.
I don't know his policies though, but I don't think either one of us really know his policies.
Exactly.
In order to be able to say definitively one or the other. But I would say that it's indicative of the policy changes and indicative of perhaps a weaker view of the people in power in this country now versus what was in power 4 years ago, which would bring me to the Russia-Ukraine thing. I don't think that Russia would have invaded. And another reason why I would say I would be more likely to vote Trump than Harris or Biden, but particularly Biden, which is I feel like the world stage thinks that we're weak and that we won't. There's a lot to be said for Trump's bark.
I have a question. Why do you think the world stage looks at Kamala as weak?
I don't know about Kamala specifically, but I know they looked at Biden as weak. In my opinion, looked at Biden as weak, and so
we're not talking about Biden.
Vice president.
We're not talking about Biden. We're talking specifically.
Though. I mean,
we're talking specifically Kamala Harris. So why do you think that they would think? Why do you think that they would think Kamala is weak?
Because she worked with Biden administration.
Okay, no, that's not a good reason to believe someone's weak.
That's a really good reason. He elected her as his vice president.
Eric, there are veterans that are in the Biden administration. Do you think those veterans in the Biden administration are weak?
What? I'm talking about the president, not people in the administration.
No, you did. You just referenced Kamala Harris because she was a part of the administration. That would mean she's weak. So do you think all of the veterans in the Biden administration are weak? Listen,
I think that people could potentially view veterans in the Biden administration versus veterans in the Trump administration as being weaker. Yeah, I think that.
Thank you, Superpower. Thank you so much. Okay, so you do think that the veterans in the Biden administration are weak?
I did not say that. I specifically said that other people could view people in the Biden administration. Go ahead.
You said Kamala Harris was weak because it is the case that she was in the Biden administration.
You're putting words in my mouth. I didn't say she was weak. I said that I feel like people could view her as weak. And I actually didn't even say that. I said Biden, and then you turned it to Harris. I don't know what they think about Harris, but I could see them seeing her as weak because she was the vice president of Biden, who, in my opinion, they saw as weak. So they got a little bit rowdy out there. Yeah, there's a ton of evidence. There's Ukraine and Russia invading Ukraine. There's Russia
that does not mean. Hold up, that's so ridiculous. That does not mean that they think that that Biden was weak, because Biden got the entirety of the European community to defend Ukraine. Whereas Trump specifically, if you think that he wouldn't have helped Ukraine, well, then he would have just let Russia take Ukraine. That tells us that we're weaker.
I think that he would have told Putin not to invade Ukraine, and Putin wouldn't have done it.
Yeah. So you think that Biden just didn't think of telling Putin not to do it?
He doesn't respect Biden. He thinks Biden is weak.
Why does Trump? So that's just an assumption that you have. How the hell do you know?
I'm telling you, bro. It's based upon. Let me ask you this,
Eric, I'm sorry. I don't think anyone looks at Donald Trump and is like fearful. Like, be so fucking for real. They'd be fearful of the. They'd be fearful of the capacity. No one looks at him and is fearful.
Did you
listen? Be quiet. Please listen.
I can't give you.
Eric, they are fearful specifically of what the United States military can do. They're not fearful of Donald Trump, the guy who never exercises. Rosanna, thank you so much. I appreciate the $25 on Venmo. Thank you so much, Rosanna. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. You can unmute.
You see a rabid pit bull being restrained by a 6'5" bodybuilder versus a rabid pit bull being restrained by an 80-year-old lady on a cane coming after you. You're just as fearful as the pit bull in both situations. You're more fearful of that 80-year-old lady letting that thing go. We get the analogy now?
No.
Oh, wow. Well, I can't spell it any clearer.
Yeah, tell me what it's supposed to mean.
You're referencing people being afraid of the military versus the president. The military is feared with both presidents, okay? The question is, who do you fear actually using the military and letting it after you?
Okay, so then would you say they feared Biden doing it more?
No, I'm saying they feared Trump doing it more, so they stay in line.
Okay, so why would you expect Trump to do it more?
That's a dumb, like that question. You're just trying to re-navigate out of a situation in which you kind of got like.
Yeah, why would you expect Trump to do it more? You're not answering my question.
You got backed into me answering the question the right way, which is
you just don't know how to answer my questions.
You're asking questions with an intention behind them. You're not asking to learn. You're asking to try to pin somebody in a situation they can't argue their way out of.
It's a debate, genius. Of course, I'm learning from the debate, but yes, I'm going to ask you leading questions because it's a debate.
A debate should be not somebody trying to win over the other person, but both sides trying to understand where the other person's coming from.
I am understanding where you're. In order for me to be able to debate against your position, I have to understand where you're coming from.
All right, so you asked why I voted for Trump when I first got on, right?
Yeah, I did.
Okay, opening question. So I think that I feel safer as an American that a outbreak of World War III is less likely under Trump's leadership than Biden or Harris's leadership.
And what makes you think that?
The past 4 years versus the 4 years prior.
Okay, so what did he do specifically that makes you think that? Thank you so much. I appreciate all the gifts, everyone.
He kept the country out of wars.
So there was literally a war on ISIS, remember?
I think he got us out of that war.
No, he got us into the war against ISIS. Right? Like even further.
ISIS since 2001.
Eric, I said even further.
Explain.
Yeah, remember he literally ran on like destroying ISIS and like engaging further in the war against ISIS and in like engaging more in the Middle East. Right? He increased military drone strikes in the Middle East by 450%.
My understanding was
he assassinated a top military general.
Did he not get us out of the Middle East?
He assassinated a top military general in Iran.
Did he get us out of the Middle East? Yeah, he did. And you know what? Nothing happened. That's the crazy thing. And there's where we go into the fearing, whatever. Nothing happened. They bombed an embassy or something, which we had advance notice of, and no casualties on our end. That was their like retaliation. Why didn't they take it further?
Again, so as it relates to the context of these situations, is because
why didn't they take it further? Sorry.
You don't think that people getting injured is taking it far enough?
Nobody got injured.
Wait, there were people. Injured. Wait.
Okay, I said nobody died.
No, you said nobody got injured.
I said nobody died from our end.
No, you said nobody got injured.
Okay, well then let me take it back because I don't know if it's true. But what I do know is that nobody died allegedly from our end. Right?
Yeah, so where did you get that?
Leader. It was reported on. I can't cite sources.
Reported from where? So if it was reported, you could cite the source of what it was reported from, right?
Bro, we're talking like what was this, 5 years ago, 4 years ago now? 4 years ago, and you hear the news and you hear that the retaliation strike happened, you hear that there were no casualties by U.S., all of the U.S. personnel had evacuated, whatever they did is a retaliatory strike. That's my sources. I don't know. If you say that's untrue, show me yours.
No, I would just ask you for what the sources you're referencing are. But we can surpass that. I have a question.
Yep.
Yeah. So do you think that someone, I appreciate the handout, thank you so much, who more likely than not sexually abused a woman should be able to you'd vote for them?
I think that is a contingent situation. Would I vote for them versus somebody that I feel like has Alzheimer's to run the country? Yeah, absolutely.
Wait, Kamala Harris is the candidate, and she doesn't have Alzheimer's.
Biden was. You would be voting for Biden if it was Biden still the candidate.
Eric,
I'm basically
the reality of the matter.
idea that this is situational. It's a situational question.
Oh my fuck, dude. Listen, the two candidates right now are not Joe Biden and Donald Trump. It's Kamala Harris and Donald Trump.
Would you be hosting the same debate using the same theory or logic to your convicted felon or convicted rapist if Biden was running? You'd be saying the same thing,
I would
right?
still say you shouldn't vote for a proven sexual abuser. Yeah.
All right. So you think that if, let's say there was a sexual offender and then there was a mass murderer and you had to choose between the sexual offender and the mass murderer to run your country, what are you doing? Are you choosing the lesser of the two evils?
Is Kamala Harris a mass murderer?
I'm asking that question to you as more of a theological.
I would vote for neither.
You would vote for, so you'd exercise your right not to vote.
Yeah.
Okay. And so you just let the rest of the world decide which one you got.
Yeah, given I have no other information other than one is a mass murderer and one is a sex offender, I would vote for neither.
Okay.
Okay. So now would you like to answer my questions?
Sure.
Okay, so given the facts are that you're Kamala Harris, you're voting for either Kamala Harris or Donald Trump. Would you vote for Donald Trump, right, if he is more likely than not sexually assaulted a woman?
It's definitely possible.
Do you think you would vote for him if he more likely than not sexually assaulted a woman?
It's definitely possible.
So you would or you wouldn't?
I'm going to cast my vote on the person that I feel like
my question is, you would or you wouldn't?
To a better place in 4 years.
So which one do you think would make the country better off?
I think Trump would.
Oh, okay. So you would vote for a violent sex offender over Kamala Harris?
If I felt like the country was going to be better off, if I felt like my family was going to be better off, if I felt like
if your family was going to be better off if Kamala Harris were president, would you vote for her?
If I felt like my family and my community would be better off by putting her in office, I absolutely would, 100%.
Okay. Well, then I'll ask you this question. How can your community be better off for how can the women in America, the 170 million American women, how can they be better off if a violent sex offender of a woman is in office?
Oh, tons of ways. They could be better off economically because the economy is growing better. They could be better off.
What policies did Donald Trump influence to get passed that made the economy better off?
You could put, let's say it's Harris, okay? And let's say that Harris, I don't know, causes a war happens under Harris's presidency that wouldn't happen under Trump's presidency. And that same woman that you thought you were protecting,
you have no evidence that this is going to happen.
They got bombed.
Eric, you literally have no evidence this is going to happen. You're just assuming that a war is going to happen.
No, I'm not. I'm just saying that your question is not a black and white question.
Dude, I'm asking you why the fuck you're voting for a violent sex offender over Kamala Harris. I don't think this is a fucking difficult question for you to answer. I don't think this is black and white. I'm asking you, why would you vote for a violent sex offender over Kamala Harris? You're saying because the economy would be better off. So I'm asking you, what economically speaking would be better off due to the policies that Donald Trump passed, appreciate the convey, thank you so much, that you would specifically vote for a violent sex offender over Kamala Harris?
I can't cite the policies.
So you don't know a single policy, yet you're still voting for the violent sex offender?
that was good. What you did was good. So congratulations. But you don't have to know policies to have lived in two different 4-year time eras to
I lived in those
determine
time
what
eras.
you feel like is the better time frame in a variety of different ways.
Appreciate the head mustache. Thank you so much, lesbian.
I mean,
So,
I don't know how you can.
I lived
how
in that
you-
time period, and again, I'm telling you,
You feel like the country's better off now than
I'm
it was
telling you
4
that's
years ago.
not a. Oh wait, no, 4 years ago was COVID, so yes, the country's better off now.
Pre-COVID.
Okay, so I think in certain respects it is, certain respects it's not. Like for example, I appreciate the sunglasses. Thank you so much. Real wages have gone up now since 2019. Did you know that? They are higher now than they were in 2019.
Okay.
Okay, that means wages have gone up, like accounting for inflation.
Okay.
Okay, so given that that's the case, right, that wages have gone up accounting for inflation, well, then it would be the case that we have a higher standard of living now as it relates to wages. Think of the cap. Thank you so much. But what the issue is that you're not taking into account certain aspects of the economy. So obviously,
I
say
don't think
if like,
well, hold on, if you don't mind.
so listen, that's average inflation.
You can't be taken into
I
consideration.
want you to listen to what I'm saying because it's not going to
Right.
understand if you cut me off halfway through.
Go ahead.
Think of lemonade. Okay, so certain things, like for example, I appreciate the hand art. Thank you so much. Gas has gone up more than other commodities in the economy. So the average inflation of the economy, right? If you were only taking into account gas specifically, that would would be higher than if you were to specifically reference the rest of the economy on average. Katrina, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you so much. So obviously, if you your specific industry relies more on gas, right, you're going to experience, right, a higher set of inflation, right, than say like other people in the economy on average, because you engage with gas more than other people would. Jordan, thank you for the $5.
Gotcha.
Thank you so much.
How much of the average person's paycheck do you think goes towards rent and housing?
I think it's probably like 30-35%,
Okay.
40%.
Would you say that's probably the biggest increase of inflation?
I think housing is a huge increase. Appreciate that mustache. Thank you so much. And I think that's an issue that would have happened regardless of Trump or Biden in office.
Why do you think that?
Because housing isn't related to the president.
Is it? Because interest rates are kind of related to the president, are they not?
So interest rates are related to the Federal Reserve.
Yeah, but the policies that presidents put in place can influence profitability in companies. It can influence.
So you don't even know what policies you're referencing.
There was huge tax cuts, so we'll get that one out of the way real quick. It was on corporations. It was on individuals.
So
They were
Eric,
pretty big too.
Eric, all of the tax cuts specifically that people got from who are making under $400,000 a year, all of those are going to be retained under the Harris administration. But all of the ones, the tax cuts from people making over $400,000 a year, those are going to go away, and it's going to be replaced with a child tax credit of 2021 that will give $3,600 a year per kid that's under 5 years old, right? So that would specifically help middle class families a lot. Right, it specifically reduced child poverty by 50% when implemented in 2021.
Okay. So basically, the Trump tax cuts are going to continue on under the Biden-Harris administration, and they're just going to raise taxes.
Yeah,
on
but
people that make
it's only going to be kept for people who make under $400,000 a year.
So they're going to extend 2017's tax cuts, the brackets, the standard deductions, all that kind of stuff. They're going to just extend all that out. They're not making any changes to it.
Corky, thank you. But they're getting rid of all the cuts for people who make over $400,000 a year.
Yeah, only over 400,000. I could look into it. That might be something that would be oh, that's cool. And so I'll tell you the other thing. This is the other problem that I feel like happens just like within our country is you're one side of the aisle or the other side of the aisle, and then if you're on the right side, everything on the left side is supposed to be bad, and vice versa. I don't know. Maybe that would be good. Maybe that would be good for people. I haven't looked into it enough, but if it's the way you say that it is, everybody keeps the same taxes, that it's under 400,000. They increase it a little bit on people that are over 400,000. Maybe that's a good thing.
Appreciate that, Mustache. Thank you so much. Yeah, that's the best thing. That's better than specifically Trump's policy. Yo, M Sharp, thank you so much. I appreciate the galaxy. Thank you so much. All right, so is there anything else you want to talk about or add?
No, I mean, I'm good. I'm good wrapping it up. It was fun talking to you and chatting with you.
Appreciate that, Mustache. Thank you so much, Shirley. All right, appreciate you coming up.
Yeah, have fun.
All right, let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. We are just looking for some debates, y'all. Let's get this next person up here. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024, y'all. All right, let's get this next individual up here. If you're MAGA, type in the comment section right now and I will bring you up here. If you're MAGA, type in the comment section right now and I'll bring you up. Let's get this next individual up here, y'all. All right, seems like they're not accepting this person up, so let me try the next. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024, y'all. Again, only send a guest request if you are voting for Trump in 2024. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
13 or 14. My bad.
Fetus. Oh, my lord. All right, let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. If you want to support me, as always, Venmo and Cash App is in the bio, everyone. Venmo and Cash App is in the bio. Yeah, thank you for the cap. Thank you so much, Sharon. All right. Let's get this next individual up here. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024, y'all. Child tax credit is democratic? Yes. The $3,600 a year one. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
41. Parker, how are you?
All right, good. Are you voting Trump?
I sure am.
Why so?
Well, because I don't think anyone's brought it up, but Parker, to be honest with you, when Donald Trump was in office, I was getting close to 5 bars on my cell phone reception, and now I'm lucky to get 2 or 3.
You know, that's such a great reason to vote for Donald Trump. So good. Greatest reason. Best reason I've heard. You know, I haven't heard a better reason before, until I heard that one. All right, let's get this next person up here. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024, y'all. All right. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Is this me?
Yeah, are you voting Trump?
Actually on?
Yeah, are you voting Trump?
Thinking about it, yeah.
Is there a way you can turn off your background noise?
Oh, yeah, sorry, watching Olympics. Hold on one second. Sorry,
Yeah,
this is the very first time ever doing this type of stuff.
Yeah, are you voting Trump? So why are you voting Trump?
I would vote for Trump, definitely, because it just seems like when Trump was in office, I had more money in my pocket.
Okay, so you said it seems like there's more money in your pocket. Okay. So I have a question. Did you have more money in your pocket under the Obama administration?
No, but again, I'm 35, so back Obama I was like 18.
Yeah, no. I was just saying, just to make sure. So here,
Yeah.
I'll ask you this question. Then specifically, would you think that someone who was better off right now than they were in 2020 would have better reason to believe that they should vote for Kamala Harris? Because it is the case that they're better off right now under Kamala Harris's administration and the Biden-Harris administration comparative to what they were under Donald Trump's administration in 2020?
I'm not thinking of what Donald Trump did in 2020 compared to what.
Wait, no, but that was under his administration. So if someone was better off under the Kamala Harris Biden administration, would it be the case that they should vote for Kamala Harris over Donald Trump? Because again, they were better off now than they were in 2020.
I think if I had Donald Trump compared to Biden, now, like if Donald Trump served his 8 years instead of his 4 years, I think I'd be better off now than if Biden was.
Okay, so can you name one policy that Donald Trump influenced to get passed that benefit the middle class more than to benefit rich people?
I'm not looking at policies and stuff. I'm just looking at my life.
So if you're just looking at your life, how do you know? So then how do you
I-
respond to my objection? Because my objection was just looking at the life, wasn't looking at the policies. So if you just look at the life for that one person, they should vote for Kamala Harris because it is the case that they're better off now than they were in 2020. Because that was his administration.
You're literally. I'm looking at how my life has been going. Right. That's the thing of what this whole. What I think that everybody should be doing is just literally looking at their life at that period of time and what is going to benefit themselves.
Okay, so then obviously
So
that
that's
person that
how
I'm
we should
referencing
vote,
should
right?
vote for Kamala, right? And Heidi, thank you so much for the $30. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it, Heidi. Thank you. Thank you.
I'm sorry, say that again.
So that person that I just referenced should vote for Kamala, right? Because they're looking at their own life and they were better off. Like, actually, I'll just ask you this question. Should I vote for Kamala Harris? Because it is the case that I'm better off now than I was under Trump's administration. Christian, thank you so much for the $5.
If that's how you feel,
Thank you for that message.
how you really want, and that's what you really think that's going to benefit you, then yes.
Okay, so then
my
I'll ask you this
problem is-
question.
No, I just have one question for
Okay,
you.
go ahead.
I have one problem. I believe that in my pocket, Donald Trump is better for me. As I have money.
Oh, no, I get you. So here's a question.
But my last question is, as for the future and as worldwide, I think Kamala, I hope I'm saying her name right, is better.
Kamala. So here's my question. You're saying you should vote for the person in which makes you better off specifically. Okay. Well, then are you saying that white slave owners should have voted to keep slavery?
Oh, no.
Wait, but that's what you'd be arguing right now. Because
No,
you said
I'm
that
not
if it makes them
arguing
better
that.
off, they should be
No,
advocating
no.
for it.
I'm talking today and age, not back in 19.
Okay, so countries around the world where specifically like women don't have rights, should the men specifically vote for women not to have rights because it benefits them?
That's not our country.
No, but in those countries, should they vote to like restrict women's rights? No. Okay, so just because
every country, I believe, have. I guess in that way, every country should have their own way to vote and stuff.
Okay,
like
well
that.
then I'll ask you based on this country. Do you think we should reinstitute child labor because it would benefit the economy? Because that would benefit you?
How's it going to benefit me?
Oh, there'd be more laborers, so that would benefit the economy overall. The economy would be more productive. So should we reinstitute child labor because it would benefit you because it would benefit the economy?
Child labor, it has nothing to do with me.
Okay, so yeah, just because something benefits you doesn't mean you should vote for it. There are clearly things we can point to that benefit us that we wouldn't vote for because they are very detrimental and bad, even if they benefit us. So voting for someone who's more likely than not sexually assaulted a woman, has been held legally responsible for 34 felonies, like convicted of 34 felonies, been held legally responsible for fraud, defamation, right? Someone who specifically said that it's okay for him to walk into changing rooms of naked teenage girls because they quote unquote own the place. Someone who said that they have sex in common with their daughter. Someone who said that they would date their own daughter if it wasn't their daughter. Someone who said that their daughter was voluptuous. Someone who said yeah to Howard Stern calling their daughter a piece of ass. Saying that it was okay for them to grab a woman by the vagina. They don't even have to ask. Right? Like I think those are really bad things, right? And you shouldn't vote for someone that has those qualities regardless of politics.
It's just politics. I mean,
yeah. So again, why should you vote for someone that has all of those negative
That's the
qualities
problem why
just
I
because
would
he's
not.
on your political party? Matt, think of the dollar.
I don't know. I believe that there was a lot more better opportunities that we had on the Democrat Party to actually vote for than prior Joe Biden, which led us to Kamala Harris.
Thank you, the paper crane. Thank you so much. I don't know what you're trying to say right now.
What I'm trying to say is there was Bernie Sanders back in 2000.
Yeah, I would prefer Bernie Sanders, but the person in the race right now is Kamala Harris. I would vote for Bernie Sanders if I could. Thank you for the little crown. Thank you.
Thank you. But I'm just saying that there's more options and stuff like that. Why are we?
No, there's not more options. Because we live in a two-party system, and it's one or the other. It's a fact.
Okay. What I don't want to argue. I'm sorry. Why are we stuck on a two-party system? Why can't we have a third party, fourth party? Why are we
Kenichi,
stuck?
thank you for the $10. That's just how our system works. I agree. I wish we could have a multi-party system where there was, like, say, 4 parties, and it is the case that there was a far left-wing party, a far right-wing party, a middle right, and a middle left party. I wish we could have that, but that's not how our country currently functions.
So why was Bernie Sanders so pulled out, just like RFK Jr. is being pulled out right now, where he wanted to go for the Democrat Party and was taken away from him because the DMC was
so RFK, it was leaked that RFK was working with Donald Trump, and that he looked for a cabinet seat.
Because of that phone call? That's what we're going by?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. No, my man basically was all about that too. I was just wanting to make sure, because I'm kind of like, that seems kind of fishy type deal, like a politic type deal.
Yeah.
So I don't know. Basically what I'm trying to ask you in a way is, so you're saying I should vote for the people, not myself?
Yeah. Yeah, of course. Like, you'd vote against slavery even if you benefit from slavery, because you would vote for the people. You wouldn't just vote for yourself. So similarly, if you're meant to vote for the people and you're not going to just vote for yourself, well, then it is the case that you should clearly vote for Kamala Harris, not vote for Donald Trump.
All right. I'm kind of on the fence about all that stuff, but yeah, I understand, and thank you.
All right, well, I appreciate you coming on. Thank you so much, man.
Thank you. You have a great one.
You as well. You as well. Let's get this next person up here. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. We are just looking for some debates, y'all. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Hello? Matt, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. User, are you there?
Hello.
Yeah, you voting for Trump?
Yes.
Why so?
Well, you have to understand that Donald Trump has been a leader with his businesses. He's led people. Pamela has not. She's been a district attorney. She's prosecuted.
What did you say her name was?
Harris?
No, what was her first name?
Pamela?
Pamela?
Well, I don't know. What is it? Harris, okay? Whatever. It's Harris. I'm not even going to get into the first name because it's, whatever. It's
Kamala.
really irrelevant. It's Harris or Trump, okay?
It's Kamala.
Kamala, okay, thank you. In any event, yeah. Just look at the record of her.
Did you just screenshot?
An accident, sorry.
Okay. Yeah.
I'm not big on this tech stuff, so it's cool that I'm talking to you.
Okay.
I hear you're pretty big, and I know you got millions of followers, and this is the first time for me. But in any event,
I don't have millions of followers.
Thousands.
Okay. All right. So here would be my question. Can you name me a policy that Donald Trump influenced to get passed that you agree with?
Is foreign, the tariffs, keeping, these other countries that
you agree with the tariffs? Did you know that the tariffs are inflationary, that they cause an increase in the prices?
Yeah, they do, and that's kind of okay. And the tariffs equalize, the labor.
Didn't you say, like, don't you think inflation is bad right now?
Hyperinflation is absolutely bad.
We do not have hyperinflation, but you think inflation is
Really?
bad?
No.
We do not
It's
have hyperinflation.
hyperinflation.
No, it's not.
Okay, define it.
So hyperinflation, I'm pretty sure, is like 50% a week increase in prices. Okay, so we are nowhere near hyperinflation.
Let me tell you, I've been around for 58 years. Everything is super expensive. Fuel prices are...
Yeah, I agree things have gone up and they're more expensive. I totally agree with that. But what you're not understanding specifically is that not only is this not hyperinflation, but that isn't caused by the president. That would have happened regardless of Trump or Biden in office. If anything, right, the Biden-Harris administration has done more for reducing the energy costs than they would be able to otherwise. Like specifically, the what's it called? The Biden-Harris administration has the largest investments in renewable energy ever with the Inflation Reduction Act. Not only do they have that, but they're also specifically, there's the most production of oil now than any country that's ever existed at any point in time.
Okay, well, one thing is for sure with renewable energy, windmills, solar, it would not exist if there wasn't any subsidies with the federal government.
So it would exist, but it would be less prevalent. I agree with you. Of course, subsidies increase the prevalency of it. Also, like something that's keeping fossil fuels prevalent is subsidies. And also, like a lot of farming in the United States relies upon subsidies. So I don't think that's an argument. So we've seen a 3 to 4 times decrease in the cost per kilowatt of production of solar in the past 10 years. That's due to the Department of Energy.
Yeah, well, you look at nuclear. Nuclear is definitely the cheapest way to produce a kilowatt.
What? No, nuclear is expensive. That's the drawback of nuclear, is that it's expensive.
Really?
Yeah, that's actually the biggest drawback of nuclear. And I agree with using nuclear when there's inconsistencies with solar, wind, or even possibly tidal. So it's just like to help out the energy grid as like a backup. That's how I think it should be used.
I wish I can research that immediately, but nuclear is clean, with the exception of the getting rid of the waste.
Which is going to stay radioactive for like 10,000 years.
Yes. But you also have steam, which is the turbines. You got hydro.
How do you heat it up?
How do you heat for the steam?
Yeah.
You burn trash, coal.
Okay, so yeah, that's we're trying to look for renewable here.
But renewable is not something that has to be there. I mean, I get.
Yeah, renewable is beneficial because we want to fight against human-caused climate change. Do you believe in human-caused climate change?
I can't say that I am. I cannot say that I am. Now, I'm not saying that. I mean, I look out my window today and I'm looking up in the stratosphere and I'm seeing smoke from all these forest fires. And I know that volcanoes create more CO2 in our atmosphere than anything else.
Yeah, I think forest fires are bad. I'm not disputing that.
Right.
So I mean, forest fires are more likely to occur because of the climate conditions caused by climate change.
I think it's more
by humans.
I think it's more of a snowball effect, but there could be and there should be more management.
So that feedback effect is specifically due to us changing the climate, right? The conditions of the climate, specifically in terms of the greenhouse effect, which then causes feedback loops, like to get worse.
Yeah. I tell you what, we've been around, the earth has been around for millions of years, as you know. the industrial age has been around for a couple hundred years. They're saying the ice is melting, but I mean, we had an ice age and it's always melting. I get it. Otherwise, we'd still be in the ice age. Listen. We're looking at things for. I mean, we're taking like look at the ice age. Okay, we're measuring ice that's been melting for the past 200 years. All right. Now, what happened about 1,000 years ago or 2,000 years ago, or even we don't have anything to go by that. So
we do. We have ice cores. We have the ability to look at the past climate. We've seen changes in the climate, and we've seen that this is a significantly faster rate of change than we've seen at all in the past millennia. Okay. And it's caused by humans. It's due to the Industrial Revolution. Which, again, I'm not arguing the Industrial Revolution bad. What I'm arguing is that we need to do something about this the same way we did something about the hole in the ozone layer.
Yeah. Well, okay, so you want to do that, then you're going to have to limit the population on Earth.
No, I don't think you need to limit the population on Earth. I think we need to change how we engage in particular types of things. Like, we needed to use more efficient mechanisms for energy.
Well, true, but I mean, you're looking into farms. You're going to have to feed the people.
Dude,
you're going to need more
solar, wind, and tidal and stuff like that. This is the transition to fusion. In the future, we're going to be running a lot of our energy sources on like fusion or other forms of energy. Okay. But until we develop fusion, which might take a really long time, we ought to use renewable energies, as that's the most conducive towards our survivability, right, and our children's survivability.
I don't think. Okay, so you have people out there that energy or the renewable energy and the climate is first and foremost, but based upon what I've seen in the world today versus the past, we'll say the past 100 years from World War I to World War II, there's a lot of evil out there, and I know that Kamala there I go again. I'm sorry. Harris is not the person that would be respected as far as defending our country, as far as policies in place, as far as she doesn't do it for me, man. She's like that,
but Trump is the convicted felon, the proven sexual abuser, fraudster, election.
Okay, hold on. Convicted felon. Okay, there was 12 jurors that said everything that he was found guilty. He will never be found. How can I put this? He will never go to jail for it, for one. Number two, the judge has not sentenced him, so he is not technically convicted yet. And third of all, that trial was rigged. You cannot, as a
He was convicted. It was not rigged.
Listen, the president.
No evidence that it was rigged.
Okay, listen. The president has certain leeway. Okay, there's certain things that they did in the trial that, like, they called some of the people in the White House to come in in the trial, and you cannot do that because there's privileged information that the president has.
Yeah. So, what evidence do you have of that?
Well, it's just the fact that the president has, the president has certain powers that we do not as civilians because he's president.
Obviously, I'm not disputing. I don't see how that is relevant.
Well, so the judge has not sentenced him, nor will he ever.
So again, as it relates to the 34 felonies, he's been convicted. Do you agree he's been convicted?
I'm not a lawyer, but
Yes, he's been convicted of 34 felonies. I can find it to you from Fox News. I can find it to you from CBS. I can find it to you from
No.
News.
Don't use the media. I don't.
Fox News.
Fox, it doesn't matter. I'm telling you that if he
You
was
just don't accept anything. It's just like
no,
facts.
no, no. I'm
You
not
just don't
saying
accept
that.
facts. It's feelings over facts.
Answer this question: why hasn't the judge sentenced him?
So I
I want to
don't-
find that out.
I don't know specifically what the sentencing would relate to. I'm actually not positive as it relates to that. I don't know. But I do know that he's been convicted of 34 felonies by unanimous decision by a jury.
Yeah, no question about it. I was found guilty of speeding as well, but that doesn't make me I don't know how to.
Wait, would you dispute that you sped? Like you definitely were speeding, right?
Yeah, I guess. Would I dispute it?
That probably wasn't a good example, bro.
Well, I guess. I mean, I can honestly say that was the radar gun. You can go through that routine. Was it calibrated? Was my speedometer correct? Who put the wheels on my car? And you can get into that. Okay.
No, you can't. You were speeding. Shut the fuck up, dude.
but
Everyone
I
knows
mean,
it. Every
you gave me
rational
one-
human being.
Okay, you gave me one for 80, but really I was doing 75, right?
Cap. You were probably doing 85, and you're just saying that.
No, I don't do that fast. I don't go that fast. Even though I'm a professional driver and have driven race cars too. So, but yeah, that's.
I think speed limits need a whole rework in our country, but like I think that some of them are unjustified. But
I think people should learn how to drive. I think there should.
oh
be
yeah, no, I agree. I agree. There should be definitely more training involved with it because people die.
But getting back to Harris and Trump, man, it really scares me with Harris. It truly
You
does.
should see the people in LA, bro. It is unbelievable.
I just it's a scary thought for me. Probably it's a scary thought for people, with Trump, and whatever. What are we gonna do? It's one or the other. I'll be honest with you. I wish Trump would behave better.
Can I ask you this question?
Yeah. go
Would you
ahead.
vote for someone who's more likely than not sexually assaulted a woman?
I mean, you're specifically getting with Trump, and Clinton did it.
Dude, I'm just asking.
Kennedy did it.
So no, Clinton. That was cheating, which I think is wrong. I think cheating is definitely wrong.
He lied under oath. Okay, he got
hold up.
impeached
That's
too.
not sexually assaulting a woman though. So I'm asking you specifically: would you vote for someone who is more likely than not sexually assaulted a woman?
Okay, if someone, no, I would not want to have. No, I don't want anybody that's sexually assaulting a woman.
Okay, so
or
if
a
they
guy.
more likely than not sexually assaulted a woman, you wouldn't vote for them, right?
Well, if you're trying to convince me about the Trump thing, then I'm not. I'm voting for Trump. Not.
No, I understand you're saying that, but I want
Okay.
you to listen to my reasoning because I think that you, based upon your own values, you won't vote for him.
No.
So if you reasonably apply that, listen, the reason why is because you wouldn't vote for someone who more likely than not sexually assaulted a woman. Trump was held legally responsible in a civil court based upon preponderance of evidence, which means more likely than not that he sexually abused a woman, right? Which it was forceful penetration against her will. So he raped her, right? Based upon this determination. And it is the case that you want to vote for someone who's more likely than not guilty of that?
I don't know all the evidence there, man.
Wait, why do you... Okay, so I have a question. If someone was held civilly responsible, more likely than not based upon preponderance of evidence,
Listen,
for sexually assaulting a minor, would you question that?
O.J. Simpson went free. Did he kill anybody?
Based upon the civil determination, yeah.
Right, but,
So are you telling me you don't accept civil cases?
Well, in the criminal, he was found not guilty.
Wait, you didn't accept criminal either because I asked you about the felonies and you weren't accepting that. So okay, but I'm just letting you know. This is really obvious, man. You just don't want to change your perspective on it because there's a little bit of bias involved. But like I'm just telling you, like you.
I just don't know all the facts. I don't.
You don't need
personally
to.
do not.
I promise you. Like if there was like if you're looking for a babysitter, and they more likely than not sexually assaulted a child, would you let them take care of your kid, or would you need more evidence?
Yeah, where there's smoke, there's fire. I absolutely agree with that.
Yes, that's what I'm saying. Like you wouldn't question that in any other circumstance if the standard was more likely than not, as it relates to the context of sexual assault. But as it
Right.
relates to this hyper specific circumstance with Donald Trump, you're doing that, and I really don't know why.
Because I don't.
It's because you want to vote for him. I understand,
No,
but like
no, well,
these things
listen.
are so much more important than politics. Like you understand that you shouldn't, if you're left or right wing, should not be accepting of this behavior. Y'all should have, like in the same way that I appreciate the handout. Thank you so much. We all wanted Biden to step down because he wasn't as cognitively there, right? As it relates to the context of running for re-election. You should also say the same thing for Donald Trump. You should have used this circumstance of Joe Biden stepping down to get yourself a new candidate. Thank you for that mustache. Thank you so much. Because he's more likely than not sexually assaulted a woman. He's a 34 count felon. He's been undermining our American democracy for the past few years with no sufficient evidence to indicate that he won. This is not a John McCain type candidate. He called John McCain not a war hero because he got captured.
Well,
so like
again,
that's the candidate that you're voting for.
Right. Listen, there's two choices that we are all left with. I cannot see Harris being the president, and it has nothing to do with. I think that there's a couple of things that I would like to see in a president, and I wish everybody
But you
would
can
understand.
see Donald Trump as one. That's
No,
crazy.
listen. No, I can't. I really wish there was another party.
Kamala Harris is presidential to me. I don't know about you, but like when I look at Kamala Harris,
Listen,
when I like hear her speak,
Yes.
I get presidential vibes. You know what I mean? I don't get that with a lot of people. A lot of people don't give me the presidential vibes. Like with Biden, I didn't really get it. With Trump, I definitely didn't get it. With Obama, I absolutely get the presidential vibes.
And
I
don't
get the presidential vibes.
Don't
at
get
all with
confused
Trump,
by
and I
a
do
good
with Kamala.
talker. Don't get confused because Obama, I think, talked really well. He's a great salesman. And I'll tell
Obama
you-
had some of the best rhetoric of any president in modern
Oh, no
history.
question about it, and that's why he became president.
Yeah.
And again, he never led anybody either. You listen. I will tell you this: what I look for in a president is someone that probably was in the military, someone who has led people, and someone that can speak and
Wait, but that's not Donald Trump. I don't know. Like, as Democrats, we could sit there and we could say, oh, with, like, our candidate, like, honestly, I think we'd have a better shot with someone else. Even this close to the election, we're genuine enough to be like, yo, we should get him out, you know? And, like, Republicans are not doing that. And that's what's so sad, is that they
Right,
had the
yeah.
opportunity. Literally, you guys had the opportunity to do it, and you didn't.
Well, I mean, if it were up to me, I'd put Ted Cruz in there.
That's a whole nother issue. But,
Right.
like, again, the point, do you understand the point that I'm getting there?
Well, the only thing I could, yeah, I do. And the Democrats are very smart by dropping Biden and putting Harris in.
Yeah, I agree. It was a smart move, but it would have been a smart move for the
Absolutely.
Republicans to drop
Kudos
Trump.
to the Dems, and yeah, that's the best thing they could ever done. And I'll be honest with you, the other night when Biden was going to be talking at 8:00, I thought for sure.
Think of the $5. Thank you so much.
I thought for sure by noon the next
So
day.
I'm sorry. I just think it's hilarious that some people think that it's a disqualifier to like misremember things a little bit, but it's not a disqualifier to be like more likely than not a sexual assaulter, right? Like please just can we get like our morals together? Like that's so fucking insane to me. Like a guy who misremembers sometimes, right? That's a disqualifier, but it's not a disqualifier to have a sexual abuser in office. That's so crazy. The guy who undermined our democracy, he literally tried to overthrow the government. I'm not trolling. He tried to get Mike Pence to not certify the election results. He tried to get people to send fake electors.
Yeah, well,
And we had some real American patriots in this country say fucking no. And say that they're not going to commit crimes for this man. That's called being genuine. That's called being honest. And there's not enough of that in the Republican Party today. Okay? And that's a huge issue. And that's coming from someone that used to be a Republican. I used to be a Trump supporter. Right? I grew up Republican, right? Like that's what I was taught and fed my entire life.
Yeah.
The country's been, I mean, not country, the party's been destroyed by MAGA Republicans. Absolutely destroyed.
Yeah, well, the everything has been, even the Democrats. I mean, this is no Kennedy Democrat policy. Look at when Trump first went into the office, they wanted to impeach him. They gave him a problem with the wall. The
wall doesn't fix anything. What does the wall do? He built 1/4 of the wall, and he didn't get Mexico to pay for it. He lied. He literally lied over and over and over again to get people's votes. And he's doing it again. He's literally saying he'll get rid of federal income tax and replace it with tariffs. Do you realize how economically dumb that is? Like, anyone who has any understanding of economics is like, that would totally destroy the American economy. Like, totally destroy it.
I don't know about that.
It absolutely would. 85% tariff on every good coming to the country to be able to replace the revenues specifically from the from our federal income tax. That would destroy our economy because it would isolate us from the global economy.
Yeah, well, China is selling us junk, and we can't sell any of our.
Then why are we buying it? If it's
Right.
junk, why are we buying it?
Well, U.S. because of the money, because of greed. Look at Walmart.
Oh, okay. So people are buying it, and you're calling it junk. So maybe they're producing less of a junk, and that's why people are buying it. Otherwise, if it was junk, people wouldn't be buying it.
Listen, people will buy junk, and they don't even know it's junk.
Okay, well then that means it's not junk to them in that context. Like, what do you mean is junk? What is junk to you?
I went ahead.
You're voting in junk.
Right. Listen, I went to Walmart and I bought a bike for my daughter, and it was $89. Now I could have went to the local shop and bought a Schwinn for $250. But I said, you know what? Let me check this Walmart. Oh, $89. I said, it's cool. Let me buy it. I went ahead and I gave it to my daughter. She was freaking pedaling down the street. The derailleur busted off. She fell. She cracked open her arm, her knees, and she got hurt. I'm looking at this piece of junk, and I'm like, what is going on here? The derailleur fell apart. I bought it from Walmart. It was made in China. I go, you know what?
Okay, so you bought one thing from China that didn't work, and now you're generalizing everything from China as junk? Are you trolling, bro? Dude, I can't even believe it, man.
No. There's other things. There's bolts. There's metals.
Bolts and metal, yep.
Well, there was people that were working on a skyscraper, window cleaners, and they came to find out that the bolts were made in China and they were not as strong.
Have you ever heard of you got what you paid for, right? Like, if you buy something
some people don't know. I mean, they don't know. I didn't know about this bike.
Okay, so well, obviously, I think there should be safety standards. If there was like a flaw with the manufacturing insofar as that like it's gonna break every time you use it, I would think that shouldn't be able to be on shelves. Okay.
Okay, so the tires. Let's look at tires on that thousands and probably millions of tires that Walmart sells. Do you know that they go to the manufacturer and say, hey, listen, we need the Goodyear tire of whatever, we'll call it the Goodyear ABC tire. And they go ahead and Goodyear will actually cheapen up that ABC tire so that they could sell it at Walmart to Walmart at a cheaper price, just so that they can have the tire on. And there is specifics to that. And I'm not lying about that. That's the truth. That
okay, I don't even know what we're talking about here.
Walmart has such buying power that they get the manufacturers.
So you want regulations, right?
Do I want regulations?
Yeah, you want regulations to ensure safety standards?
Well, yeah, of course.
Wasn't Trump trying to like deregulate safety standards to like reduce costs?
Well, there's certain things. There's certain things that you want regulated. I think that a freaking tire for your car that.
Yeah, so like deregulate. Climate, let people pollute, which leads to like tens of thousands of deaths. Just a little bit of a, oopsie daisies.
Well, I mean, look at the forest fires, the volcanoes. That throws everything else. Look at the oil spill in the Gulf of Mexico. How many millions of barrels of oil that was that was leaking out into the ocean. That
yeah,
was
yeah, and you want to stay with oil? Oopsie daisy.
well, no, it has to be
Appreciate the
controlled.
superpower. Thank you so much. So should we move to renewable energy? Appreciate the sunglasses. Thank you so much. Should we invest in technology? I think this country doesn't invest in technology enough. I think technology is super important. I think that's what increases quality of life. And fundamentally speaking, if we actually want to increase quality of life the most for everyone around the world, that's the best way to do it, is science and technology. And when people like Donald Trump deny science, right, and they literally go against scientific consensus, that undermines that very process. When you accept conspiracy and you don't accept fact, that denies the very process in which would be able to produce the greatest increase of quality of life that humans have seen in the entirety of our existence, right? It's come from technological increase.
Yeah, technology has come a long way. I mean,
Okay,
no question
so
about
why wouldn't we put so much into that if that's what's going to lead to the most level of technological change? I mean, social change. Kathy, thank you so much for the $25 on Venmo. Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Well, like I say, you know, I'm getting there's room enough for windmills. There's room enough for solar. I don't want it shoved down my throat. If it becomes safer and cheaper to use windmills for power, let's do it. But
That's what the trend is. Solar is going to become cheaper than natural gas and coal. It's on a trend to do that.
yeah, well, we'll see. I mean, I hope it does. I mean, I really do. I'm not opposed to it. I mean, I'm not like, let's go drill for oil, but at the same time too, I can't spend $3.50, $4 a gallon for gas. It kills me. I mean, my customers are you know, they're saying,
Hey, that's even more reason to move off of oil. Am I right?
well, but
And also, like, in the same way that you guys are always like, oh, we don't want to be so dependent on other countries. You understand that investing in renewable energy and doing this right now, rather than having to do it later, would quite literally let us have control over our own energy.
you know, let's look at you know, I get that. I do. But
Wait, like they're always talking about like, oh, we want to have control over the oil so that we can, you know, make it cheap for energy, but then we don't want to invest in renewable energy, build up manufacturing for renewable energy, and
Okay,
create
listen.
for that, which would give us even more independence and
Right.
self-determination. But it's like it's like we industrialized before every country in the Industrial Revolution industrialized.
Oh, no
Like
question
that's like
about it.
that's literally the opportunity that you've been given right now, and we're like, oh no, we're just gonna wait. We're not gonna invest in renewables. Everyone knows it's the future, right? Are we serious? You seriously think that we're gonna be using fossil fuels?
Okay, listen. I got something to think about for you and your viewers. Okay, now when most people let's just look at the mail trucks, the small little mail trucks that deliver your mail to your house. Okay, right now most of them, I believe, they're combustible engines. All right, so these vehicles carry a small little load, letters. You know, probably 1,000, 2,000 of them. They drive around. They drive for 6 hours and they go get parked. Now, it would be for me, I would think that there's a perfect opportunity for electric, okay? But it's not. And that's the federal government, not sure why. So on the flip of the coin, I drive not a tractor trailer, I could drive one, but I drive a bigger truck, diesel, because I'm carrying 8,000, 10,000, 12,000 pounds. I'm not gonna be able to drive 800 miles or even 600 miles in a couple of 2-3 days with an electric truck. Not carry the payload.
No, again, I'm talking about if we make investments, obviously those types of things are going to change over time. Think about what was the range for like an electric vehicle in like 2010. It was so dog shit, am I right?
It depends on what it was.
So
I mean,
terrible.
the Chevy Volt was approximately what, 250, and I think that's tops.
Back then? I don't think it was back then. No.
No, we'll call it 200. You know, maybe
back in
150.
2010. No, so 2010 was like 2010 2000 times. It was like literally like nothing. Okay, it wasn't even competitive at all. Right now, it's like legitimately competitive. Okay. Right, so things change
Not
very
compared to a
quickly
combustible engine,
given
but
the
go ahead.
investment. things change very rapidly given the investment.
Well, depending on the technology, if the technology is going to be there. What about boats? What about planes?
I mean, I'm actually mostly pro like investing in like infrastructure for like, you know, free public transportation, things like that.
Yeah, well, that's public transportation too.
And then you can easily put renewables into that, and there's like not much of a difference because you can just charge it on the tracks.
The United States, if you look back in the 1940s, 30s, 40s, 50s, okay, public transportation was not something that we were geared for. And we're still not. I mean, yeah, we have buses. Yes, we have trains in New York City and in these massive, dense populations.
I hate U.S. infrastructure sometimes. You know, U.S.
no question about it.
Kind of sucks.
Yeah, but at the same time, too, you know, we're not Europe, okay? We don't walk to our grocery
I'm not saying
store.
we need to be Europe, and honestly, like it would be great to be able to live in cities where we can walk to our, you know, grocery stores, or if we live in like that close in terms of distance.
Yeah, that
would be great, right? For a lot of people, love that.
I lived in inner city, I lived in suburbs, and I lived in country, and I will take the country going into the suburbs way better. I have, you know, 2-3 acres of land. I can go to, you know, shopping, you know, within a mile or two, and I'm happy about that. That's my comfort level. Inner city, oh God, no way. Too loud, too many people. But we need mass transit. People who live there all their lives don't know any different. Maybe I'm fortunate. And then there's nothing wrong with if you enjoy that. You get to walk out down on the street. You can go your shopping. You go to the bar. You can do all that. You have to depend on other people to you know, make sure that, you know, you're able to get the water.
The reality is every single one of us in society depend on each other. That's the reality, right?
Yes. Yeah.
And that's actually what makes us do better. When we cooperate, when we work together, we do better. When we're constantly bickering and we're fighting, right? That doesn't actually lead to us like going towards the right direction. Think of it.
And you know,
in the way that's going to allow us to stop doing that so much is living in accordance with the truth. That is the true unifier. Like, again, I say this all the time. Conspiracy, quite literally, is what holds us back from unification. And when people like Donald Trump, right, embolden conspiracy theory, people like RFK embolden conspiracy theory, it divides the country. Because there's no basis for fact. There's no basis for unification.
I know. Listen,
I still have yet to hear if we live based upon conspiracy, right? How we have any way of being able to come to some type of common ground or consensus, right? How do we do that? Like, I'd love to hear it.
That's the listen. Here, you know, newsflash. That's the American way. I hate to say this, but companies do it all the time. Government isn't supposed to do it, but they do it. I mean, when you go to it's the pharmaceuticals, it's the insurance companies, it's the you know, look on TV, look at that, look at when you watch the nightly news, there's so many drugs out there they're trying to force down your throat. And if I got, you know, some COPD, if I take this, it's going to make me, you know, go out and play softball again or whatever. And
wait, the ones who prescribe medicines are going to be professionals. You're not just whipping out of your ass. Like, I'm just going to take this. What you're talking about is advertisement. Well, that's just how our capitalist system works, right?
Well,
the whole point of that is like, if you want like a TV service that doesn't do something like that, well, then you specifically go buy TV services that are like that. But a lot of us, right, we don't understand that, like, due to how long our system's been this way, it's led to a lack of that competition, right? So like these big telemarketers and, you know, TV and that type of stuff, they don't have as much pressure to change.
Oh, absolutely not. In fact,
then as a society, we have to put that pressure.
Right.
Like, or as like we can set up our government in a manner which could put pressure on entities to do what's best for consumers. I feel like the government is involved in things that are actually beneficial to us. The government seems to involve itself in things that oftentimes are not beneficial to us, and that's why people associate government to be bad always. But that doesn't mean that everything the government does is bad.
A government that governs least is best.
No, no, absolutely not. That's a terrible way to look at it. It's specifically a government that governs for the benefit for the people rather than for the benefit of profit, right? Is a government that is going to represent the people the best and be beneficial for us. That's what's going to be the case. So we have a lack of representation within our systems because of corporate influence over our political system. All right, because of conspiracy being very prevalent, these things control us, right? They're constantly used to control us.
Yes.
Religion has been used throughout society to control us. Conspiracy is now being used to a greater degree to control people.
No question about it. No question about it. And,
so wait. So what do you need to do? You need to critically think. And what's the critical thinking indicate? That Donald Trump's a very terrible guy. And we can fight for better policies and a lot more of this change if we're not fighting against conspiracy and fascism, to be totally frank with you.
I don't know, man. I don't know. You're trying to kill Trump, and you have that opportunity.
I'm trying to get this country on the right track. And I'm not saying we're on the right track with Democrats we've got right now. What I'm saying is that we are on a lot better track than what we would be with these particular Republicans. I'm not trolling. MAGA Republicans are in Congress, right, are absolutely a threat to this country in terms of its democracy, in terms of its standing for the future.
You know what? Okay, one of the things that I feel is a real big threat to our country, the Cuba thing. We got Russia and Cuba, 80 miles off Florida.
Dude, that happened in 2020 under Trump's administration. No one batted an eye. No one even brought it up. No one even talked about it. But as soon as it happens under a Democrat, everyone brings it up and everyone talks about it.
Well, hell, you're telling me something that I don't know. Okay, if you're saying that was in 2020.
Well, yeah, because again, these are media outlets. They're trying to get views and clicks. They're creating narratives. Right, whatever narrative is going to allow them to make the most amount of money. That's how our system is set up, and that's what I hate about news today. Is because it's not built upon what's going to benefit us. It's built upon engagement farming. It's like Twitter.
Right. A good reporter.
Why do you think Twitter is so fucking crazy? For sure, the lovely. Thank you so much. Because people literally say conspiracy nonsense because it gets them clicks, views, attention, and money.
Yeah. I don't have Twitter, man.
No, I'm just giving an example, right?
I don't have Facebook. I don't have Twitter.
Twitter is just the ultimate engagement platform.
Yeah. No, I get that. I hear that. I see that a little bit with people that are around me with Twitter, and I was like, I don't even want to deal with that because it just it fogs my brain, and I think that's what the problem is with the politics nowadays. I mean, everything is just.
There's so much crazy shit going on that you don't even know where you're at.
Right,
in the conversation. You're lost. Yeah, I get you.
I'll be honest with you. I don't think you and I even know what the hell up and down is with these politicians.
It is hard to understand that sometimes, but the point I'm making is that when we accept conspiracy, when we accept people like Donald Trump and all the bad things that we have specifically about him, that creates conditions within our society in which people treat politics just like sports. People are treating it like, it's like LeBron versus MJ. You know what I mean? Right? Yeah. Or it's like the Bulls versus the fucking Pistons. So I don't understand why people treat it like that. It's this is such an impact on our children, on our future.
With today's people who are voting, I always, everybody has a right to vote, but most recently, I always and this is absolutely wrong, and I'm going just off the cuff here. I think people need to be educated a little bit before they cast a vote, and the only reason why I say that is because
I think they should be able to cast a vote, but I would tell them to critically think. It's not just about so education is important. Education is important, but it depends on what you're educating yourself about. If someone's just educating themselves about the most random conspiracy theories and then believing all of those things, well, that education probably wasn't very beneficial. You have to be very critical when you're educating yourself. Yes. When we put a blanket on just we need to educate ourselves, sometimes I think that gets lost in translation for people.
Yes. No question about it. Yes.
Was there anything else you want to talk about before I go on to the next person?
No, I just the only thing I could say is that I think our country, as bad as people make out Donald Trump to be, it's okay if he wins. And if he No,
I mean, I wouldn't say it's okay, right? I don't think women would be able to say that. I don't think our grandchildren will be able to say that as it relates to climate change.
well, he was in.
Right.
Listen, he was in for 4 years, okay, and it really wasn't terrible.
It really was within many respects. Women lost the right to get access to abortion in plenty of states. There is no grape exception.
Listen, and okay,
right? There is complete
there's
denial
always,
of
there
climate
will
change in
always-
response to the pandemic that caused mass conspiracy.
Yes, there will always be that argument. There will always be that argument, and as far as I'm concerned, it will always, whether ladies should have an abortion or not, is it legal? Who's going to protect the rights of the unborn person, unborn baby?
I don't think it's a person until it's sentient. Like, and that happens late in the pregnancy when most abortions have already occurred. Like 98% abortions have occurred prior to this particular point, and all the ones after that mostly are grape or related to grape or specifically medical abortions, in which I would allow for. So it's like most abortion access already meets this criteria.
Right, and it always will be an argument. It always will be, man. That I will tell you. It's been doing it for years, even before and after the Roe versus whatever, way is it or whatever. It's always been an argument. I mean, even whatever the law says, it doesn't really matter to the point of the arguments are still there. And do I want someone to go in and at a woman and take the baby away? No. Does the woman want that to happen? Well, I tell you what, after that happens, I bet you she would have second thoughts about it after it's done. It sticks with them for the rest of their lives. I mean, it's a terrible thing.
So yeah, it should be up to the choice of the person. Do you agree with that? Legally speaking?
Well, I guess if they're 18, but they don't know. They just don't know.
What do you mean I don't know what you're saying.
Let's see here. If you're 18 and you become pregnant, all of a sudden you're probably scared. You're not married. What are the parents going to say? Well, let me just get rid of it. And they go ahead and get rid of it, and they live their lives another 4 or 5 years. They maybe get married, have some other kids. What were they going to think of themselves now, 5 years after they had it done? That's going to stick with them, whether they keep it in the closet or tell it to the world, whatever. It doesn't matter. But the mere fact that
I'm asking, do you think it should be their choice legally?
Yes, I do.
Okay. So if you think it legally should be their choice, then why are you voting against someone who quite literally put 3 Supreme Court justices in office with the explicit reason of overturning Roe versus Wade, which restricted tens of millions of women's access to abortion in the United States?
Well, he wants to give it to the states, and that's not going to work. Because you're going to fly people are going to go over the borders and what have you. So I don't know. Again, it's always going to be an argument.
Why should someone have to do that? Like, that's so crazy.
Yeah, but why do we even have to bring it up?
Why do I have to bring it up? Because it's women's rights.
And I don't want to be.
I don't think women's rights should be left up to the states.
No, absolutely not. I mean, right. I absolutely agree with you on that. But at the same time, too, most abortions are probably 20 years or younger, 18 or younger. I don't know, but you rarely ever see any 35-year-old or a 30-year-old.
Actually, did you know most women who get abortions are in relationships? Like committed relationships?
Okay. Yeah, well, that don't surprise me. It doesn't. Of course, everybody that's how they, unless you're immaculate conception. Yeah, of course you're in a relationship.
Okay, all right. Well,
but I mean, how good is the relationship? You know what I mean?
What? Okay,
and that goes.
I don't know what you're saying, but I appreciate you coming up.
All right, man. Well, thanks for taking the call. It was a great conversation,
for sure.
and God bless our country, and I hope everybody go with the Trump thing, man. I'm telling you, the Harris just isn't there.
No, dude, I think it's ridiculous for you to say that. That's pretty crazy.
Well,
I appreciate you coming up.
You bet. All right, take care.
Let's go into the next individual. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. Let's get to 2.5 million likes. Everyone share the love as well. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Yeah, 24.
Are you voting for Trump?
Yeah, I'm voting for Trump.
Why so?
I think it's crazy how anybody can be standing behind Kamala, considering,
Kamala?
yeah, however you say her name, regardless, that's how like irrelevant she is. I don't even know how to say her name.
Irrelevant? I don't think she's irrelevant if she's vice president.
Is she even on?
Dude, you're like some random person on TikTok. You think that Kamala Harris, the vice president of the United States, is irrelevant?
Well, I mean, what has she done? What has she done? Okay, what has she done in the last 4 years?
Yeah, so I guarantee you wouldn't ask that with any other vice president, but specifically she's had the most tie-breaking votes in the past 200 years of any vice president.
What?
Yeah, she's had the most tie-breaking votes as vice president than any of the other vice presidents in the past 200 years.
Okay, let me ask you this. So, isn't this like, okay, so isn't like everybody on here that's saying, oh, I'm going to vote for Harris, aren't they the same people who said like 2 weeks ago that Biden was like fit to be president still? And then like, this is just the next topic of discussion for you? Like, why can't you just give up on your whole narrative to
Wait, you were arguing the reason why you shouldn't vote for Biden is because he's not cognitively fit. Now you're voting for the most...
But
literally,
you was on here 2 weeks ago,
you're literally
No.
voting for you're voting for the oldest candidate in recorded history. You're voting for a cognitively declining president who is literally
how is he
delusional.
cognitively declining? He's literally already proved that he's like
He's cognitively declining, dude.
He took a test. Did Biden take the same
a few days
test?
ago. Okay, you can think. I think Biden's in cognitive decline as well. So if you want to reference Donald Trump specifically, he mistook Kamala Harris and Nikki Haley. He did the same thing with Nikki Haley and Nancy Pelosi. He also mistook Eugene Carroll, a person who was held legally responsible for sexually abusing with his ex-wife when he said that he wouldn't have sexually abused her because she's quote unquote not his
Just
type.
wait till Trump wins, and then you'll see how many people that should have already gone down.
That was not a response to anything I just said.
The fucking deep state, right?
With the deep state, bro? Come on, you're literally like a delusional conspiracy theorist.
No,
right?
no,
You literally
listen.
believe all the conspiracies unfortunate.
No, Harris is going down. Nancy Pelosi's
He
going down.
got that one off of YouTube.
Hunter Biden's going down.
video.
All
Check it
these
out.
people
Check
who
out that
should've been
random
locked
YouTube
up-
video. Random
No.
conspiracy YouTube video. Check it out.
No, they didn't. No, they've all. No, Parker. No, they all should have. They all should have been locked up. They should have been locked up for.
You know who should be locked up? Donald fucking Trump.
For what?
He should be locked up. He should be locked up for his felonies. He should be locked up for specifically his sexual abuse, his sexual assault. Right? That's what he should be locked up for.
So wait,
he should be locked up for undermining our American
because
democracy.
he's a convicted felon, he should be locked up.
I think he should be locked up because of all those things. I was saying all of those things together.
Should we lock up? Okay, so what about the Freedom Fund? What can you tell me about that? How can you support Harris when she's literally raising money to get rapists, murderers, and everything else under the sea? I mean, everything else under the sky out of prison. She's raising money on a daily basis.
Say that again. Who?
Harris, the person that you're supporting, the Freedom Fund. Look it up.
Yeah. I'll look at that specifically. Who are you saying
please
that's
look
for?
it up now and tell me how you're supporting somebody who is literally trying to get rapists out of prison. Convicted rapists, people who are locked up now. Her agenda is to get them out. How can you support that? Yet you want to sit here and.
So the Freedom Fund is an international nonprofit organization dedicated to identifying and investigating in the most effective frontline efforts to end slavery.
Dude, and she's trying to get people out who have convicted.
The Freedom Fund is a global fund with the sole aim of helping end modern slavery.
She's okay. Look, I'll literally pull up the list right now.
What the fuck are you talking about?
I will literally list. I will literally.
What the fuck are you talking about, bro?
No, you're only saying what you want to say. I will.
No,
literally
that's
show
what I
you-
looked up. You said look it up. I looked it up, and that's
Hold
what
up.
it said.
I'll send you a link that you really need to see. Hold
No,
on.
just tell me a title. Tell me a title. I'll look it up right now. That's what I looked up. That's what I saw when I looked it up. Everyone tap the screen. Let's get to 2.5 million likes. If you want to support me, as always, Venmo, Cash App in the bio, everyone. Venmo, Cash App in the bio. Follow me here if you have not already as well.
Are you ready?
Go for it.
Kamala Harris-backed Freedom Fund that puts murderers, rapists back on streets, still up and running, and she refuses to take it down.
Okay, thank you for the boxing glove. Thank you so much. Okay, so fact check: did Kamala Harris back bail fund for murderers and rapists? You can scroll down on that. It's a fact check, right? And
Go ahead.
it specifically indicates
Yeah. What does it indicate, Parker?
the Minnesota Freedom Fund was set up in. It says, wait, hold up.
Yeah. Make sure you read it very carefully.
Yes. So it says in 2020, Kamala Harris did encourage donations towards Minnesota Freedom Fund via Twitter, but that needs context because specifically, what's it called? It was like mischaracterized her support for them, because here, let me find this. It says specifically, Harris does not appear to have publicly shown her support for the fund or otherwise commented about it beyond the George Floyd protests in 2020. It says, while the fund has been associated with providing bail for a number of individuals accused or found guilty of crimes including murder and rape, these were not the people Harris quite clearly was advocating for. So the money she specifically gave was used to exonerate innocent people. Not used specifically to exonerate.
No,
listen,
she's not.
listen.
Because,
not
because
used.
the money
Not
she
used.
sent was
listen,
not specifically for them. It was
listen.
for the whole movement and anything.
No,
that the
wait.
movement
Show me
stands
any source that indicates
No,
that, because that's
ignorant
exactly what this
myself.
does not indicate.
Okay,
No. Listen.
so-
Tell me. Give me a source that indicates it was specifically used for like the rapists.
Dude, you can't tell me what dollars are used for in a non-profit organization. That's like me saying if I started an organization that was.
Wait. So if you don't have any evidence of that, why are you assuming that?
No, listen to what you're saying right now. You're literally asking me this. Okay, just give me the floor for 10 seconds. Okay, let's say that there's a non-profit organization that is for, that condones slavery, okay? But it also has other things that it does, right? That may be positive. That's not that. That's what I'm thinking of here. And then let's say that I donated to this, but no, I was donating it because I wanted them to do one of the good things with my money. Howard, they don't give you a receipt on what your money was spent on.
Yeah, they do. What are you talking about?
Oh, so they tell
you can get
exactly
receipts.
where your
Wait.
dollar from that nonprofit
You
went
can
to?
get receipts. You can get receipts for where you spend money if it relates to nonprofits, especially if it relates to
so
these
they tell
political
you
campaigns.
where every dollar is spent. That's
You
raised.
can absolutely get every dollar. You can get evidence of that. That's absolutely the case.
So if you
Is
donate,
it always true? No, but this is typically documented with
Okay, so if you-
nonprofits.
So if you donate to the Harris campaign,
Do you have
is
to
she
for
gonna
tax
tell you where
purposes?
she
Don't
spent?
you?
Is she going to tell you where?
Wait. You have to for tax purposes, correct?
Yes, it'll tell
nonprofits.
you. Yes, it'll tell you.
So
that
then
you
wait.
gave
So
to a
then what are you
nonprofit.
disputing with me?
No, it'll tell you that you gave to a nonprofit. So what I'm telling you is if you say that, let's say you donate $20 to the Harris campaign, they're not going to say, "Hey, we used your $20 on Facebook ads." They're not going to go.
Wait.
in
So
depth.
yeah, that's not what I'm claiming. What I'm claiming
Yes,
is
you are,
you can.
'cause you're
No,
saying,
what
how
I'm
do you know-
claiming.
'cause
I'm not.
what you're
I
saying
never
is, how
said
do
that they
you
were
know
going to
her
tell.
money
Wait.
was
That
not
would be.
spent
That would
on
be.
the
That would hold. Listen. That would be up to the business to tell you specifically. Now, could you find it legally speaking? Yes, you absolutely could find this information legally speaking.
It's all going to come out. Don't worry. Once her name actually reaches the ballot and Trump debates her, yeah, I mean, you're going to see it. It's all going to come out.
Wait, Trump doesn't want to debate her right now.
Especially after he wins, huh?
Trump doesn't want to debate her right now. She's running
Because
away.
she's not on the ballot.
She's
there's
gonna
no-
be on the ballot.
There's no point.
She's
Until
gonna be
she's
on the
on-
ballot.
Right,
He's
okay,
denied the
so-
debate. That's
okay,
such a
Parker.
fucking ridiculous claim.
Okay, Parker.
He's
No,
just scared. He's literally just scared.
She's not. Gonna
Everyone
be on the
knows
ballot.
that she's gonna be the candidate.
She's not going to be on the ballot.
Everyone knows. You want to bet? Wait, would you put money on that? Would you
I
put
think
money on
Michelle Obama has a better chance of winning
that?
than she does.
Oh, you want to? Wait, do you want to put? You said that she's not going to be on the ballot. You want to put money on that?
And technically, I would think Obama would probably even had a.
Stop saying things without answering my questions. Okay. Do you want to put money on that? You said specifically that she's not going to be on the ballot. Let's put money on that.
I'd put money on that if she somehow appeared on it, that Trump will debate her. Yeah.
No. You said that she's not going to. Hey.
Trump's refusing to debate her.
I'm not gonna fucking talk over you a million times. Be quiet. Listen to what I'm saying. Okay. Right, like I dude, I don't know why. Dude, it's actually unbelievable.
Okay. I retract my statement. Yes, she
Oh my
may end up
God.
on the ballot. She may end up on the ballot because the deep
Okay.
state runs really deep. So I'm telling you,
Holy shit, dude. You're just fucking, you're literally brain rotted. You believe everything's the deep state. Okay, so if everything's the deep state, why the fuck did Trump win in 2016?
he beat them. He beat them. Yeah, I mean, dude, do you know how
You realize how fucking
do you know
stupid
far back
you
this
realize how
runs?
stupid you sound right now? They fucking control all of society. There's a deep state that controls everything, and they let someone that's not under their control things as president of the fucking United States.
What happened to JFK?
What the hell are you talking about,
I mean,
dude?
they got JFK too.
What do you fucking
And then they
what
got
do you
his brother.
fucking mean? No,
And
listen.
then they got his brother.
listen.
This runs
Listen.
deep.
What do
just
you
refuse to
fucking
actually
mean?
read.
You think that the deep state controls everything, and they had someone that is not under their control win as fucking president of the United States. That is some of the dumbest shit I've ever fucking seen, bro. What are you talking about?
They got JFK.
You are so brain rotted, bro. So
tried-
brain rotted. What do you
tried to
mean
get
they got JFK? He died from Lee Harvey Oswald. You have no fucking evidence of it being the deep state. You just whipped this right out of your ass 'cause you
And
felt
then they
like
got
it.
his brother. And then they got his brother.
Dude,
JFK.
can you give me any evidence that he specifically died right from, or I mean, I'm not asking about that. Can you give me any fucking evidence that this was the deep state?
Dude, if the CIA's
Hey,
involved,
no, answer the question. Can you give me any fucking evidence that this was the deep state?
Dude, when the CIA is involved in something, do you understand there's like no way to get a track record on it?
If there's
You
no way to
understand
get a track record on it, why the fuck did they let Trump win in 2016? Make that make sense. That makes no
Obviously,
fucking
he
sense at
beat
all.
them. Obviously, he beat them.
How the fuck can he beat them if they control everything? If they rig it? What the fuck? That makes no sense. That makes shit for no sense. If they stole it in 2020, why the fuck did they let them win in 2016? This is such brain rot.
It's not. No.
Yes, it is. Yes, it is,
No.
dude.
It's
Dude,
much
please
deeper
make
than
it
that.
make sense. Like, there's no way you think this shit makes sense. I
Do you
can't believe
really
this is
think that-
modern political discourse in
let
America.
me
You
ask
got to
you
be
a
fucking
question.
trolling me.
Do you believe that Obama was calling any of the shots while Biden was in office?
No, dude.
Really?
No,
So you
dude.
don't think
I
that-
think
you don't think
Obama
that
can
Biden
give
was-
advice, but I don't think Obama was controlling things as president. Dude,
He
you're
was
fucking
definitely running
delusional.
the scene. He was definitely
Oh
running
my
the
god,
scene.
this guy's so crazy, dude. You know who was running the scenes? You know, I believe it was fucking reptilians, dude. It was reptilians. They live underground. They control everything, bro.
See, that's just ignorancy. I mean, no.
Dude, that's literally what you're fucking doing right now. You're doing the same shit. Dude,
No, I'm
you're
not.
like half off of those people that say like, oh, that's not the real Joe Biden. That's not the real Donald Trump. Yo, Miss Sharp, thank you so much for the galaxy. Thank you so much. How the fuck do you know who you're talking about? There's no evidence. You're just making shit up. If you're making shit up, I believe it's a fucking Pokemon that's controlling our society.
How many riots?
It's
do you think-
Chimchar, okay?
how many
They're
riots-
going
Hey,
to evolve
let's-
soon into
let's take a
Monferno.
bet. Let's take a bet. Let's do the over under. How many riots do you think will break out from the left?
I'm
48
not gonna.
hours
I'm not
after
gonna
Trump
make a
wins
debate
presidency?
on. I'm not gonna make a bet on how many fucking riots there are gonna be. That's disgusting as fuck for you to bet on that.
We're gonna be on the brink of World War III when Trump wins, and that's
No,
exactly
we're not. You're literally fucking. You're literally.
Really?
You believe in everything you hear. You're like,
What about
oh, the
the
other side just believes everything they fucking hear. You believe the random fucking fear mongering in the media that World War III is around the corner. They've been saying that for the past fucking 5 decades, bro. What the hell are you talking
Tucker,
about?
let me ask you this. So the anti-Israel riots that just broke out, if those were Republicans and conservatives, do you think they would be facing time?
January 6th. Hello.
Oh, the anti-Israel riots that just broke out.
January 6th. Are we gonna forget about that? People riot after Super Bowls.
And are they locked up right now?
A lot of them aren't.
Yeah, exactly. No, they are locked
That's
up.
for Super Bowls.
They are locked up. Okay, so
No.
so hear me out. Hear me out. So these ones that were all Democrats, clearly writing, they're all pro Hamas, right? And they had these anti-Israel riots. Why
Riots?
are none
Name
of them
one
in
that was a
trouble?
riot.
Why are
Name
none
one
of
that-
them in trouble?
Name one that was a riot.
Okay.
Do 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 do.
Do you want a title to the article? I'm here.
Do 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 do.
Okay, here you go. And it's actually backed by Harris. That's your girl. Hold up.
Backed by Harris. No, the point I was making is that you didn't know any off the top of your head that were riots, yet you were making this big deal about it. That
Here
was
you
the
go.
point.
And I'll even
You
give
had to
you,
Google
I'll
one.
even give you an unbiased. Well,
Yes,
no,
give me
not
one. What's the
unbiased.
title? Give me the title. Let's see it.
This is actually NBC, so you probably like
Emma,
it.
thank you for the $10. Thank you.
Pro-Palestinian protest inflamed tensions in Washington over the Israel-Hamas war.
Inflamed.
Backed by
tensions.
Harris, by the way. That's backed by Harris. That's the American.
Okay, now where in this article does it specifically say that there was a violent riot? All I see is a burning of an American flag. That's it. And they got removed for community guidelines. Yeah, okay. They vandalized statues and removed and burned the American flags. Come on, bro. Dude, I can't, man. Holy fuck, dude. They literally storm the Capitol, right? And literally say that they're gonna unalive fucking Congress members, and they bring guillotines, and they're like, "Oh, no, we don't call that one a riot." But you know what's a riot? When they heard those statues, when they write Free Palestine on those statues, oh my God, so bad, terrible. I've never seen something worse. Like, what the fuck are we, dude? How dare they? How dare they write things on a statue? Yo, what's up? How old are you? These violent protesters, like what? Okay, all right. Everyone tap the screen. Let's get to 2.5 million. Someone said it, and Dems tried to assassinate Trump. What's worse? Please accept that invite. Oh, hold on. Fuck. I don't want to lose that comment. No. Did I lose the comment? Oh, chat. I lost the comment. Fuck. God damn it, man. God damn it, man. I lost it. Parker's pro vandalism. No, I'm just like, you're arguing that's the fucking craziest thing happening in the world right now. Holy shit, man. I can't even believe it. You talk about that being an issue, but you don't think it's an issue for like January 6th? Fuck, dude. I can't find it. Catherine, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much, Catherine. All right, let's get this next person up here. Damn it, that guy was so delusional in the comment section. Sometimes I see comments like that and it's crazy. Yo, how old are you?
28.
You voting Trump?
Probably 85% of the way there.
What does that even mean?
It means I'm gonna wait for things to unfold over the next couple months. I'm probably 85% of the way gonna vote for Trump.
Yeah, would you vote for someone who's more likely than not sexually assaulted a woman?
Yeah, what year was that?
1996.
Yeah. So almost 20 years ago now. Would I think it affects what he does in office next year? I don't think it will.
Thank you. Okay, so if someone more likely than not sexually assaulted a child, would you vote for them if it was 23 years prior to filing?
Not if I thought he was going to do it over the next 4 years. If I thought it was a continuous problem, absolutely not. But
so if they did child rape in the past, you'd still vote for them?
If I thought he 100% did it recently and it was a continuing problem, no, I would not. If it was...
Oh, no, I'm just saying they did it one time in 1996. Would you vote for them if they raped a child in 1996?
First of all, I think all of his unscrupulous problems have come out.
This is not an answer to my question. Would you vote for them if they raped a child in 1996?
I just answered your question. If I thought it was a continuing problem, I would not.
No, you're changing the conditions. I'm saying it happened one time in 1996. Would you vote for someone who raped a child?
If I...
Thank you for the hand art. Thank you, Noah.
It would not play into my considerations this upcoming election cycle if it was that long ago. No.
So you would vote for someone who raped a child in 1996?
Under these certain conditions, it does not play into my voting considerations.
So if the Epstein files were true and Trump raped, imprisoned, tortured a minor with Jeffrey Epstein, you would still vote for him?
In what year?
if it was in 1996.
Yeah, I'm telling you that does not play into my voting.
You would vote for him still.
It's not hardcore proof enough, and I don't think it affects this.
Oh my God, that is such MAGA cultist behavior.
I'm
Did
not.
you wear a
MAGA
fucking
cultist.
bandage? You know,
I mean,
for the rest of this conversation, we're putting the bandage on for this one.
I'm not a
Holy
MAGA
shit.
cultist by any.
You are absolutely a MAGA cultist.
No,
you just
I'm
said
not.
that you'd vote for Trump if he fucking
I
raped a
voted
child.
for Biden in 2020.
And yeah, you're a fucking MAGA cultist.
I'm not a MAGA. I've literally just said I'm not. I'm not even fully decided. I probably will.
Dude, you just said you'd vote for Trump if he raped a child. You're not just deciding.
You're not. You obviously.
If you were
didn't.
just deciding, you
No,
specifically
you're
would not be
You
voting.
didn't hear what I said.
You would not be voting for Donald Trump if he raped a child and imprisoned them with Jeffrey Epstein. If you were just just deciding, I don't know which way I'm gonna go. If I asked the average person on the street that question, they'd say no. They'd say I would not vote for him.
Okay, first of all,
Be
that's not
fucking
true.
for real, dude.
Okay. Now, can we get past that?
Hold up, no, dude. Do you like my bandage?
Sure.
Why do you say sure?
Don't really care one way or the other.
Why?
It doesn't matter to me one way or the other.
But like I'm like showing my cult support.
I'm not some MAGA cultist like most of the
Yes,
people
you
you
are.
talk to. Partner, I'm really not.
Dude,
I did want to come
a
on
lot of
here
these
and say
MAGA cultists that you're referencing wouldn't even say what you just said. Like, I'm not trolling. A lot of these MAGA cultists that I debate that you think are cultists, they wouldn't even say what you just said. That's how crazy what you just said is. I hope you fucking realize that.
I think
And that comes from someone that talks to MAGA every day, all day.
Yeah, I think we had a miscommunication. First of all, I do want to say I've been listening to you for a while, and I do like watching you, and I think you have mostly good points, and I do enjoy watching your streams.
Appreciate you.
Do you mind? Can I ask a question that I watch you a lot, but I don't think I've heard this brought up, or I haven't heard your response to this. Can I ask you a question?
Yeah, go for it.
And this is all in all seriousness. I'm not trying to be a MAGA cultist about this. What do you think about Kamala Harris being the nominee without receiving any votes?
So we voted for her. Well, actually, I voted for Marianne Williamson in the primary. But we, as it relates to the entire Democratic Party, we mostly voted for the Biden-Harris campaign as it relates to the primaries, which means that if Biden steps down, Harris steps up. That's what it means. So she did receive the votes.
Okay, my
because
argument
she was the
with that,
vice president.
Yeah, my argument with that would be most of the people who voted for Biden, right? Probably 90% of them don't really take that into consideration. Would you agree or disagree with that?
Wait, say that one more time.
Most of the people that voted for Biden, that probably most of them were just against Trump. They don't take into consideration.
We don't like Trump. Yeah.
Yeah, but most of them that voted for Biden don't take into consideration the fact that he might step down, and that when they're voting on the ticket and clicking that check mark, they're not thinking about Kamala Harris having to step up. Would you agree or disagree with that?
I think that they're probably not thinking about it, but they understand that, like, underneath the ground. So,
but when they're voting, do you think?
So, like, I mean, I don't think people like in typical think about the vice presidents. It's. I mean, a lot of people do, but I don't think that like everyone thinks about it. That just is something that kind of like they intuitively understand that's how it works and that's what's going to happen if it's the case. But no one really thinks that like the vice president is going to have to step up, because it's not really typical that the vice president has to step up.
Yeah,
it's
even
not like
that.
common, right?
Yeah, even that, and I'm actually.
But the point is that again, right? That doesn't mean that people don't intuitively understand the fact that when it is the president steps down, the vice president steps up. I think the only reason people are making this argument is because they want to shift and scapegoat, right? Responsibility onto Democrats for like them being anti-democracy.
Yeah, that makes sense. But even let's get past voting down the ticket or even thinking about that. Do you find it? And again, I'm actually curious to hear your answer about this. This is something I'm interested in. Do you not think it's a little undemocratic that I'm not going to call it a coup because I'm not a crazy person like maybe you think I am, but I'm actually interested. It was very suspicious of how everything went down, and all of a sudden Kamala Harris stepped in without receiving votes. I know she got it on as a vice president, whatever, but I mean, in the back of your mind, is that not even a little bit weird?
No, it's not. It's not weird at all. You know, I think that this is like a preferable circumstance. Right? If you don't think it's a preferable circumstance, then I don't know what to tell you. You guys were literally like a week ago were advocating, oh, Biden should step down.
But in the entire
like
time,
literally a week ago, the narrative was Biden should step down.
Oh, I 100% agree. But the Biden.
So how can you simultaneously be arguing step down Biden while also saying, okay, maybe it's undemocratic that he stepped down and that, like, you know, they shouldn't, you know, have had him step down. Maybe he should have stayed in office.
I think there should have been an open convention about it.
Okay, so an open convention, right? So, like, for example, right, if it is the case that, like, say, a few weeks before
first off, before you explain this, I'm actually trying to learn. I actually want to know more about this.
Yeah, okay, so in this scenario, not only would she win that, right, but it is the case that, like, it just would not unify the party. So it wouldn't make sense in terms of the chain. It wouldn't make sense in terms of unification of the party, and she'd probably win anyway.
You
like
think
she's been endorsed by the Obama, she's been endorsed by the Clinton, she's been endorsed by the vast majority of the Democratic Party, Nancy Pelosi, Biden.
You don't think if Newsom challenged her, Pritzker, or whoever,
they're not going to challenge her.
I'm saying if they did, you don't think they would?
Wait, I'm pretty sure they've all endorsed her.
No, they did. I'm saying if they did challenge her.
Thank you so much.
You don't think?
Well, obviously, if they did challenge her, it would be a different answer. Like maybe there would be a split between them. But I do think pretty clearly it is the case that that a lot of those people supported her already.
Yeah, that makes sense. And the other thing is, Biden, up until the day he dropped out, every single interview he did in the debate, every single thing he said was, I'm staying in the race. I'm staying in the race. I'm staying.
Yeah, they were trying to keep it going. He hadn't made the determination yet. He didn't.
So what changed?
I think that so obviously he's going to act like he wants to be, act like he wants to continue going unless he has good reason that he's going to 100% step down. Because if he didn't, then that would cause like media backlash to an even greater extent.
But even the media was like, when Joe Biden was still in the race and was still going to run, they weren't that much in favor of Kamala Harris. I mean, she polled at 3% in 2020. She's never been.
Wait. No, she didn't. She was polling for a huge majority of the race between like 7 to 15%. Okay.
In 2020?
Yeah, and that's before her vice presidency.
No, she wasn't.
Yeah, she was. I was literally.
She wasn't even winning California.
What are you talking about?
I can send you a link.
No, I'm talking in the race in the terms of the primaries. You're talking by the time that they got to the voting part, which she dropped out by that point.
No, I'm talking about in the Democratic race.
She dropped out at that point already, and she dropped out and became the vice president. She was polling at 14, 15%.
No, she wasn't. She was polling around
at certain points in the race. She was polling at 14, 15%. Yeah, she was.
Do you have somewhere I can send you a link?
Yeah, you can send it to me on Instagram or TikTok.
On TikTok, okay. And also, what other questions do I have for you? I just think.
And you understand Biden didn't have huge support in prior races as well.
In 2020?
Yeah, but if it was the case that, let's say, like, Obama had to step down for some reason, right, in like 2012, right, Biden would have stepped up and been running for president.
That would have been perfectly. I really enjoyed Biden. I follow a lot of his policies. I agreed with a lot of his policies. The only thing I didn't like about Biden was up until recently when he just really started to have all his problems. I voted for him in 2020. I liked Biden. The only reason I was going to go against him is just the problems that you've discussed on here for hours on end.
Okay, thank you for the cap. Thank you so much. All right, well, is there anything else you want to address or talk about?
You didn't ask me why I was going to vote for Trump. That's usually one of the first things that you do.
I thought I did.
No, the first thing you asked me about was him raping people.
Why are you voting for Trump?
Well, first of all, my job kind of relies on it. My
job relies on it?
Yeah.
What do you mean your job relies on it?
I mean, there's going to be massive layoffs in my industry if Trump is not voted in.
What industry?
PE.
PE?
Mm-hmm.
I'm sorry, my brain is not functioning. What is that?
Private equity.
Okay. I thought you were talking about physical education for a second. I was like, what?
No.
Yeah. So private equity. What about private equity?
Trump just has done significantly more in terms of deregulation.
Are you out of work right now?
What's that?
Are you out of work right now?
No, I just started about 6 months ago. Started back up.
And who's president?
Well, I'm telling you, I probably will be out of a job if Trump is not reelected.
So how come you aren't right now?
Because of the volatility in the markets right now. I mean, anything can happen over the next few months. There's been
you just got your job though. That was under the Biden-Harris administration.
Yeah, there's been a massive influx of hiring across the entire industry
under the Biden-Harris administration
because of the upcoming election.
So you think it's only related to Trump?
No, I think it's related to an upcoming election. Because if whoever is voted in November, they don't want to be behind.
I didn't know business worked like this. That like you started profiting before that person was in office. I didn't know it was like that.
Yeah, they start preparing before whoever's voted.
They're already profiting on it before.
Because if you wait until someone is voted, then you're behind the 8 ball. So they do it 6 months in advance because they don't have a problem laying people off, but they have a problem hiring if they're behind the 8 ball. If that makes sense.
Really? So like, what do you do in private equity?
Mergers and acquisitions.
Mergers and acquisitions, and you understand that mergers and acquisitions, as it relates to different businesses, you're advocating it would happen more with less regulation.
Yeah, deregulation. Yes.
Yeah. So you think that we should deregulate everything? Or actually, wait. Do you think we should have a freer economy?
In terms of government control?
Yeah.
In certain aspects.
But you would not advocate for a freer economy in general?
In general, no. I think there needs to be some government regulation. But Trump took good steps.
Like, if I were to tell you that Nordic countries, like in Scandinavia, have more economic freedom and they have greater access to social services, would you say that that's a beneficial, not beneficial? Would you say that's like a preferable system?
I think America has much better market.
Really? Why? Because there's better social mobility there. There's more access to healthcare, education.
Well, they also have a significantly smaller population. It doesn't work on a scale as big as in the USA.
So again, when you say it doesn't work on the scale of the United States, you understand that you can apply it based upon the states, right? And also, it works better when applicable to a larger. It works better when applicable to more people due to economies of scale.
What was that part? I didn't hear you.
It works better when applicable to more people due to economies of scale. Joe, thank you so much for the galaxy. I appreciate it. Thank you, Joe.
That is not true.
It is, Joe. I appreciate the galaxy. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. But it is the case at the same time. Even if you don't accept that, you can apply it on a statewide level. Joe, thank you so much for the galaxies. Thank you so much, Joe.
Yeah, but applying it on a state-to-state level is much less, or is much more different than applying it on a governmental level like you do in the Scandinavian countries. if we applied the Scandinavian policies in the U.S. on a broad level, on a governmental level, it would not work the same.
Thank you for the hand art. Thank you. So you're saying it wouldn't work the same. Why? Thank you for the hand art. Thank you.
There's too many people. There's much more money
Again,
involved.
if you apply it on a statewide level, why there's not too many people? Think of the hand art.
Well, you can't do business regulation on a state level like that.
Yes, you can.
Well, that's not what I'm voting for.
You can apply it in each state.
You could.
Fern, thank you for the galaxy. Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
But that's not what I'm voting for in November.
Okay, well, you understand that. Like again, I'm just advocating. I appreciate the pinch face. Thank you so much, Joe. I'm advocating that would lead to better conditions for people, right? And based upon things that you care about, it clearly would. Now, can you tell me what specifically it's better off here?
That Trump did?
Yeah.
For deregulation?
For the system.
Yeah, I mean, for every 8 old regulations, we had 1 new regulation adopted.
Thank you for the happy weekend. Thank you for the hat mustache.
That means we had an 8-to-1 deregulation ratio, which is significantly better for the M&A business. Removed 25,000 pages from the Federal Register.
Tell me one regulation they got rid of that you agree with. Joe, thank you for the sunglasses.
The specific ones don't matter. It just matters what they're
No,
doing.
just tell me one, because not getting rid of all regulations is not a good thing. You already agreed with that.
Yeah, I didn't say that was a good thing on a broad level.
Thank you for the champion. Thank you so much, DAJ. Thank you so much. And thank you, Little Crown. Thank you so much, Teresa.
He specifically hired White House counsel to eliminate regulatory barriers.
Wait, again, you don't even know what regulations you're referencing, so how do you know it's good to get rid of those?
It doesn't matter if it's happening on a broader level. If that's what he's doing, more than what Biden did, then...
Okay, you don't even know whether or not it's beneficial. You just assume it is.
The fact that it's happening is what I'm advocating for.
The fact that it's happening is what you're advocating. Thank you for the hand art. Thank you so much. But you don't even know whether or not it's beneficial. So again, why are you advocating for something you don't know whether or not it's beneficial?
What deregulation barriers did Biden do?
Thank you for the hearts. Again, you are assuming that these deregulations are deregulating bad regulations. I see. Thank you so much for the superpower. Thank you so much. So what makes you think that this is okay?
It's not a good versus bad thing. It's the fact that
it is. It quite literally
No,
is.
it's
How do you
not.
know?
No,
Think of the duck.
There were plenty of antitrust laws and barriers that Trump deregulated, and the provisions of Dodd-Frank. There's one for you. I can't name one that Biden did that was helpful for anything in private equity.
Okay, so you said which one specifically?
Dodd-Frank.
Dodd-Frank. What about it? Like, what did that do?
Helped community banks for community legislation. Helped pump.
Denise, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much.
Helped community banks pump money into local communities.
That was in 2010.
Yeah, and then he applied the White House counsel that did it.
Thank you so much.
Hired-
Yeah, who was president in 2010?
That would be Obama.
Okay. DAJ, thank you for the singing mic. Thank you so much. So, thank you, Obama.
And Trump advocated for it, and Biden didn't.
Biden was quite literally the vice president, sir.
He definitely did not.
This happened. Yes, it did. This is under his administration.
What was that? Sorry, you kind of lagged.
Sir, it was under his administration. The Obama-Biden administration.
That doesn't mean Biden, and he wasn't advocating for it when he was in office.
They were the ones who passed it. M Sharp, thank you for the whale diving. Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
That doesn't mean Biden was the one. When Biden was in office, that doesn't mean he was advocating for it.
So if I give you an article right now that shows he advocated for that?
While he was in office as president?
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm. And I assume Kamala Harris was on board with it.
Wait, so no, this would be for 2010. Fern, thank you so much for the epic GG. Thank you so much, Fern.
No, I just said when Biden was in office. And not necessarily this act specifically. I'm just talking about deregulation overall.
This is from 2016.
Yeah, that Biden wasn't in office during that.
Yes, this is referencing what he did in the past. And what he did now.
I mean, that that doesn't concern me.
That's literally him in the past advocating for it before Trump was in office.
Yeah, but not when he was in office.
So again, I can find an article, but you understand that articles from like around that time period is a lot harder to find. Like it typically just goes back to like 2015, 2016. Like I have him in 2016 defending Dodd-Frank and other Obama financial regulation policies.
Okay, all right, and I have one more question for you.
Okay, go for it.
Do you have an opinion on him replacing NAFTA with the USMCA?
I don't really know much about the USMCA, just basic stuff. So no, not really much.
Okay. Actually, I lied. One more question.
Okay.
And I want your honest opinion on this. When Kamala Harris is sitting in a room with foreign leaders, whether it be Kim Jong-un or Putin or any of our adversaries, do you think she would have better negotiating power or negotiating skills than Donald Trump?
I don't know.
Because
But sure.
that's kind of like a big reason or big factor into who I'll be voting for. Because Donald Trump has
So
done
if
this
I
his
say
entire
yes, will you
life.
vote for her? Like, dude, I don't know. I don't know who's better. Like, as it relates to them, I can't get into the minds of Putin, of Kim Jong Un, or any of these fucking murderous dictators.
Because I think Donald Trump has done significantly better on his rhetoric when it comes to.
Yeah, and you can feel like that, but like, I how do you know?
Because I've heard him speak about them.
Okay, so what has he said specifically about Kamala Harris that means this? And even if it is true that they did view it less, just because they're sexist doesn't mean anything, right? Would you say that it would be bad to have someone who was black as a leader in the past due to racism, or now due to racism?
That has nothing to do with what I'm talking about. I'm talking
Okay,
about.
so you don't think
I'm
that
talking
the
about
way
Donald
that
Trump talking
you don't think that the way that
I'm
people
not
view
talking about
Kamala Harris on a world stage at all relates to whether or not she's a woman? You don't think there's misogyny in the world?
Where did this come from? I'm talking about how Trump talks about our adversaries, not talking about Kamala Harris.
You were talking about in relation to Kamala, like who you should vote for.
And I'm talking about how they deal with our adversaries, not against each other.
Okay, all right. Well, is there anything else you want to add or talk about before I get off for tonight?
No, I don't think so.
Denise, thank you for the $10, by the way. Okay, all right. Well, I am going to get off, everyone. I do appreciate everyone who did come on tonight. Tomorrow I should be on. I will try to let y'all know in the Discord when I'm going to be on tomorrow. It was a great night. I love y'all so much. Y'all are so amazing. Follow me here if you have not already. I go live on this account like every day. Appreciate the confetti. Thank you so much. I actually might be back on my main account or my second account tomorrow. My main account I get back on. Fern, thank you so much for the Galaxy. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. I get back on the 14th of August. Fern, thank you so much for the Galaxy again. Thank you so much. So make sure to check out that. Follow me here. Go check out the video I just posted. It's actually going pretty crazy. I definitely have to do some more rallies, because it's been going crazy. But y'all, make sure to follow me here if you have not already. We're on the way to like 100K on this account. We're getting pretty close, actually. We're like 30K away from 100K on this account. So I want to see if we can get the second one to 100K. I appreciate this thing, UB. Thank you so much. Or the third account we have active right now. But yeah, appreciate y'all so much. Have a fantastic night, everyone. And peace out, y'all. I love y'all so much. Have a great night, everyone. Actually, wait. We'll send you everyone over to someone. Everyone, go to Isaiah Martin. Look up Isaiah Martin. Spam Parker Raid. Spam love from Parker. Look up Isaiah Martin. Spam Parker Raid. Spam love from Parker. Everyone. I think we can blow up their live real quick. I just realized they're live. Look up Isaiah Martin, Spam Parker Raid, Spam love from Parker, everyone. Have a good night, everyone, and peace out, y'all.
Bukannya mengkis-mengkis. Ayo guys, yang belum cek langsung dicek dan paymentnya sebelah harga kembali normal di harga 200 sampai 300-an di harga 200 sampai 300-an ya sayang ya. Yang belum cek langsung dicek aja nih. Aku tunggu check outnya. Dan ini guys, ini untuk logonya berwarna grey dan itu reflektif bisa menyala di kegelapan dan jika terkena flash. Reflektif bisa menyala di kegelapan dan jika terkena flash ya. Logonya itu ada di dua sisi guys, sambil dalam dan sambil luarnya. Yang belum check out dan yang mau check out langsung check out dan payment sekarang ini sebelah harga kembali normal di harga 200 sampai 300-an. Di harga 200 sampai 300-an guys ya. Yang belum check out dan yang mau check out langsung check out dan payment sekarang ini sebelum harga kembali normal di harga 200 sampai 300-an di harga 2 sampai 300-an guys ya. Yang belum check out dan yang mau check out langsung check out dan payment sekarang ini sebelum harganya itu kembali normal di harga 2 sampai 300-an. Di harga 200 sampai 300 guys ya. Yang belum cek langsung dicek dan payment sekarang juga. Ini tuh cewek-cewek bisa pakai guys, cewek-cewek bisa pakai dan untuk size-nya kita menggunakan size normal. Size-nya kita menggunakan size normal dari 36 sampai 44 dari 36 sampai 44 dan per size-nya itu cuma beda 1 cm aja. Per size-nya itu cuma beda 1 cm aja ya. Jadi kalian kalau cek itu jangan dikurangin atau dilebihin, size-nya pakai size yang biasa dipakai aja nih guys. Pakai size yang biasa dipakai aja, jangan dikurangin atau dilebihin ya sayang ya. Jangan dikurangin atau dilebihin sayangku. Jadi buat kalian yang belum check out dan yang mau check out, kalian langsung check out dan payment sekarang juga ya. Kurang 5 menit lagi guys. Kurang 5 menit lagi ya. Yang belum check out langsung di check out dan payment sekarang juga di sebelah harga kembali normal di harga 200 sampai 300-an ya. Di harga 200 sampai 300.